funny. I usually have a camera here, don't I? Must be one of these buttons, huh? Hey, how's it going? Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. It is currently a Tuesday. Nana's here, August 22nd. It's been a while. It's been a week. Tuesday streams, huh? What's happening? Hopefully you're doing well. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, turns out that streaming on like the afternoons has been really fun. And a lot of people have been kind of into it because of the time zone thing, as much as this one hasn't been well announced. There is a really big chance that we'll be streaming on a more regular basis around this time on Tuesday afternoons. So we might be one of those 2 stream Andys, which like at that point, what happens? 3 stream Andy, 4 stream Andy? At what point do we get sick of Netrunner, you know? How's it going, everyone? Hopefully you're doing well. I've been gone for the weekend, so I'm actually catching up on Netrunner. There's a lot of stuff going on. Ba Ramu, how's it going? EU-friendly Tuesday stream 2 weeks in a row. Let's freaking go. Ba, congrats on your EMEA, your placement. I believe you were strength of schedule just out of the bubble, which like incredibly competitive event. Really well done. And on that note, well, if it isn't Veronica, building an Atea for startup on the other monitor, think I had my fill of standard for the moment. So Veronica, I know you commented on the comment itself that you brought this up. I saw it in the notifications. Veronica, correct me if I'm wrong, but classically, Veronica, you play mostly startup. Is that correct? Or you just haven't played an organized play Netrunner for a bit? Because it's one of the two. And then so like, I was off traveling for the weekend, and I know Veronica is going to go play at EMEA, which is one of the biggest organized play tournaments online besides Worlds, I think, in the history of No Signal Games Netrunner, which is HIC. And I'm tuning in, and like round 3, Veronica's undefeated. I'm like, oh, okay. I see this is going okay. And she ends up making it to the top 5 after in the double elimination finals, which like absolutely so incredibly well done. And I think, okay, well, correct if Veronica is classically if she plays mostly startup or not, but absolutely well done. Really well showing, sticking to PD too. PD and Lat, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, great showing for sure. Still feels unreal, and look forward to a video from me on Until the End of Time channel about the tournament. That is, sounds like Arkham, right? Do you have an Arkham channel? Do I not know Arkham channel? I was really new to competitive at this level. I played in Dutch Nationals. I played only startup and standard in that Nationals. Okay. That is so cool. So like, this is something I've been saying before, and mind you, just this last week, we were on a Neon Static podcast talking about the transition to standard, why standard is great is what it's called. Check it out. We'll be talking about that more in the news section. But let me tell you, if you're a startup player, specifically if you're a startup player, like this is the most fun thing. If you are a startup player, and specifically if you are a startup player that's been playing Netrunner for a while, so you've played Ashes maybe, so you've played some of the older cards, basically if you have all the Null Signal Games cards, right? Like, check this out. This is Sokka's winning Asa group deck, and what you can do, well, actually, you need to copy this into your own deck list, I think, to do it. There's no sort. Oh yeah, no, you have it. You sort here, and you go by sort by set. If you wanted to play this deck, and this one actually is actually a higher number than I thought it was. In terms of cards that you need to proxy, or cards that you might not know the text of if you haven't played Ashes era Netrunner, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 cards, and that's actually really high. But 8 cards out of the 49 in this deck you have to learn. That is actually fundamentally higher than I thought it would be. That's unfortunately on me, I guess. But a lot of the decks that we looked at, like probably this Banhart list, this Hoshiko list, right? Like if you have all of the Null Signal Games Netrunner products, actions sort by set, you only need to print proxy 4 cards to play this. There's a 45 card deck of which you have to proxy 4 cards if you own all of Null Signal Game stuff and you are not having the FFG standard part of the standard card pool. It is a really, really good time because of rotation to get into standard, and watching standard, let alone like playing standard, you need so few cards to proxy to get into the game. We were looking at like some of the American Continentals. Some decks you need to proxy 2 cards. You're good to go. It's totally wild. Totally wild. Hey, Chenchlin, great commentary and cons, by the way. Thank you. It was really fun. How you doing too? Essentially, you were up at Cascadia, weren't you? Or were you in chat? Maybe you were just in chat, excuse me. Hey, Augustus, how's it going? Yo, Steven, Métropole Grid, how you doing, man? Good to see you yesterday. Spend the afternoon practicing Sable and JNet. Took a while to get the swing of it, but Red Crim kind of good. I think you're going to see more Sable slowly than you're going to see 419 in the upcoming little minute. Just because Sable is one of the criminals that, like, I feel right now, fundamentally, we talked about that. I think criminals have a really, really hard spot. They just don't have a lot of fundamental stuff. They don't have great card draw in faction. The economy in faction is actually really, really constrained. It's like, it's not that good. And so Sable functionally, if Sable can get rolling, has actually like some unique multi-axis. Criminal, mind you, has no multi-axis. Criminal has one multi-axis card, 1.5 multi-axis cards, excuse me. And maybe legwork you can count. But like, yeah, I think Sable actually has a lot of the things that Criminal is kind of envious of, as much as Sable is Criminal, right? Like you have that run-based economy, you have some good click compression, and currently like 419 absolutely struggles with click compression. Oh my God, it's really rough out there. Yo, Izzy, how's it going? How was your event? I know that you're playing the Ag Infusion. I know a lot of QTM was on Ag Infusion. I didn't realize QTM episode 3 was out. I'm like halfway through. I think I need to get some updates somewhere when it goes live. Hey Mela, how's it going? You can get sick in Netrunner? No, exactly. Jai, how's it going? What up? How you doing? Tuesday stream at Hype TW. How you doing? Just need someone to fill in the regular Friday slot and it'll be good to go all week. Saki usually streams on Friday. I don't think he is now, but it might be when he's back because I know he's traveling a lot in summer. Hey, Paul, I'll take all the NNR streams as much as I can consume right now, but don't get burned out. No, I'm not at all getting burned out. I just worry, like, if I spam too many live streams. Is that a problem for everyone? You don't want to hit that notification button? Thanks, Andre. It was super fun. Just upload all the vids and my matches if you want to give a hot shout out. Yeah, let's do it. I'm not subscribed on this channel, Ba. I will now, but very much noting, anytime you want to subscribe to the channels, you get notifications. This is not the channel that I watch your content on. But yeah, so apparently Ba has uploaded all his EMEA Continentals games. So if you want to watch Ba play, what kind of op are you playing? You're on Kimberlite Field? So you're on full rig shooter? Okay, pretty interesting. But these are up here, so a link will be in the description as well. But Ba is a content creator. Ba, you've been still streaming Mondays? Yeah, you have been. It's been a minute since I dropped in live, excuse me, but I need to do that. Well played. Hey, Spark. Rashida is a must-have. Honestly, it's in almost every deck. You could get Hippo from the G&K kit. Oh, that's true, yeah. Hippo is one of the big ones that comes in. And yeah, ideally, if you're playing Standard, you'll learn very quickly. Almost every deck starts with, right now in Standard, it's like 3 Rashida, 3 Spin Doctors, and then I would say Mavirus, even more consistently than Hedge Fund right now, which is pretty wild. I was at Cascadia, did meh at the main event, started 3-0 and went 1-5. Shit. Sorry to hear. I hope you had a good time, though. I did try to reach out to you on Discord. Just a quick question. I already recorded my video on deck building. Any chance I could send you a link to an unlisted video and get some feedback? Yeah, Veronica. I don't think I saw a message on Discord, so excuse me. Try again if you can. I don't think you can whisper on YouTube, but yeah, if you want to send me a video for some feedback, it'd be my absolute pleasure. My Atea deck. If I'm not Veronica, I can also like message you after. Also, wait, what was the Arkham thing? I forgot to search it up. It sounds like an Arkham thing. Till the end of time. Excuse me 1 second. I got sidetracked. Is this you? Is this you? I don't think I've seen this. I don't know if this is Veronica's channel or not. Kohaku looks really cool. I know the text box on Kohaku got spoiled recently. Ah, in German. Ah, because it is in German. How do you say bless and curse? Oh, you just see the symbol. Yeah, that makes sense. That translates relatively well. My Ateo is working on several fronts, mostly NGO front and the front company. Game of Joyce, how's it going? How do you like front company? Front company has like had no impact on the meta. It's like a really difficult card to make valuable, and like I don't know, it's hard. It's not going great. Astarion won't like me and keeps being mean to everyone. It's a struggle. Mel, I don't know what that means. Hopefully it's not that bad. Mondays 8:30 to 9 starting BST. Very, very good. EMEA was great. 2 for 1 for the spot in the cut with Nichan's girl and lost that, but glad her freedom got on stream. Yo, real talk, and this is upsetting, and I don't know how y'all think about double-sided versus single-sided Swiss, because I don't want myself to be the only, have the only opinion about this, but they hide the numbers. They literally hide the numbers, and I think the numbers are actually very, very gross. So when you go to standings, or sorry, pairings, I guess. And they'd hide all the Swiss pairings, right? Because there's so many players, it would be a lot of pairings over the, how many rounds? I don't even remember that EMEA Continentals was. People are 2 for 1ing as soon as turn 2, as soon as round 3. People are 2 for 1ing all over the damn place. Like, I honestly think, and you have to get consent from your opponent, so this might not be like an actual strategy, but if you don't fancy yourself to be a very consistent Netrunner player, going into a 5-round or 6-round double-sided Swiss tournament, you should 2 for 1 every round. You should. I think it's that simple. I think you should 2-for-1 at any opportunity unless you think you're a very, very good Netrunner player and you think you can win against like your opponent, like confidence. But like if you are, and that's the thing, if you're not the most consistent Netrunner player, I think a lot of times the high variance, high payout routes are probably worth pursuing. Same with decks for what it's worth. Taking a high payout deck that can just like, combo someone very soon is actually worth pursuing in a lot of organized events if you don't fancy yourself a consistent player. But if you look at how many people are 2-for-1ing, it's, I don't know if I want to say it's half, but nearly half the games are 2-for-1. And I wish I could prove it because the numbers are hid, but like I was checking in on my phone, but like people are 2-for-1ing round 3, round 4, round 5. It's like, it's ridiculous. I don't get it. Double-sided Swiss is collapsing inside itself. Like it's basically people are playing single-sided Swiss, but then it's in a tournament for 135 players and it's only 6 rounds. Like that is so nonsense to me. I casted 17 hours at EMEA over the weekend, was dead beat after. How do you do it? 17 is a lot. You do get tired, that's for sure. You gotta keep track of your voice. I haven't listened to the cast yet, Jai, but I'm excited to go back to listen to it. I've barely seen any of it. I think the only stuff I saw was from Sokka's stuff that showed up in my YouTube feed. Hey, Sanjay also was casting. Absolutely lovely appearance on Neon Static. You brought the data, brought the knowledge, and brought the charm. Thank you, Sanjay. How's your streaming? How is your casting? Excuse me. Hopefully you're doing well, man. Another Tuesday Metropole Grid stream? Yeah, Solomir, we might make it a regular thing. No problem, not trying to hijack the stream. That's me. Okay, cool. Link in the description. Is it all in German or is there English content? Or do we just have to hit the YouTube subs button? Mad props, Jai, you're a machine this week and excellent work. Be right there, just finishing up the D2 showcase every time I think I'm out. Dude, I don't know what that means. Hopefully you're doing well. Lucille, I've been loving Front Company, my personal evolution trap spam deck. Yeah, that's one of the decks where I think it could work pretty well. Also, put it on a warrior tracker, am I right? Suggestions for 2 to 3 deck pairings. Sherperman, how's it going? Like 2 to 3 decks that will play against each other. If you want to play Netrunner, I don't know what format you're playing in, so I'm just going to answer in the most easy way. Look at Continentals. Like, so if you go to always be running, you can look at the top players and like play Sokka's, like literally this is a really good battle box, right? Like take the Skunk Void Asa deck versus a Banhar, I think it's 1 copy of the Criminal Consul Hermes. Like these are really cool battle decks and they're very, very fundamental focused Netrunner. I think like, my shot was called that I thought Asa Group would like do really well in Continentals. I think there's some narrative that like the longer the Continental season goes, the last Continentals is the most evolved meta. I don't think you can really argue that. Maybe you could, but this is the deck that I thought would win Continentals. Maybe I called my shot on stream, maybe I didn't. 142 players. Did you recall 2-for-1s from round 3? It's so messed up. It's so messed up. We're not playing Netrunner anymore. We're just 2-for-1ing. If we're 2-for-1ing, why are we not playing single-sided Swiss? Oh man, I don't like it. Just when I thought it was Netrunner rest time after Continental Season 100 drops a Tuesday stream, EU friendly. Count me in, chat. Glad I can count you in. How you doing? For learning standard with my partner, both beginners. Okay, cool. Sherperman. I think these two here are actually a really good spot to start. If you want to minimize the amount of cards you have to proxy, I think these decks are incredibly interesting, incredibly powerful, but they're also incredibly fundamental decks in which understanding what you think the board is going to look in 2 and 3 turns is the most important. Also for these decks, you can hop on Sokka's YouTube channel and he streamed it so you can hear him talking through his stuff. But nothing in here is bad. They're all very good stuff, value-based flexible pieces, and they all feel really good when you're firing. I'm less familiar with the Banhar list. I guess we'll look at it. But yeah, very good breakers. Only 2 for Mentor. What's happened? And then you have a lot of interesting cards. I think these are probably maybe not the easiest to... Actually, I think these are like a relatively like... There's a lot of triggers that goes on with Hoshiko, but I think it pushes you in the right direction, which is like access a card every turn. Haven't you heard? One optimal strategy for tournaments is 2-for-1s from round 1. I think it is. Would Front Company be good in Cambridge PE deck, like back in the day? I don't think it would because, right, Cambridge PE, you don't really, I want to ice this thing up and then they just go trash it for 2 credits and it has a minimum impact on the game, right? Like this is only good if there's other things on the table they need to do and or there's ice in front of all central servers. And Cambridge PE, the ice on some central servers are like, yeah, sometimes it was really bad, but sometimes it was like a pup. Like, I don't know. It requires you to do a lot of stuff. So like, would you be better out just like putting something on the table with 2 advancements? Yeah, that's probably more impactful. So I'd be a bit in the middle. I think someone was on build your own single-sided Swiss. At least they joked in Discord. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like that's what it is. I don't get it. It's collapsed inwards. It's so bad. I think you should never 2-for-1 and you should always play your games. Cut is boring. Play more Netrunner. Chenchling, I think, like, I agree with you. You're sitting around doing nothing mostly, but for players who want to make the top cut, I do think, and specifically, again, if you're not a competitive player, it also f's up the stats so bad, right? Like the 2-for-1 stats when you're looking at the results standings, right? Like you look at the standings, there is a lot of players that like 2-for-1 very aggressively, and then when it doesn't work on round 2 or round 3, they fold. Like that's another problem. Is like how aggressively people are 2-for-1ing, they will drop from the tournament at no issue. And I don't want to like make people feel bad for dropping. I think for a lot of folks, maybe the time zone doesn't work. So if it's not going well immediately, they'll drop. But like a lot of the players 2-for-1 really aggressively, and if it's not going, they just drop out. So when you want to look at the standings to be like, oh, I came in, 27th, or I came in like 83rd or like 136th, it like kind of doesn't matter because you play. It's like none of the statistics that you want to be able to derive from the standings are just so absurdly volatile. I don't know. I'm not into it, but like so many people, again, are 2-for-1 really bad and then just like peace out after like 3 rounds. And like, maybe that's the best way to get your time's worth of a Netrunner tournament. But like, you wish it wasn't like that. You really wish it wasn't like that. The math theoretically is that if your expected win percent is lower than the win percent needed to make the cut, you should 2-for-1. And like, I'd be proud to say my expected win percent is 60% in the field, and that's not close to enough. That if your expected win rate is lower than 1% needed to make the cut, you should 2-for-1. I think most people should 2-for-1. I think if you don't expect yourself to be in the cut, the only way to get into the cut consistently is 2-for-1. But hey, people prove me wrong on that. I'm way behind on chat. My own path had only 1 2-for-1 make sense, but it could easily have made sense to do it way earlier. And then it's SSS without side balance, which is terrible. Yeah, it is SSS without side balance. It's like literally we built our own worst version of single-sided squares. Oh man, I don't like it. I need to shout out Not Yeti for the best game Netrunner I played. How'd it go? You can see all the round matchups on ABR, but it doesn't seem to retain ID 2-for-1 history. Oh, wait. ABR has round match history? I didn't know that. But it doesn't keep 2-for-1s. They're hiding the important data. Where is the round match history? I thought that was entirely lost. I thought that was just like Jeff can pull the data. Or like Null Signal Games Cobra access. I don't know where to find it. Hopefully somewhere on chat, I'll be told where that is. Veronica's too sweet. Also, I did send you another message in Discord. Did that work? I don't have Discord open right now, so it's going to be a bit harder to confirm. I don't know. Like a private message? Because no, I don't think so. I don't think it worked. Sorry. I'll ping you after. I'll find you. I'll ping you after. Let me just write the note down. It is in English. The video is English. The German is a joke. Okay, cool. It's funny there were so many 2-for-1s even at lower tables, probably because of top half prizes. Yes, because people want to get to top half prizes. You see 2-for-1s even on the lowest tables. And like, I feel like that's also really bad because people at like lowest tables don't want to leave the event to be like, my score was, I won 2 games. And like, yeah, there's so much more volatility there where you can easily win no games against a player that you're like evenly matched against. It's messed up. Oh, it's a Baldur's Gate 3 thing, excuse me. Which is a good thing to encourage playing through the end of the event, but I don't think it was intention. Yeah, it's not right. Hey, Andre, love your content. That's very kind. I've been playing Netrunner competitively since original core set. Whoa, 2012. I want to get back into content creation. Do you have any advice to do so? Abbreviator, funny name. In terms of content creation tips, generalist tips are always like kind of the same, regardless of what you're doing. Put out some good content. Put out some bad content, get some feedback, watch it yourself, send it to people you care and respect their opinion, and then either destroy it or upload it anyways, and eventually you'll be making good content. Getting back into the game tips, Null Signal Games has been putting out everything. Proxies are legal. There's been a very important rotation. We're about to hit Worlds in a month and a half. Intercontinentals are coming up soon. It's a really good time. That's a bit of a vague, what's it called? Advice. But if you want to, if there's a more specific question, I think I could probably answer you a bit better than that. Also, it's excited that people are making more content creation. There's been a really good renaissance of like podcasts and content in general in Netrunner right now, which is sick. I can install with a tail along with an agenda and Adrian. It doesn't line up every though. Very swingy. Yo, D, got on stream, but I also read your discussion on Startup Standard. Mine and Patrick Corpse at EMEA have a combined total of 1 card released post-system gateway. That card is Mavirus. Whoa. D also, I reckon you did well at the event. I remember seeing your name. I want to say congrats. I'm going to safely say congrats because that's a pretty safe thing to say to D and D's competitive placement. How you doing? Hey, Fenris, doing some Tuesday. Perfect to get me through all-nighter workload. Yo, hopefully you're doing well out there. Can Nats is single-sided Swiss, Sanjay. Gonna be a banger tournament regardless of full confidence. Also be 2-for-1, it gives you more time to stare at those SMCs and all. Yeah, Can Nats, again, that's a big thing. We put up a video last week to talk about Can Nats. If you have any questions, I think one thing I didn't mention that I'd like to mention is that the venue there sells bottled water and bottled drinks. So yeah, that's good. And there's also a cafe downstairs, so you can bring up, I think you can rent like a coffee mug and bring it up. But yeah, it's looking to be like the biggest Canadian event this year in person, which is huge. It's also the first competitive Netrunner event in Quebec, and I'm so stoked. Tickets are great. We're in a really good spot. I need to do a lot of still like legwork stuff, like print match slips and stuff, so it's like a busy week, but I'm so stoked to see anyone who comes out on the weekend. And if you don't come out, again, we're not going to be live streaming it, but we will be recording it, and it'll be up on the channel edited out pretty soon. Only 2 for Mentor, what happened? Do you remember that you mentioned Mavire's getting played more than Hedge Fund right now? It's still good enough, though. Like, you pay 1 for it. But yeah, no, that's a good point. Single-sided Swiss with 65-minute rounds is great for newer players that tend to play slowly. Yeah, we're seeing 40 now as the new standard, which I think is pretty good. I took 1-2 for 1, but that was in part because my opponent had guests and needed to know if he was making top cut before the last round. Functional. Yeah, that's really funny. With my trap spam deck, it's friend company plus hostile architecture to make a really nasty combo. That is a good combo. I like that combo a lot. Andre, how's it going? Looking forward to Can Nats this weekend. Good games yesterday. I'm excited for the weekend too. I don't think I was going to make the top 32, let alone top cut. Did you consider 2-for-1ing? Because Veronica, I tuned in at some point and you were IDing against Saka, which is like, that's a good spot to be in, I guess. If you're not a competitive player, why are you trying to make the top cut? Because there's playmats and stuff. And like, you want to say I made the top cut every once in a while. If only there was a solution. I'm really behind on chat. Ranji, how's it going? Also, man, I say Rangi and Ranji like half the time different. Maybe I need to learn it. At some point I should. No more Adams sad times. Ford, yeah, it's really unfortunate we lost the mini factions. There's a little button in the matches bracket. Oh, yeah, it's very good. Oh yeah, so it's not going to show you the 2-for-1s. I don't know what you want to assume, but like if this could show you where the 2-for-1s is, I'm promising you. Oh, I just broke the page. People are 2-for-1ing like all over the spot. Yeah, how you doing? How you doing? Well, another daytime stream. We might do these regularly on Tuesdays. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Seems cool. I think ABR does save whether the game was a 2-for-1. At least it does on the back end, but it doesn't tell you what side was played. Ah, beans. Hey, Xavier, how's it going? European times. Excellent summer. I feel like making regular content and putting it out often is the most important tip. Regular content is good. It's difficult. I don't want to like dissuade people from putting out Netrunner content if they can't do it regularly. But yeah, you know. Speaking of Can Nats prep video, I love that it and really wished I carved out time to fly to Montreal for it. Oh, that's very kind. Yeah, I'm happy to put together something that is, you know, that helps people get more out of the event and like also encourage people to come to the event if they saw the video and be like, wait a second, last minute, can I make it? And I promise you it's worth it. Oh yeah, D, you're in Architects of Tomorrow. I think I even had the deck list open. I wanted to play it today, but I think we will. I think we will. Sorry that we haven't been playing Netrunner for a bit. I just want to catch up. Can you suggest some bigger beginner-friendly content creator? In terms of beginner-friendly stuff, we, to shout out myself, I guess, to some extent, we put out like some like learn to play standard, learn to play startup deck. So we would just talk how to play the deck and then, you know, show some gameplay. I think that's pretty okay to get into the game. I would hope it is. Neon Static is a podcast that is focused on like building a community and getting into startup and transitioning into standard stuff like that. So that's really good for that. Yeah, here's D's list. I'm not sure who else I should shout out. There's some really good content right now, but I don't know if I could say too much of it is like very, very, very specifically beginner. So somewhere in the middle. Obviously, I'm a big fan of asynchronous content. There's a lot of folks that do good deep dives. There's a lot of people that do like high competitive streaming stuff, like you know, Bridgman, Sokka, Bahram, who does generally a bit more silly decks, but plays at a high level. I always feel bad saying these recaps because I forget to say people. QTM is sick, but QTM is more about like Netrunner as a kind of the experience, like tournament recaps and testing and stuff like that. The last QTM talking about like their testing regimen is really, really cool. I used to be one of the hosts on the first Netrunner podcast, Breaking News. I remember that name. I was thinking of doing some long form content on deck breakdowns and streaming JNet gameplay of it. There's a huge market for that. What do you mean when you say virus? There's a card called this. I don't know if anyone knows how to say this word like scientifically. I looked it up and I couldn't find a pronunciation. I've always said Rangi Doge. Rangi. I've been saying Rangi. Excuse me. I did not 2-for-1 of the day. I did the last 2 rounds and was tired. Fortunately, Sokka was also tired. Or did kick my... I don't know, Veronica. You can't sell yourself short anymore. You got so far. You did really well. Like, you were beating, like, obviously, like, some of the names that people could have bet large sums of money would be in the top cut. And you were kind of cutting through them. So you can't sell yourself too short. I got to be your first ID. Super glad it worked out. I felt like such a jerk if I advised you to ID and then you missed top cut. Yeah, D. Dear. Very creative. I know. Wrong E Doge. Hey, Trillion, how's it going? Morning, Andre. Morning, chat. Cinderin, how you doing? Okay, we're caught up. Sunny D 20, I think would be good for newer players since I think they're getting back into the game. Oh, Merrick, yeah, right. Sunny D20 is streaming. I haven't checked out Sunny D20 stuff, but I was aware they did stream. I thought it was Rongi, like rhyming with the Doge meme. I don't know what the Doge meme is. All right. Sunny D20. Live? Video? Maybe only on Twitch? Maybe only on Twitch? Maybe only on Twitch. Well, Pat, how's it going? Casually going 0-6 on turn 1 on the other monitor? All right, let's play some Netrunner. We got a deck list of the week. We might play this again later this week. But this is CTZ the Worm. This is the 419, like... I don't know. I've been called out for calling this control because it's not control, but we looked at this when it came to, you know, last week, going through all the card pool that NSG has put out and searching some of the basic words like credit and draw and seeing how few criminal cards, their generalist criminal cards there have existed on versus how many generalist anarch cards and even shaper cards have those words printed on them. I think criminal's in a really hard spot where like, anarchs are kind of spoiled and, you know, comparing yourself to anarch is probably not a nice thing to be doing because it's not very favorable. But like when I see criminal right now, I feel like you have to use your influence to fix fundamental issues with the deck. That's the way I see it. With Anarch, you use your influence to do whatever the heck you really want to do, and you can do basically whatever. And that's why we're seeing a huge amount of different Hoshiko decks in, you know, the last Continental season that are spending their influence somewhat on similar things, but also very different things, right? Breaker Suites, those get splashed in a fair bit. Understanding whether you want more run events, whether you want to splash a console, whether you want to play Miss Bones tech. You can kind of do whatever you want, really, because fundamentally you have enough economy in faction for that to be good. Now, here, you know, we have to splash in some amount of economy. You notice the card draw. I often play 3 diesels. Maybe you can play, if it's not too fast, you can get away with playing a Nuka, which is a similar slot as much as she is a fair bit slower. And then like, you know, you're load bearing 3 class act, like you have to play because there's no criminal cards that say draw on it besides this and Blueberry Diesel, and that's a bad spot to be. But largely what this deck wants to do is get your Hermes down as soon as possible and just kind of like throw out some haymakers, throw out some like Maker's Eyes, recur them. Katurga is incredibly expensive as a card. The fact that you can use this to bring back, you know, your leg working, to bring back your Maker's Eye when it matters, that's important. And like shout out to like Hermes, obviously a very powerful card. I think the power level of this is hopefully going to fall down a bit once people, I don't know, play patterns to get around this for sure. But the idea is that having on-demand multi-access is really good. If you think in the remote server is something they installed advance, you can run R&D hopefully and get through that. Breaker Suite is mostly Amakua. I'm not sure if I love relying on Amakua as heavily as you might of in the past, just because most decks are on Tomb of Virus and it's hard to rely on this. And then otherwise, this deck has no mutual favors. So like trying to draw into your one of Carmen because you need to get a Carmen because you have to worry about Anansi, that is something that we saw catch up to CTZ on stream. CTZ was playing really well on stream. CTZ has some sick rips as well. And yeah, you can kind of snowball if you get ahead early and you can slow the runner down or the corporation down and they can't res ice and Amakua kind of gets big. But I feel like there's a lot of ways that you could tune this deck to make it a bit more, maybe a bit more consistent, because if you're in this sort of matchup where they ice up all 3 centrals and like you can't face check into like op, you kind of need 2 ways. We have no way to deal with Hafren Stavka, and losing our breakers kind of loses us the game. So I think it's still a bit fragile. But like this is fundamentally click for like you spend half the game clicking to draw cards because you just don't have the click compression that you do in Anarch, and that is making me a bit negative about playing Criminal, at least like good stuff classic Criminal, which means great. Maybe that's a good reason why we're opening up to play more Sable. Maybe now we can play some more as engine decks, and I don't think that deck actually lost anything in rotation as much as I was really scared because I think Jeff said that on stream and I was like, oh wait, what? I can't play as anymore. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Maybe you should do some Eternal to get ready for Crown of Servers. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to play Eternal. Can I hijack the chat to share a Patrick service announcement? I wish to hear from Patrick. Speaking of Eternal, yo, Anarcho, how's it going? Patrick, you can do an announcement. Eternal hype. I'm excited that people are hyped for Eternal. Oh man, it's another thing I gotta figure out how to do. I've like played so little Eternal that I'm scared. Here's someone really cool and interesting and hot published like a bunch of Eternal deck lists. Are they on the front page of Jiteki.net? Or sorry, Netrunner DB? Are they all of these Eternalists? I think like huge shout out. Posting Eternalist is one of the most important things you can do, anyone can do largely before Crown of Servers, because there's a lot of folks that would play Eternal but wouldn't want to deck build Eternal. So having resources like this is invaluable. So really, really cool. Please, I'm begging you, Patrick. Please do not assume I will be to associate your chat name with your real name with your human face. Oh, great. CTZ, the worm. Pat said that he would help out on Sunday again at CanNets. There is a startup event and there's 2 people. It's like really hard to find someone to TO for the startup event because it's kind of contingent on them not making the top cut in standard. So at least we have 2 people. If both of them enter and make the top cut, then we really have to scramble. But I'm feeling pretty safe about one of them because one of them usually knocks out the other one, and one of those players will be Pat potentially. So thanks, Pat. I've been hearing a lot of Mavaris. I've never heard that. Oh no. Are you now contractually obligated to play deck of the week twice in a row? It depends. Like if I enjoy it, yeah, I would want to play this deck anyways. So like this one's not homework. Like I want to play Criminal and then be upset about it. That's kind of what we do. But yeah, maybe. My virus is my virus, as if you're saying my virus with an accent. I can't tell if you're serious. Okay. My virus to confuse and unbalance my opponent. Like literally in the last 30 minutes. Oh, the deck lists. Yes. Eternal so far is so far away from what I feel comfortable playing. I may never get there. Soup. I think there's a lot of folks that feel that same way. I think the cool thing about Eternal is obviously the power level is like really cracked, that the games aren't very long. So you can try out games relatively quickly. And again, if people are posting the deck lists, I kind of feel like you, like it is intimidating and I'm going to need some help getting into Eternal. So that's that. Are you playing in CanNets? No, I'm not playing. I'm TOing and judging. I can't play. Legally not allowed to play. No, so I'm not playing at all. I'm playing no Netrunner. So we're just gonna be around doing judge calls. I read the entirety of the judge, the OP thing that Jeff rehashed this summer. Really good. Really, really cool. Glad I read that. I'm gonna have to reread the whole rules thing, but I'm just gonna be walking around doing judge calls. And shout out to my partner Manny, who is gonna be doing all the slips and round entry, and I'll be the one with the stopwatch. So we're gonna be a team. I'll leave my human face at home then. As TO, you can hand out game losses selectively to make sure the people who you need to run the startup event don't make the top cut, like aggressively deck check them and such. If Patrick takes 1 damn second to take his turn, he's gonna get a warning for like playing to time. He gets 3 of those. It's upgraded into something. Let me tell you. Russ, how's it going? Catching you live. Say what? How you doing? Is this a joke? Yeah, no. I can't be joking too much about messing with the OP policies, but Pat knows what he did. Good luck with Nats. Thank you. How many people are going? It's hard to say. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are just like kind of showing up last minute because you can buy your tickets there. I'm pretty sure we're going to hit above. I'm at least hoping that we're going to hit above the 32 mark so that we can get another 2 rounds of single-sided Swiss. But might be pretty sure that we're actually going to be a bit above that regardless, because I checked in last week and I was been told by the event organizer that tickets are still going out 1 or 2 a day because people just don't do them, buy them quickly. So I do think we're also gonna get a bunch of people showing up at the last minute. I realize like Always Be Running. I know people who are going and they're not registered on Always Be Running, and Always Be Running is like, so it's going to be okay. It's going to be good. It's going to be the biggest event this year in Canada. I can promise you that at least. Cephalbot, how's it going? What can you tell us about your hat? It was a really cool hat. I want to play Criminal, be upset about it. Oh, how the mighty Shaper has fallen. Yo, I like Shaper now. I always did, but now it's fun because it plays like how Criminal should play. Printing out the floor rules can be really nice so you have them easily on hand. That's my big old tip. I kind of want to print out the floor rules just so I can have them so I can look at them really easily. I need to contact the venue to ask if they have a printer because I have to print out a whole lot of stuff. I need to print out deck slips. I need to print our deck sheets. I need to print out match result slips, and I don't have a printer. I'm just hoping they have a printer and they're okay doing it considering it's their event maybe. Hey, Veronica. I studied all the organized play policies and then it turns out I studied the wrong version because I trusted Google. It's honestly hard. I don't know. The Null Signal Games website, sometimes it's hard to find the thing you want to. Sometimes. This is Veronica, top 5 at EMEA. Largely a startup player. Took the dive in. She did her practice, ground some games. Some good results. Well done. Super excited for Nets. Unfortunately, I injured my dominant hand. Here's hoping I can hold my cards by Friday. Oh, Sophie, if you need any sort of help with like a card rail or something like that, let us know and we can get something for you. Like there is so much flexibility in the OP policies too. Not that we wouldn't, because we like you regardless. That we can go out of our way and do some like pretty weird rules bending to help everyone enjoy the game the way that it makes sense. So if you can't hold cards, we can go get you like one of those Scrabble card rails and you can be good to go. But please, if you think it's like a bit clumsy and you need a bit of help, don't hesitate. Keep. Good hand. Local library printing is EC? Yeah, maybe, but I feel bad because it's going to be like local library printing like 200 pages. I keep this on not automatic because I like to remind myself. Netrunners need to stay anonymous, otherwise their house gets blown up. Not anymore. I think you can be a bit more. That's why I haven't been on stream in a while. All right. I just found the doodle you made on one of my sheets of paper. Really looking forward to Canance lists. Unrelatedly, there's an event next week and I have no idea what to play at. Good to know. Yeah, for sure. Never pay for 418. Oh, wait. Did she not? It was an Ansel. That's a really ugly opening ice for a remote server. Now, with 6 credits, it's not working diversion. So here we can actually really set up quite easily. So I think we're just going to do this. There's something, if you draw here, it kind of eats the class act draw. So it doesn't really matter when we get the draw. Is it better to do draw look at 2, burst draw 4? I think it doesn't really matter. Inside job, if it's an on sell, we don't care. It doesn't really do anything. We just want to have enough money here. Unlike your dominant hand, the OP rules have a lot of flexibility right now. Oh, man. Does this mean another boring Thursday evening? No, Kyle. This means we'll have Patrick there. So, okay. So now we're gonna force Veronica to pay 6 credits to protect the Rashida. That seems like a good trade for us. Otherwise, we could pinhole this, but like if she pays 6 to protect the Rashida and we deal with the Rashida, like things are not good. All right, so on sell. Trash one installed runner card. Oh, I forgot that wasn't just programs. Install card from HQ or archives. That's okay. Runner cannot steal trash cards. Wait, did I mess this up? I thought I was pretty happy about this. So we probably should just... Oh, we're going to discard some cards here. I didn't mess this up. I thought it was only a program. I thought this was Ichi 1.0 for a second. Okay, and trash one installed runner card. Losing the class act is probably worth a click. You may install a card from HQ or archives. That can turn on, what's it, a PD, a double install, which I don't think is that bad. The runner cannot steal a trash corp cards. Okay, so we're going to click through 2 of these. And we have 1 click to contest if she puts something on the table. Don't tempt me with Netrunner while I should be reading boring documents for work. Yo, Netrunner is like really cool though. I've gotten a critical mass of squid branding, so my friend gave that to me. Someone in a shop in Alaska crocheted that. Well, I've seen the pattern asshole on the internet. Oh, that's really cool. Oh, it's also PD. Excuse me, it's not ASA, so this won't be a double install. Yeah, sorry. Okay, this is PD. I need to reorient it that this is a PD. I was like so hyped about the missed bones, but you're right. This is PD, not ASA. Now, if she's not paying, like we have a good incentive to get Amakua down. If that's the case, though, we're going to be under sure gamble credits. So I'm just going to sure gamble and throw that out. We didn't get our class act. And again, like we're not playing DreamNet. We don't have the click compression we want. What if you get ganked? Oh, we know what it is. I always start singing Heathers every time you play a game against Veronica. Come on, and ganked installed. Oh, if she installs a gank, we had 1 click left. So we wouldn't get ganked looped at least. That's a nice reason to keep a click at least. All right, 4 credits if we face check into HQ. If it's a drafter, brings that up. That's like not great. So I think we're just going to do draw for a dirty laundry or something. Inside job for the onsell is okay. Boomerang to diversion is really good. We'll just get a turtle. We'll run once on R&D. We'll just build the turtle counters up. Which one? I'm not familiar. It's a good one. One day. Yeah, definitely looking for that. Seamless in hand, and we'll just get down a daily cast. So now, if she doesn't pay the credit to expose, it does get out of control. I was impressed with the 419 deck construction. CTZ was clearly super comfortable with exact 40-5, despite it being not the objectively best list of the event, and that's the most important. Yeah, he played his list, right? Like, this deck has a lot of downsides, right? Like, I think the matchup he would have into Jeff is probably pretty bad. We saw it, and he had some weird lines that I think you could have pursued too. This is where we'd love to have a Hermes, but we don't have a Hermes. I'm just going to send it. I think we can just afford to send it. Yeah, So she has, we'll take that. We are a bit expensive, but we now know she's drawing into, it was Trank into, what was it? A Seamless again? Okay. So we need to get a Hermes down a year ago because that stops her from scoring out. We bounce ice into diversion. It's a one of. Now, if she drew the Ikawa for us, it wouldn't actually be that bad. Here, I think we want the inside job more than the boomerang. Oh, it's another Ikawa. Okay, so if she scores that out, I think we're totally fine with it. The problem now is we have to deal with Hagen, so we can't face check with the Amakua until we get to 5 strength. So here, I think we have Dirty Laundry in the list, right? We don't even have Dirty Laundry in the list. Right, that's where like this deck will sit back, like steal a couple points, sit back and get Hermes down. And that's what we want to do. Because we're assuming this is going to be a seamless launched agenda because she's gone through, what is it? I guess about 15 cards. We know it's an Ikawa. Okay, so we just need to get our Hermes down. Yeah, I don't know what else to do here. Is there a downside to not toggling 419 triggered automatic? Because I look at chat, I forget. This is why we need a Hermes. That's the only downside is I forget. So that's going to return a Rashida. So here's a Rashida in HQ. Let's draw once. Carmen numbers into on-sell aren't amazing. This is a new card. It's a Mavirus. Okay, so we trash that. I think we have to go back now. And if she pushes next turn, we can like diversion, then run the server. But we need to get our Amakua back up. Yeah, for me, it's just I like to know it because I always forget that it's there. Shibboleth is okay still. It's a threat 4. I think we can put it down. It kind of shows that we can get through Magnet and like still Gatekeeper's a nonsense. But yeah, here we need a Hermes down because Hermes would have blown that game open. If she scored that out for double seamless, and then we can like get into diversion, it's really good. If that's a border control, that's you don't often want that on R&D. And this is something we probably should contest. We think it's a Rashida. One of those is a Rashida. Okay. David, how's it going? It's all right. You can watch the VOD. Wish I could hang out longer, but it's good to see the stream, mate. Cheers. Hopefully you're doing well. All right, let's find a Hermes at least. The game can be over really quickly, right? Like that's the huge issue here. And now this is the problem is like if we face check into Braun and we have no, that's the problem too. It's like, sorry, if we face check into a Hagen, like we have no mutual favor. The only safe thing here we can do is like boomerang into diversion. Here contesting the on-sell is like kind of reasonable. It's a bit too late in the turn. We can always get the Hermes down first. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this is fine too. I just like, this is the problem with Hermes. If I think she's going to score out, I don't want to go here. So I think we will just bravado R&D. If she reses the boarding control, it's kind of fine because she pays 4 credits for it and she doesn't have a lot of money. Rashida will fix this though. Have you seen the Blade of Funhouse B1000 lock decks with Stegadon? Sobek, how's it going? I've heard of them. I haven't actually played too many of them. I actually haven't seen Stegadon do the cool thing that people love it to do. Okay, that's good. We can choose an unres card. We're going to hope that we get the Rashida out. It's a 50-50 here. Now we actually could pinhole the other one, which if it's a Rashida actually buys us a lot of room in the game. So I think we're going to go for that. It's an Anoetic. Okay, so she has Rashida in hand. Anoetic out is good. As much as now Drafter is a problem. Trank Rashida, yeah, I think that's what largely it is. So we want to deal with that. And now she doesn't really have the money to deal with Amakua. So that's a Trank. Okay. Oh, that doesn't work. I think she misclicked. She just wanted to res it. It's a nice one. Big dome, good windows, lots of light. So that doesn't trigger, unfortunately. But now with 2 credits, I don't think she can avoid this to get around this. So there's a Mavirus here. So if we want to get value off of this play, with 2 credits, she can't res the HQ ice unless it's an ablative, which, yeah, it's actually could be an ablative. Have you seen the Cascadia Trank Grid? So pretty. I have. I want to reach out to Eric if he has some cards left over. Yeah, I think we run HQ here, get to 4 strength, then we run the server because we think it's a Rashida. That's how we get back into the game. I don't really want to draw here yet because we don't have Dirty Laundry. There's actually only a Bravado that does this well. Let's try and find a Bravado. Okay, let's go from there. Rip Shibboleth, by the way. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. It's good enough. Seamless. Okay, so now we can run the server. She can only res an ablative and we have clicks left to deal with it. That's why you want to kind of run sooner because if she pulls out something with an ablative, it's really bad. So this is 3. Actually getting Miss Bones down earlier would have been sick because we cannot really afford the Tranquility, and Tranquility is so important. I think we will go for the Tranquility, but like, oh my god, we had this Miss Bones burning an absolute hole in our pocket, so that's really bad on us. Our economy's not that strong because we need a like a Liberated. This deck is not on Fermenter either. I would say I really like the alt art Trank from Cascadia. All the alt arts from Cascadia are really good. Steel skins we might see a bit more later. I think Cat did the op. That one's really nice too. Okay, so now diversion to Boomerang diversion's not particularly great because she'll probably res the ice and then we can't get the money. So I think here we just like click for credits. We'll draw once. We can do career fair into Earthrise Hotel. I feel like just getting the, what's it called? The Sure Gamble is good. She has an incentive here to purge. So like we can go a bit slow. And then like if she pushes out, we can always run R&D and try and get a bounce. Criminal not do well in EMEA regionals. Jimmy, I didn't actually check out the full results, but I don't think so. I think the best criminal that's performing right now is probably Sable. You need more silly band flip like a CTZ deck. I've not been focusing on the rips. I need to focus on the rips. You're right. Okay, with 4 credits. If that's a Hagen, we lose the game. So we don't want to let that happen. You haven't said skateboard trick? This deck has so few skateboard tricks. If CTZ is convinced there's skateboard tricks in here, well, I guess he's allowed to do that. So our plays are like, we can send a diversion so she reses. If she scores out an off-world office, like we have a nice diversion as much as she'll be on around 10 credits at that point. Can't you break Hagen now? Oh yeah, we can actually, because we have 2 breakers. No, you're totally right. So here I think we do miss Bones run the remote server, but like, yeah, click for credits the deck, right? So at least one Shaper Trojan deck in regionals, which is cool. Shaper Trojan's really good. Oh, that's the gatekeeper. Okay. I think letting this fire is like not that bad. Otherwise, for us to break it, yeah, no, we have to let it fire, let's be honest. But now this is a 2 credit break because it's going to be 0 strength. You love the gatekeeper fires. Now she like has to shuffle them back into R&D. So it's just a Project Vitruvius. So like running HQ here is pretty reasonable. I think there's a chance that we'll find something nice. In the remote server, we saw the 1 Rashida. So I think we just like smash into HQ. There's a chance she holds 1 agenda so she can push next turn if it's not in there. But we just want to get Amaku. Yeah, there you go. Good game. She didn't shuffle them all back. But there, just got our money up. Again, I think it's really hard on cell 1 to score behind early. Brown is in such a good spot. On cell, it's a bit harder early. Thanks for the game. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a hard one to deal with. Was hoping to Hermes into something. I couldn't actually score. Yeah, so she spent 2 seamlesses on that, right? So scoring at the off, she needs another seamless there, and now she doesn't have too much money. So if anything's in the remote server besides a Rashida, or a Trank cut also could be kind of bad. That's the rough spot for us. But just hammer centrals. That's good. I think Iqua is a card you have to play around now. If it's a 2 of in every HB deck, you have to learn the text on this. Me too, though. Spare a thought for the corp, big corp. Ice on HQ is mag. Oh, nice, nice. I didn't want to let you res it. Get me some Hermes teeth. Yeah, that's a big thing with Hermes too, is like it changes how your aggression is. I think we saw CTZ be a bit more aggressive, where like he would run HQ and then they would res the ice, and then the Hermes, you know, still has some value, but not on all board states. So that's kind of neat. CTZ is a good player, is using this deck to play his lines as opposed to playing the lines your deck gives you. I wonder if he sticks to the course a bit, you know, more than I do. Thanks for the game, eh? Time to rip. Oh, there's CDZ. How's it going, man? Congrats. Thanks for games. I'll be back in chat. See you there. CDZ, would you change this list since you like played it at Cascadia? Like, what's your thoughts on this list? You were like an old school Leela player back in the day, right? Is this just like the closest to that? Yeah, our economy there was pretty busted. And you see how much like, you know, click to draw we get, but like it is what it is. It's just so slow in that game. Veronica, how's it going? What is the ASA? Iqua project as a first agenda? Yeah, you do not score out the Iqua early. You can't. You definitely can't. I think it's like scoring an Obokata early. It like costs you the game. Unfortunately. Like, no, I'm not saying it costs you that game, but it can easily cost you a game. Spending all your resources on something that doesn't do anything. I think you just hope that you spin doctor it away. Yes, Leela, good. Hey, thanks, you too. Outfit. Okay, outfit's really interesting. Outfit's actually very tricky to deal with. Boomerang goes really far. You need a lock R&D. The big thing though is we cannot let them score out an early Atlas with a counter, so inside job is kind of nice. The problem is like the rest of this hand is not very good. Diversion is not very impactful because they have a 10 credit econ card that they can recover that allows them to get bad publicity. Like that's really bad. But this is also sort of a matchup where relying on Amaku is incredibly difficult because they have like 7 strength ice that is, or 6 strength is trebuchet that like will just absolutely ruin your day. And we can't mutually favor for the Carmen, so the boomerangs go really far. Now we have no card draw and no economy in this hand, so I think we're gonna have to mulligan it, but like if I was braver and knew the deck more, I think you could maybe see this as something to keep. If they score out a hostile early, like then you diversion them, but I don't think they score out a hostile without icing HQ turn 1. That is not much better. I've added the D-res hardware plus leave no trace to trash ice. Whoa. Cool. Super cool. Finding out where Capybara exists in a deck is awesome because it is a very powerful card. It just like slots are really hard in Criminal because again, the click compression isn't there. Makes Hermes even better. Yeah, that's what I found out playing Mercury is like de-resing their ice so you actually can like do something cool with Hermes. That is the coolest thing. Oh, that's very kind. Oh, that's very kind. I know it's a Dennis Rodman reference, but I really like thinking about Christopher Walken and the Weapon of Choice video when I see the worm. That is a really good video. He's like dancing in the lobby. Sable's definitely great versus Acid Corporation. Very good, yeah. I think Sable struggles a bit more against... With 5 credits, what can they res? They can't res anything on 5 credits, right? Hey, Diogene, how's it going, man? It's been a minute. Am I going to see you this weekend? Sable's better before 419. It would be good if Asa continues to pick up. How much does it cost to res a Valenciao? Is it 0? En passant de-res Mercury meta. Valenciao is 5. Okay. Will it give me this without the accent? No, it won't. That's annoying. Because Valenciao is bad. It's a free res and it's a free res. Yeah, okay. So we're not going to face check into Valenciao. So this is where like we just click for credits a lot. Like if they score a hostile, at least we can open up HQ, but this is bad. 5 up front, yeah. Functionally free though, right? Because the subroutine fires and they res it for 3 less, it's 0. Which like, yeah, it seems that's good. I can't wait to see the power of Katurga in that list. Oh, we haven't played it yet. It's a very cool and flexible card. And if you like, it's a nice way to deal with it's a nice way to deal with you know, rig destruction in Anarch if you're worried about that. Surprised you didn't keep the Boomer and Doof hand? I don't think you really want to doof the outfit because they just recover so easily with hostile or too big to fail. But the other hand was better than this hand, that's for sure. But like if we Boomer Doof, they res like a Valenciao or something, like they're in a bad spot. Like we don't even get their money. I don't know. I think it's really hard to rely on Doof in outfit because so much of their ice, yeah. All right, well, if they're on the big deal, at least they're not doing anything. This is where I want Sneak Door betas. But like, how do you play this hand? How do you play this hand? Like install daily class credit. Like this is the criminal. I think that Sable's bad versus Asa. Asa's not really good at icing up centrals, and if they have to ice up centrals, they're not icing up the remote server. Like it slows them down. I actually don't mind that matchup too much. It's a hostile, so now that we can at least bounce R&D. Here we could doof, but I don't think we're gonna. So we'll just get the turtle down. We'll go. My wife is leaving me for a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Oh man. There is a Valenciao to get 5 credits back, and you just take it away. Yeah, but we have to get through the Valenciao. So like, yeah, if it's exactly Valenciao, sometimes it's a boarding control, sometimes it's an Apshar. Like if it's a Valenciao, yeah. They discard one here. So I think we can probably like do Amakua and lean, but like it's hard to go hard on Amakua because I think all the ice in the deck is like 6 strength. And if we steal agendas here, at least we can trash stuff like that. Mindscaping. They're trying to hurt us. They are trying to hurt us. We could get oppoed here. I'm going to click for credit. Nothing like a surprise thing. Looking good. How are you today, Andre? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We were traveling for this weekend, so I haven't like caught up on EMEA. We're going to look at the deck list in a bit and talk about the meta after we play the deck list of the week. And then like the cool thing about Tuesday streams is we can stream for like 4 more hours. So yeah, it's fun. It's the long fun streams. How was the wedding? It was really nice. We went to Toronto. Literally every time we've driven in to see my family, our car breaks down. We were like about to go drive from my family's place to our hotel in Toronto, which we were staying the night. And my dad comes out. He's like, you know, there's something leaking on the driveway. That's not water. And it turns out, yeah, our car was in no shape to drive. So like my dad was a hero. He like put it up on blocks really quickly. He knows what he's doing. And then he just like, take my car, go into the wedding. And then by the time he came back, he had taken it into Canadian Tire. He had diagnosed it. He had repaired it and everything. But we were really worried we'd be stuck in, not that's like stuck is a bad connotation, but like this might be a snare. I don't know what else this would be. But yeah, every time we've gone into it, it's like 3 out of the last 4 times our car has broken down. It's a Tucana. Okay. Well, that goes down for free. Behold. Yeah, Behold would have been good. Can't slot FO. Work for warm hours. Everything is 6 strength. Time to bring in admin. Yo, Nemo, how's it going? For what it's worth, Null Signal Games has been really good at distributing strengths. Okay, that's the only way that this is playable. I like Career Fair much more than the average bear. Just slowly chugging along. Number 1, Dad. Tell me about it. Deer is writing that Sable was the better Crims. Also shout out to Deer for bringing AOT and placing 6th. I do think I would sooner play Sable than 419. Just because, like, watch me be upset about 419 not doing anything. Yeah, I don't know. Funny that you mentioned admin. I think an old admin leech list might be pretty darn good in the meta right now. I think it's a bit hard. Not that there's a lot of AI punishment anymore, but there's a lot of virus, so you can't rely on leech that much. That being said, I do think admin is like a very, very powerful card that we've seen almost none of. But like looking at ASA decks, right? Like the HB decks, the strengths are very, very different. You have some on 3s, you have some 1s, you have a 6 suddenly, you have Hagen, which changes. It's like, it is actually kind of difficult to get admin down. But I think admin is a sort of like nut that no one has spent the time to crack at any time soon. The consensus in QTM is that Sable is the best Crim ID right now. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. On that note, Izzy, I've been really enjoying the QTM. The last episode, again, I'm not finished yet. I only started it yesterday, but like talking about how testing groups test stuff and like, you know, the fundamental, and they seem like quite structured processes. I think it's absolutely fascinating. Really well done. Our own list did run admin for 6 against Outfit. I'm jinxed. There's some really good cards against Outfit. Like the Anarch decks, if they can run Noom, it's one of the best breakers against this list, right? It's so good. They oppoed us. Oh, they put the Tucana out to oppo us. Yeah. Cool. I think we just click for credit, right? Like they're not doing anything. We don't do anything. If they don't run, they don't get bad publicity. So eventually they flood up. I've been playing Patty Sable. It's quite fun. I forget who exactly Patty is in the Snare Bears, but it's not the name that they're known for. Is it published? So how's it going? What's up? It's a good day. Got to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! My girlfriend just dumped her husband for me. I think we're copy pasting. Okay, cool. All right, this is where we, I guess, boomerang run this. The Valen Chow is totally fine to get through. Yeah, they have to push out eventually. Like, there might be a snare or behold. If that's the case, like, not much we can do about it. It's Rotom, okay. I missed the first hour. What are we playing today? Hopefully some Matea. I'm not exactly sure. I think we will boomerang this to shuffle. I don't think the bottom of our deck is that, like, good or bad. Otherwise, we could pay 1 credit with bad pub. If they crack this here, it's really bad. Understanding it's here. Okay, Tucana. We have to trash that. And now here we can probably draw 1 and then just click for credits. We want to get our filter draw credit. But like, yeah, ugly spot for both of us. If they put a second ice here, we're in a really bad spot. The Patty thing mystifies me as well. Would have played it in Tau if it had been more than 10 minutes to submit the list. Hedge fund, too big to fail. Okay, they're on 2 bad publicity on 20 credits. Again, this is why I don't love diversion. Archives, we don't know what it is. We've seen 2 Tucanas, 1 spin so far, but I just like, we can't face check into the ice. Like, we can't. Like, we don't have a killer. We can't do it. So like, we can run archives here to maybe see if we can get our Amaku up to strength. Oh, there's a red cap in there. Okay, so we're still underneath threat 3. I wonder what they were doing with that. We can open up R&D. Hold on. We're doing a kickflip. We're embracing the inner CTZ. We're embracing. We are going so hard. Maker's Eye win the game. Oh, no. Oh, what are you going to recur? Can't run last click. Can't run last click. I know. Okay. They're going to flood up. That's how we're going to win. Rotom Appliance, Patrick, Patty Cakes. Very serious individual, obviously. Yo, Eric, how's it going? Catching this. Hooray for stream midday. Yeah, we're thinking we might be able to do this Tuesday thing regularly, which is great. There you go, buddy. See? Yo, ZDZ, would you run last click there? I feel like you might have. Okay, we need an inside job here. Because if they score an Alice with the counter, we still lose. Spirit of CTZ lives on. They need to install advance, because just an install, I don't think we care about. Install advance, yeah, then we're sweating. Can we afford another classic? I don't think we can. And again, we just can't face checks. We still cannot face check. The Kurapira is like pretty reasonable if they're running. I think some of the outfit decks are like running envelopment, just like hard playing envelopment, which are like, okay, yeah, that's cool. It makes sense. I think we can just run archives a bunch and just like bring this up to strength. Like, right. Like maybe again, they might big deal here. They're a bit tight on credits and we're just going to throw out a diversion. It's like, whatever. Jeff tries not to get fired at work while watching Netrunner challenge level impossible. Yo, how's it going, man? All right, we got to bounce something. Now, a big thing about bouncing is it lets them reposition their ice. They scored at the hostile, though. So, like, the Hermes there, we're just making them play. Is Netrunner illegal in most workspaces? I don't know. The last place I worked, double monitor, like, lifestyle was pretty good. Let's just draw again. Click for credit lifestyle. Okay, we have a makers. We have our one of Carmen, though. There's some security in that I value, but I also kind of value the inner CTZ, which is like smash a maker's eye with an Amaku at 6. I'm going to play with the inner CTZ. There are 2 wolves inside all of us. One of them smashes maker's eye on last click. This is the way, Jeff. Paul, how's it going? What are you going to do, purge? They might actually, that's fine. That's totally fine. First in Swiss, Cascadia wasn't tier 1 for Arisana. About EACC, I finally got super hyped about Arisana. I think some solid lists really came together for this tournament, possibly crawling up in tier 1. I think Jeff had such a meta impact, and you saw at EMEA, like Op and Arisana skyrocketed. Like, I don't know if that's just the Jeff effect or not, or people, you know, just took time for testing, but I'd like to say it's the Jeff effect. I was thinking about playing in development outside of Op is people forgetting you're playing outside Op and not letting the trash sub fire. Oh, have people done that? Oh no. I also wonder if you can get some people out who are like not expecting it, who are playing Banhar. No makers? No, we can't do a last click. We want to do it when they push the remote server so we get a bounce anyways. Any reason not to set 419 to automatic? Ben, you definitely can. I don't like to because I spend so much time looking at a slightly different monitor that I often forget that the corporation has done it. So it forces me to pay attention to my triggers. That's the only reason. But mechanically, no. If you're on top of reading the chat log, this purge here I don't like. Unless they throw in an agenda here and then force us to get it. Because, like, yeah, they purge, but we just do this. Okay, now we're on Oppo. So we just need to win. Okay. So the play here, I found it hilarious how many people submitted my list. I think your Arisana list is so much harder to play than Solomir's. Kickflips. We could go for kickflips. We could just go for kickflips. Throwing this out, right? Like this is so much because they want to spend 7 for Oppo research, which means we have to clear the tags. Floating a single tag will cost us the game. So technically the maker's eye send at R&D is the winning line sometimes, sort of. But the better thing to do is just click for 3 credits. Just makers and legwork and win. I don't want to die to, because like if we can't clear all the tags, we die to mind skipping end of the line. We can't do it. Some type of rip type of device. Sorry to let y'all down. They're flooded. Bravado for them credits. You have to bravado into ice though. I don't want to bravado into ice because we'll get trebuchet. Now they'll oppo us with a fork, right? Right? Yeah, there you go. That's fine. Arsana is definitely the hardest possible way to build that deck. My Arsana, yeah, it is really hard. I played Solomir's and I go back to play yours. I'm like, it's way more difficult. I'll just go to play all my easy money. All right. Okay, go. You can score out. We'll bounce R&D. We'll make your side. Then we'll win. Living as a coward instead of dying a hero. SMH my head. Chunky, how's it going? I have a pact to not die to Oppo research. It is the most important play pattern that you can learn. They're clearly also flooded to the gills if they're throwing out agendas. Maybe it's to turn on Oppo. I think that's reasonable. But there's a chance that they don't have the combo pieces. This is a good ice. This is what they should have done instead of purging. That being said, they got Oppo'd. Yawn? Okay. Yawn. Yeah, now we're in a really, really bad spot because we have our breaker on the bottom of the deck that we need. We did this to ourselves. If they score an Atlas with 1 counter, pretty bad. 2 counters, okay, kind of bad. But 2 Oppos are out. 3 Oppos are out. Literally, the only thing we can do is lose to ice. This is not great. It's okay, though. If only had makers to R&D. I wonder if we would have won. You did not rip? I know I didn't rip. The crowd really turning a long time perma babyface Andre here. You do hate to see it. What ice do we want them to move? Spend a click on archives. Come on. You should have trusted wolf number 2. I think that's a big learning. Is that wolf number 2 maybe? I have trust issues. Okay, we'll embrace wolf number 2. We're 1 Atlas behind with a counter. Like we lose in 2 turns. Wolf number 2. 3 bad pub. Yeah, pay me money. Fuck. All right, they did it. Okay, here I think we can start to send it, right? Like if they trash the Amakua, okay. But as soon as we give them 4 bad publicity, they can actually close the game out. I think it's in our best interest to, hey, correct me if you've heard this one, do nothing. We need to find a boomerang. That's like kind of a boomerang. All right, we can deal with border controls. Trust issues is good for playing Netrunner? Yo, you played Hushik for like 1 week. Look at 6, see nothing. You don't play Hushik anymore. Is it a bad card? No. You're a bad shuffle. KD list felt rough at the edges, but test running Pantograph's list just flows. Oh, there's a Pantograph Arasana, yeah. I'm very surprised to see it. Don't listen to him. He's trying to put you on the path of righteousness. I'm trying to put you on the path that rocks. Now their money has like slightly inwardly collapsed. The problem is on 3 bad publicity, they can't. Regulatory capture is a 3-2, which is like pretty difficult. I don't know if with this influence, they're definitely not on a big deal. So they have to like play Audacity to win, or like win in the remote server, which like if they res this ice, they probably can't res this ice. And then we can like do one of these two. That makes sense. A Lost in Style did a deep dive Pantograph Insta Wheels, Install Wheels, second deep dive play at EMEA. Honestly, honored to be part of it. Johnny, how's it going? I think there's some like real big, especially if you get Peacha Sean there, huge blowouts, that sort of stuff. Hushik C6, always 0 agendas. Deep dive C8s, always 3 agendas. Wolf number 2 is a sick deck name idea. It's all just like a multi-axis. We haven't seen any Katurgas. Not that we would Katurga on this board, but like, yeah. Hell yeah, Emperor's New Groove. Drew, how's it going? I don't think I've seen that one. I definitely haven't seen that one, actually. Even if you don't trust the wolf, you can definitely trust us. It's like, so I have, you know, some healthy amount, let's say that, of pride, where like I don't like to, like I need to embrace the fact that it's content every once in a while. We just have to do the wrong play, because when it works, oh, it doesn't work. That's a bit expensive. Maybe they're doing this to get another too big to fail up. That would probably be the most important thing for them to do this turn. Because then also they'd have money, and that's a problem for us. Okay, so here we're going to diverge Bravado archives, see how that goes. Yeah, they pulled it too big to fail. Okay, now they have 18 credits and bad publicity is at all-time high. So we can no longer tax them out. Cheeky Stream Jossie, how's it going? Yeah, we think we might be doing this on a more regular basis on Tuesdays. I think, you know, shout outs to folks like you, Patreon supporters that allow this to be a possibility in my life. So thank you. I rewatched it fairly recently with a friend and totally held up. I've seen very, very little Disney. My folks, I don't know. I feel like there was maybe some anti-American sentiment in some of the like the core essential Americana. There's a Patreon. You betcha, Métropole Grid. We're on Patreon. We've been on Patreon for almost a year now, and like the support has been absolutely astounding. It's like the only way that I can put this much time into Netrunner content, and like absolute dream. So thank you to everyone. Nice, sounds good. Hey. Should put that on your Twitch page? Oh shit, you're right. It's not even on the Twitch page, Solomon. It's on YouTube. It's not on Twitch. You're very right. That should be a link. I don't plug it enough. I don't. Okay, so we're gonna get blown out by something. So I'm gonna have to run our archive. So we're just gonna force them to res everything. We're gonna lose all our breakers. It's gonna be fun. Well, here we go. They have more money than us. So yeah, they barely have enough money that they res a Valenchow. But now at 4 bad publicity, they can go to, like, it doesn't matter. They win in 2 turns. Open up the plug bag. I have exactly 1 Patreon sub, and it's this one, Paul. Thank you. Ooh, Mads. Appreciate it, Paul. You can plug your Patreon more if you make more video content. Yeah, that's a big thing, is we haven't been big on video content this last month because it's mostly been like Continentals and stuff like that. And then obviously the Nationals. But I'm hoping that like as of next month, after this weekend, we'll have regular content up. And or more regular streaming, which is like not exactly regular video content, but you know what I mean? Oh, it's a Valenchow. Okay, so they are going to be able to end the run here. Okay, so now there's still an 18 credits. Fucking hell. How does that happen? I think we inside job R&D. I think they res this regardless. While there might be an agenda in archives, they res this regardless. They have enough to big deal. I don't think they are on big deal, considering we've seen like Mindscapings, Oppos, Spin Doctors, right? Like there's almost no way. Almost no way. Like this might be closer to the Trojan horse lists. No, actually not even. Sam Andre is my only Patreon payment. Thank you. It should also be in the YouTube description of the stream. It usually is, Ben. It's just the YouTube description of the streams aren't set up until after the stream is up. Because I write it in after. But I probably should just have copy pasted content in there. Now, if this hits a thing, an agenda, envelopment. Okay, so they are on envelopment. I do think we maybe lose here. I also want to make stuff, but it's hard to find the time with all the Netrunner. Yeah, Sangren's doing like so much Netrunner stuff. It's like every damn weekend is Netrunner, and then like OP stuff is Netrunner. Like it's yeah, it is obviously hard, and things like Patreon are the only way that I can make this possible. All right, we're gonna lose our Amakua probably, maybe our Kurapira honestly, because this thing actually abstractly already threatens border control. Question about Valenciao. Does unspent bad pub count as the last sub? It does, because it is your money. Just watch out. The run that Valenciao is rezzed, you have the bad publicity, but it's not translated into credits. So you won't have it. I think actually trashing the Kurapira here is probably a bit more powerful. We can afford to pay 5. We're probably going to lose this money anyways on this ice. Like, we're probably going to end the run. So this actually was like free, because we have Link plus 6. This is one of the very few traces in the game. Bad pub is money directly added to your credit pool temporarily. Oh, it's a Meganet. Nice. Okay, so our Shibboleth deals with that for very much a lot of money, yes. Okay. So we lose in 2 turns. We need to find our breaker immediately. Katurga doesn't do it, right? Katurga doesn't do nothing. Inside job, Katurga. Mind you, now we go through Valenciao. Like, Valenciao is an open server. Like, that is, you know, kind of the interesting thing we got going. I think they are flooded. They win in 2 turns, so like we just have to keep that in mind. I think the diversion is not as good as that, and then we'll just end our turn. Yeah, bad pub is real credit. Just again, watch out. When they res the Valenciao, that money does not go into your pool as much as you technically do have the bad pub. It's just you get the bad pub is translated to temporary credits for the run that are in your credit pool. They work no different than anything else besides they will disappear at the run if they haven't spent. But what was I gonna say? Yeah. You only get that money at the beginning of the run. So if you ever get bad publicity during the run, it's useless. Looking forward to seeing you produce content for the tourney. You're hosting, you mentioned previously. I'm worried that like, I'm super excited to do that stuff. I'm worried that stuff is going to take so long because, mind you, shout out to the Neon Static folk. They're doing something like that. The way that I do it like they do it. They have a rig so they can do it live. It's going to take me a really, really long time to put that content out. So yeah, excited to see it, but I'm worried that I'm going to be in the tank for like months and it will cost JNet stuff. Okay, we can definitely run this. I'm especially curious about what the 2-for-1 landscape was like this season. Yeah, I agree with Izzy. I want to see what the 2-for-1 landscape looks like as a recap on Continentals, because I think it's really bad. I said this earlier. I think it's really, really quite bad. Hasn't come up for me in the game, but I wasn't sure. Yeah. Okay, so thinking. So our lines are top of R&D unknown, envelopment in hand, 1 unknown in archives. We don't know what this ice is. If it's a Valenciao, we're fine. If it's just about anything else, though, Magnet's not good. Envelopment we can maybe deal with. We can also consider running this first to force the ice reses here. We would end up maybe losing our Kurapira if we find another Trebuchet, and that's obviously not good. They would have to pay 4 credits for that privilege. I think if that's the case, we should go R&D first here, because we can also maybe get a bounce. Crush 2-for-1s with SSS. That's the plan. Amusingly, I got the 2-for-1 stats before ID stats. I think the 2-for-1 stats are going to be worse. I wonder if folks are more comfortable 2-for-1ing because with SSS as a potential option, it feels more like a protest. I don't know how quickly I'd protest if my like tournament results are on the line. But yeah. It could be a protest, yeah. Oh, no, not at all. Sorry. Just saw someone leave the game. I think 2-for-1s are much more annoying than IDs. I don't care about fixing IDs. I care about 2-for-1s. Yes, if I could fix 2-for-1s, like if I had to fix one problem with double-sided Swiss, I'd rather fix 2-for-1s over IDs. I think, to me, they're the worst. They're both not great, but like, I think one is a bit uglier than the other. I mean, identity-based statistics like winningest corp/runner. Oh, it's a Valenciao. Okay, so this actually does not end the run. We can Maker's Eye through this. So the subs on this fire. So we lose bad publicity. It's weird how this ice scales up, and we get through the bullet because we still have 18 credits to 12. A Meganet. Okay. So we don't lose here. We can still run this. I think we're gonna lose our Kurapira here, and then at that point we can always like Katurga to get it back. So I think it's fine. I think we can afford to run this. We could also draw once for like a bravado career fair. I think we can do that kind of game now. That'd do. There's a chance that Earthrise is better. I just don't want to keep our money. I want to keep our money up considering we have to get through, what's it called? Through Valencia. Understand 2 for 1. What is ID? So when you sit down against your opponent, you can do something called an intentional draw, which you basically call a judge over, and you both agreed that you win one side each. So you go 3-3. So nobody can get swept. Sungren explains it really well when it comes to what's it called? The last podcast he was on with Null Signal Games. He explains like all the artifacts of double-sided versus single-sided. 8-bet pub, yeah. We're gonna jack out there. We didn't want to beat that because we can't get through the border control. Here, I think we're just gonna draw one. Legwork seems pretty unapproachable. Miss Bones is a bit worse. Do you ever want to store deck performance in the field? See Santa's APAC Oshiko that lost 3 games in Swiss and no wins? Yeah. Oh, that's very good. That is very good. Oh, shit. We rezzed everything. That's fine. They have 1 click here. So we can definitely see 3 and CTZ it, but I think they're flooded, right? Like there's 17 cards in R&D. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you'd assume there's a couple in HQ here. This is how we lose. We lose to this ice. I think that's either the envelopment or the magnet. We don't actually know. Oh, it's a border control. Okay. So border control also eats the Maker's Eye really bad. I feel like if we went for the Maker's Eye, we had a chance here. We could make our eye still. Unfortunately, not anymore because they'll just border control it. So we need to Katurga through archives, which I think is worth doing anyways because there might be agendas in there. But I think they can throw out their combo pieces. I'm going to Katurga archives. They only have 5 credits. Draw click 1 and then do something. I want to do this. I don't know what we're drawing into, right? Like we just can't deal with this. That's an intimidating list. So here, if we get down our Crew Repair, we can at least attack R&D. Okay, end of line. So they threw out their kill combo. So we can do Cure Pure. We can just run R&D for a single. If they border control us, we'll come back. And then we'll Maker's Eye. We need them to border control us here. Draw for Shib and Legwork. Yeah, but then we can't get through Trebuchet, right? Like they just trash our Shibboleth. Like Trebuchet into Magnet, we can't deal with. I need to break both of them. We have bad publicity, but technically their money matters. We don't want it. We can spend 1 to deny them too. We need them to border control here so we can Maker's Eye. Boomerang into Legwork. Boomerang into Legwork is the line. Yeah, that is one line that we could win off of. That's true. We could also have. Oh, there's none in the bin. Since the network gains them at the start of the run, balance sheet looks at the bad pub credits. Yeah, it considers them. They're in your credit pool. Oh, whoa! Sorry. That was a misclick. This sucks because technically, like, we saw the draw. Because you saw how that happened. But we needed them to pop the border control here. Let's go. Got him. There's a chance this wins. There is a very small chance this wins. SSS is like the cleanest solution? Yeah, it's good. No? Oh, that's a bad draw. I'm talking about Audacity is so bad for us. That's a game. Judge Jacob, how's it going? Yeah, that's really bad on JNet. The draw button is where the interaction button is. Good game. I think, yeah, we probably should have gone HQ. We knew that they were flooded. The red cap for style. So we'd have to draw into a boarding control or to a boomerang. I don't think we had it there. But we probably should have just trusted Wolf too. Good game. I wouldn't say that. You played that well. Can't 2 for 1 if there's only 1 game. Nah, just play until 3.5 agenda points. Whoever doesn't get 3.5 concedes. She's on res card to bounce. Yeah, this is some of the issues with this deck. Like, I think this deck doesn't have the best matchup spread. Like, it's just really hard to rely on Amaku and then a one of killer that is, you know, somewhere in your deck. And we did bottom it, mind you. We did say you're a killer and bottomed it. We took the Maker's Eye instead. Maybe that's wrong, obviously, but like, because this remote server was reasonable. Definitely should have laser focused on landing the multi-axis. Yeah, maybe. It might have cost us though. Like if we can't clear if we could only clear what is it? A couple of the tags. If we could float 1 tag, we die. Now the thing was like whether or not they played economic warfare, because I think that was the only thing that we had to play around. Because our math was pretty good. Our money was okay. Yeah. The using the spins was pretty cool. Having respect your tag stuff. There's some hard to quantify factors that make me really like double over single. The subjective things are really hard to incorporate into decision making. Yeah, there's obviously upsides to both, but like, I don't know. I'm a huge SSS person. I'm not gonna mention a 2-for-1 ID option that Ian cooked up for single-sided Swiss. Oh no, Wolf 2 is undefeated. Usually discarding playing up early is okay. Oh yeah. You're hoping to spin them back. 1 for 2. Should have sent it when you had the chance. In hindsight, it's gonna look like that, isn't it? But yeah, Wolf number 2 is always correct. So yeah, I agree with it. Thanks to the game, eh? All right, let's look at some standings. We'll play some more Netrunner. Just play 2 games on the old cut rules. First one to 8 agenda points wins. I never played in Netrunner. There used to be like really weird, what's it called? Rules where like your points actually mattered. So like there is a world championship on, I think on Team Covenant, where like the first person to score 1.1. And so you saw someone just like everyone shuffled up, mulliganed, all that sort of stuff, scored at hostile from hand, won the game. Like it's really, really goofy. Is Canet's SSS? Yeah, it is. 40 minutes. How long are rounds? 40 minutes. Which like, you know, we might be there late. Like we might go to 7 or to, I think it's somewhere between 7 and 9 o'clock is based off of 8 to 10 rounds. But I'm pretty sure that math is going to be like a bit off because firstly, first time running it, but more importantly, there is a more downtime between single-sided Swiss. So like those numbers will be, I'll be happy if we hit them. It is this weekend. Yeah. So we're going to go through some news right now. But one of the big news is this weekend, Canadian Nationals. We put up a video just the other day talking about like some basic stuff. Hey, you coming down to Montreal? These are some cool stuff to see, some questions about the event. I have a pinned map here. I will be updating it with some additional information, but there's a pinned map here. So if you want to open this up and have this, if you're coming down, it has all the stuff marked. So like where the parking is, where the event is, all this sort of stuff, and then some things to see in the city. I'm going to update this a bit more the closer we get to with food recommendations, especially stuff that's further away, so that if you're there Saturday night, Sunday night, whatever, you can get some nicer stuff. But yeah, it's like worth noting to some extent, like this I probably should have said in the video. If you're coming to Canets, so Canets, the Silver Goblin is, where are we? We're here. It's here. This part of Montreal. So, okay. This part of Montreal from here to here is like just downtown Montreal, which is no different than the downtown of any major city. So like shopping malls, tall buildings, banks, whatever. If you want to enjoy Montreal after the event, you kind of don't want to go here. This part is the village, which is actually quite nice. It's quite cool. Around Barrie UQAM, it gets a bit sketch for a block, but it's really nice down if you go further. But the big thing is like the part of Montreal that people like really romanticize. You kind of want to go north. So if you want to go up here on Saint Laurent, this is like the Plateau. This is Mile End. This is like the trendy hipster area with a lot of like walkable streets. Specifically, where is it? Rosemont here is closed down. So it's all just walking traffic in the summer. Is this Rosemont? I think that's Rosemont, yeah. This is like the beautiful part of Montreal that's like very cultural, very trendy, very hip. This is the part that you kind of want to go to. So if you come to Montreal and you just hang out down like downtown, you'd be like, I don't get it. Yeah, it's just like any other downtown in any other city. But this is the part that like why people swear Montreal is the best city in the world. So try and go north if you can. Wish I could go. Yeah, Kat. Sorry to hear that you can't make it. Hopefully we'll do another one at some point in the future. That's Montreal, but also yes. Saint Joe, so that's Montreal. Yeah, very, very nice area. Hey, Ken, how's it going? How you doing? How about you do old cut rules, but instead of the agenda point rule, you have an audience choice point, like in Survivor? I think if we have like, you know, you can phone in. Do you have a sense of whether the turnout's going to be? Thomas, I saw you ask that question on YouTube. I haven't responded yet. I don't have a full sense of what the turnout's going to be. I'm pretty sure we're going to hit the 33 player mark to get to the 10 rounds, I think is what it is. Worth asking. I don't know, Jeff, if you're still here or anyone from OP. It recommends me to do 33 rounds top 4. Am I allowed to do top 8 if I want to, or like consensus to the players, or do I have to stick to those rules? Because I know I have to stick to the prize distribution rules when it comes to the sanctioned events, at least. So I can't mess around with it too much. But I think it's going to be more than that. I know there's a bunch of people not registered that don't have tickets yet, and some people are going to be pretty late deciding at the last minute. But it's going to be the biggest event in Canada this year by a pretty big margin, I'm sure. In-person event, of course, which is sick. I absolutely love SSS in big tournaments. It means I get to play more different people. Yeah, that's my big thing. You're allowed to modify the format structure a bit. Okay, cool. So I'll ask before we start the event whether we want to do top 4 or top 8, because again, if you want to play startup and you make the top 8, it's a bit harder. I'm hearing things went smoothly at Cascadia, so definitely worth checking in with those folks about the minutia of their round structure. Yeah, I asked Jeff a bit about it off stream, about like slip submission, all that sort of stuff. If you swear your participants to secrecy and DQ snitches, you can use any strategy you want. Honestly, got laid off my job last week, so I'm thinking taking things in stride at the moment. Ken, sorry to hear that. Hopefully things are going all right. Yeah, sorry, man. Any confirmed Ampere Nova players? Got to get the pin? No, but decklist submissions are not required until 45 minutes before the event. So I think we'll definitely see at least one because those pins are actually really nice. If no one gets the pins, do I get the pins? Does my partner get the pins? Hard to say. One option is top 4 with 1 round of tiebreakers. I don't think tiebreakers exist anymore in Null Signal Games OP policy. And confirm pins are nice. They are really good. The pin is a lot easier to get now that you're competing with Adam. Not only are you not competing with Adam, we also have the boosted kit, so there's 2 pins for each faction. So like, yeah, good luck getting the HP or like the Shaper one, I guess. Anarch one's probably really hard too. Wayland's also pretty hard. But like, yeah, 2 Nova players at the same event. Okay. All right, let's talk about some Continentals. This is this weekend, mind you. It's all streamed up on twitch.tv/nullsignalgames. It is not up on YouTube yet, but the folks at Null Signal Games, I think this is Jeff, have been uploading the content pretty quickly over to the other channel. So it'll just be a matter of time before it's here if you want to subscribe to this. Otherwise, turnout. Yeah. Can we find this on the Cobra? I think the Cobra's a bit nicer. I don't think we're going to spend too long talking about this. I just want to look at a couple of the top deck lists because I think this is going to have an impact on what you're going to see at Canadian Nationals for sure. But the outfit, very, very popular. Makes sense. It's like just an endearing deck list. It's an endearing kind of, you know, wailing personality, and it's a pretty good and flexible list. I think this is, I'm going to call the Jeff effect, but there's just like so many people swapping to Arson and Op. I think Op, for a lot of people, they found it to be really intimidating to play, and I think the deck has like a lot of player expression and high skill cap, but like very, very excited to see that much Op at any event, let alone this huge event. This is 165 players or 35 players, excuse me, I think. What is it? I know a lot of folks drop, so the number there is not as big as it might look. It's this one, right? How many players? Oh, I have to close this. How do you close this? There we go. 145 players, though a lot of drops. So that's really, really cool. Hoshiko, no surprise. Sable seeing more play than 419. I think that's what a lot of people are slowly agreeing on, that 419 might not be the best criminal. Economic denial is okay, but you just don't have that sort of click compression, that sort of pressure that, you know, you kind of want. So I'm excited to see more Sable. Gosh, I kind of want to go. Maybe there's a world if folks lend me decks. D, if you need to borrow decks to come to CanNets, you just hit me up. I'll sleeve you something up. I think Arasana is also a great meta call if you expect a lot of outfit. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup for sure. Like Arasana has access to Clot that the outfit can deal with. You can face check into a lot of the ice and do reasonably well, right? Like Slap Vandal deals with everything on 6 strength pretty well. You're not too weak to some of the like rig destruction builds as much as like 7 strength stop, because if those start to show up are kind of cool, but you can deal with big deal well. In the late game with a lot of bad publicity, you can deliver the conduit and get a late game lock, which is actually really cool as well. So yeah, very, very interesting that this works out. This is the sort of 2 decks that I thought would do really well in Continental season. I think we finally saw ASA like rise to the top. There's a bunch of ASA groups at the top. Even PD did really well, which is really interesting. I'm way hotter in ASA group than PD because I feel like ASA group has a functional economy and works with a bunch of the new cards better. But I think that's the big thing right now is like people are slowly swung back to like, hey, Anoetic Void is still good. Pinhole threading is at an all-time low. So building that Adrian Seiss or Anoetic Void Managarm remote server, it holds. And then you're noticing like there's a bunch of ice I think right now is underplayed in the meta that people just can't deal with relatively well. Like nobody deals with Braun well. I don't know why Braun is not more than one of in most of these ASA decks or PD decks, because literally no one deals with this well. And having Braun into an Anoetic Managarm is just a very, very hard thing to deal with on tempo for any deck. It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, that's kind of really cool to see this make sense. I don't think we're exactly there yet. I'm wondering if Eli's a bit better than it looks, but right now the HB barrier slot is like so taxed to the gills because Hagen is so good in the meta right now. The fact that it deals with Amakuas, Fermenters, Botulisks, all that stuff, Arasana struggles to deal with this. And then of course a Blade of Barrier to show up in the late is very, very powerful as well. Also now the fact that they're running a 2-coster makes the math. Like so often when an HB deck has 2 credits, I run HQ and I think they can't res. And then if they res the Blade of Barrier, it's really nice that they have something at that cost, let alone Tattoo Bola as well on 2 costs is pretty good. PD has your daily life, which is cool. Yeah, it's good. It's definitely cool, but I don't think it's anywhere near a fully operational level. I enjoyed the parallel between Sokka winning Worlds with a PD like WinCon out of sports and then winning Continentals with a PD like WinCon out of ASA. Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. It's always like the slightly different HB and it kind of bend it to what like makes sense for you, which is really cool. Looking at the standings, top 16, again, that's huge. Such a very, very competitive field. And there's no more tiebreakers. So there's actually like a lot of players that were at 30 points that just didn't make it, unfortunately, because strength of schedule, which is not something you entirely have control over. I guess you sort of do, but not exactly. So yeah, that's a bummer. But a lot of these players did very, very well. That's a very, very strong field. A lot of 30s, very, very narrow cut there. Like only 3 people that are above 30 is wild. Shout outs to those folks. And so we got a top cut here. Looking at the top cut, actually very, very good. A lot of different things represented here. We see Sable 419. In terms of shaper, Arasana, we have a lat there. Yeah, 2 lats, Watslov and Veronica. Anarchs is entirely Hoshiko and then a Freedom. Again, not too surprised about that. And then you get to see every single faction. I do believe a lot of the QTM folks are on Ag and Fusion, so that is doing really well. That's the only Jinteki representation. We still haven't seen anyone play PE to any sort of competitive level. Atea, whether that's Fast Advance 2, Sokka pulled off Atea. Sokka tried 2 Ateas throughout the last 2 Continentals, lining up on Asa. And then you see PD, Asa, a lot of the HBs. Architects of Tomorrow came in 6th place as well. I think that's the same as last Continentals or 2020 Continentals. I think D says in the write-up, but really, really cool. And then you have Outfit Op. This is actually a really varied meta. Like, I think things might be different between now and Worlds. I think we're going to see an SPL update, whether it's just like nothing to change. This is actually a very varied top cut, which is super, super cool to see. Top 16 helps. If you cut it down to top 8, even the top 8 is varied enough, where I think you see just about everything, a minimum of everything. I guess Jinteki barely scrapes in. Well, it doesn't make it if you hit to top 16, which is great. Yeah, we'll play some AOT today, Architects tomorrow, because D posted it. I also really like hushing their ice preemptively, which slows them down. Oh yeah, and Arasana hushing their ice so they don't get bad publicity. I tuned in for a stream for a second, and I think someone hushed and they rezzed an archer, which I think is hilarious. But yeah, I still think you generally preemptively hush stuff. Hoshiko's around 30% of the field, unlike 70% for before TAI. Yeah, and I think a big part is people are realizing the other decks do make some amount of sense. I think Hoshiko is probably the shortest and most direct path to the most consistent and flexible deck. So I do think maybe if you want to talk about SPL balance changes, like I think Hoshiko is not exactly in the perfect spot because I do think, right, I don't know. At least Hoshiko is interesting to play, but I do think Hoshiko is still the most straightforward option and just kind of a absolute fire hose of value. Maybe you can worry about that, but otherwise that's really, really cool. I love the meta. So many different decks that play very differently, not just the same win count out of different colors. Yeah, that's huge too. I think the Ag and Fusion decks are mostly like healing versions. I think Nichan posted a list with a very, very good title, which is really funny. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm a huge fan of this. Hey, Flip, I stole a bacterial programming and felt so bad with your digital life the next turn. I have died on turn 1 or turn 2 to that, right? Like you steal bacterial, they draw 7, your digital life, what's it called? Punitive. Like sometimes you just lose. It's rough. But yeah, that's a really cool combination. I enjoyed the parallel between, sorry about that. The play pattern just feels so much better to play ice without bin breakers. Yes, the ice is very, very, very reasonable. Like the fact that you have to spend a click preemptively installing your breaker and like you're paying 5 credits to get through your first ping and you have to clear a tag. Like as a corporation, you feel so much better that you actually have that sort of like, you know, swing. As much as we're not seeing too much Reality Plus. Reality Plus barely made the cut. Captain Ice, they played R Plus and Sable. I wonder what kind of list that is. But we're actually seeing Asmaris, which is really cool as well. That kind of came back. That's the most entertaining meta for a long time. Yeah, this is really cool. I can upload my replays. I think people would appreciate that. I think anytime replays are up on an DB deck list, people like it. Each runner faction and 3 corps getting to the cut with multiple IDs is fascinating. I've had a bloop hushed. Pretty funny. But the SSO Industries was me, Andre. You know you had a role in it. I won't say any more. How did SSO do? Hey, not too bad. SSO is actually like in an interesting spot. The sort of like SSO Neurospike list, the punitive Neurospike forks. You're going to see that in Jinteki as well. I think that's a list that not a lot of people have put enough time into to refine because I don't know. I don't know if it's the most direct path, but I think there's enough exciting things that like it's going to be a thing that people explore at some point in time. I think those lists are kind of harder to play, but they're cool. I think we're in a corp meta at the moment. So buffing something non-Anarch runner side would be better than hitting Hoshiko. There might not be any options though to take off the list. I'm interested to know, again, the win rate between open deck list, top cut, and Swiss is always a bit different. I'm assuming corporations are a bit more favored. I feel like corporations now, because again, breakers have slowed down a bit. Economy is still pretty good on the runner side, but corporations have a lot more flexible ways to change the board state to like attack the runner. I wouldn't be surprised if corp is a bit advantaged. I do feel more often now playing runner. And again, I've been playing a lot of Mercury, so this kind of paints the picture. I felt like I'm a bit behind, where I'm always trying to get lucky. And unless I'm in a really good control spot where like I am in control, the money's flowing, the corporation's on the back foot, I think corporations have a lot of really good ways to push forward. So yeah, I think people generally like it when the meta is at least slightly corp favored, because it kind of lines up with their, sort of narrative of how the game should work. Maybe they give us Lamb back. I think there's a possibility that Lamb could come back. I think there are some cards that could be unbanned, and Lamb is probably one of the easier candidates. Uploaded a few that weren't on stream on #replays channel on GLC. Super cool. Yeah, we're going to be playing some of these decks. This seems really good. I don't see a good reason to keep Lamb banned. I don't think there's a good reason. I think it was mostly because of Surfer, and that thing's rotated a while ago now. Other new stuff, again, we have our event coming up just in a week. Again, just this weekend. Is in less than 7 days, so super excited about this. Oh, I want to ask this really quickly. So there's probably somebody watching here that can give us some sort of feedback on this, so maybe in the comments. But after going to Barcelona, me and my partner are going to go up to Edinburgh for a while. We've never been. And I reckon there's probably some part of the Netrunner community of folks who either know about Edinburgh or live in Edinburgh. If that's the case, if you have any recommendations of like where to stay, what to see, that sort of stuff, I'd love to hear your feedback. We haven't booked anything just yet, but our plan is to go to Worlds in Barcelona and then just like hop over to Scotland, which is really nice. So if you have any advice on that, let me know. Also this is really good too. So Encoder uploaded his like 6-hour APAC run, and since then he's came in again 4th place at Cascadia playing Lat and what else was he playing? Outfit, excuse me, he's playing Santa's Outfit, and he uploaded this video which in one take, he was very proud to say it's a really well-spoken video in which he goes through basically his deck list, his decisions, his event, and then he actually goes through some of the replays, and he calls out some of the plays. This is a really interesting match. That's CTZ. We played CTZ's Corp deck, Second Wolf, and then the Runner deck. This is Lat on the left. And Encoder talks about some of the mistakes he made, and I think some of them were called out on stream a bit. Understanding what he thought and how he also perceived the board state is really interesting because it's slightly different, but it's a very good video of him going through and explaining, how high level players think about how they're playing through stuff. So I'd recommend checking this out. And I'm wondering if Encoder is going to do a bit more content because this went quite well for him. So really good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, also, oh, this is not it. Neon Static. We were just on the Neon Static podcast. It just came out, I think, right before the weekend. I only got to listen to it somewhat recently. Neon Static uploads all their podcasts to YouTube as much as they also upload them to Spotify and whatever podcasts are. But the nice folks at Neon Static invited me on to talk about like the transition on how to get into standard from startup, and explaining largely, I spend a lot of time talking about how I think it's so much more approachable than it looks like it is. Because again, we did this early on the stream, but it's so easy to look at, say like a deck like this. This came in 3rd at Cascadia. If you go to actions, you go sort by set. If you own all of Nelson Games products because you've been playing for Ashes, to play this deck, you need a proxy only. There's only 3 cards you don't know. There's only 3 cards in this 45, or actually 4 because you don't know 419, that you'd have to learn to get into this this deck. Some decks is 1 card. Some decks it's 2 cards. This is 4. And that's like the biggest difference that I think a lot of people have as a, kind of a misconception of jumping from standard to startup. Wait, that doubles the side of the card pool. It does not double the size of the card pool for cards that functionally see play, because so much of the standard card pool is nonsense that is just so below the curve that is just worth discarding. So if you want to get into standard, we talk about some nice ways to do it, like proxying certain cards. We highlight which cards we think are the most important that you probably should be aware of. But like, that was the big thing. And you'll listen to the podcast. If we want to talk about what Jinteki changes when you open up this whole standard card pool, it adds 2 cards. Again, if you know Ashes, it adds only 2 cards. So like, it is nowhere near as unapproachable as it is. And the dive right now, because the rotation is the best it's ever been, because the FFG card pool is like very easily proxyable in a way that like makes sense. You only have to like proxy 4 different Wayland cards and you're up to competitive standard. So check that out. It's really cool. Food cubes. I should get some food cubes. Yo, really funny. I want to talk about this a bit because this is really interesting, and it reminded me of like one of my favorite Netrunner cards of all time. What's it called? Favorite card of all time. Forgets the name. Protein Source. I mean, Proxy 419 is probably as easy as writing 3 numbers on an index card. Well, the Neon Static podcast episode is great. Glad you enjoyed, Veronica. Did we talk about Sako also streamed all his Continental live games? I did earlier, but I forgot to open it up. YouTube.com/ I think it is Saka234. I don't know if he has the vanity, but Saka streamed all his stuff live. I'm subscribed to Saka again, mostly on let's not go wherever that was going. Let's find it. Masaka does all his live streams, so you hear him talking through it. I think he's actually like chastising Bridgman in the last games, but all his stuff is up there. He talks about the deck, I think, at the end of the video. I haven't caught up on all of it, but yeah, he plays through both days. It's like 17 hours of content plus of him playing through his stuff on JNet. So if you want to check out that stuff, also very, very good as well. Again, I'm just gonna subscribe to everything. Most of the stuff I'm subscribed on, again, my private channel, excuse me. There are a couple of really excellent cocktail bars I recommend. Edinburgh, I have head over to Stockbridge area, really awesome part of Edinburgh. Thank you, Ba. Turning everything into barrier and getting through for virus counters. Mostly use of freedom abusing it. I feel like use of freedom can play Pelongi probably as easily, right? If you're going to Worlds, know the difference between Catalonian and Spain. Yeah, unfortunately, Cinderin, I'm learning Spanish, which I think I've been told that there's a 50-50 on what people speak. Let me catch up. The ad in the podcast killed me. It was their best one yet. Yeah, we're going to talk about the ad for a second. Shout out to Gray, who has their collection sorted into playable cards and unplayable garbage, and then had their dog eat the unplayable garbage file. Oh, no. We had a comment on the video saying we convinced someone to jump into the format, which is very rewarding. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Oh, yes. My dog ate my Melindsay. Most people speak Spanish in Barcelona, even if it's not their primary language. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm learning Spanish secretly. My partner doesn't know. It's going okay, actually. I don't think there's even been a time in Netrunner where top level players have been so generous with their thoughts and ideas. I don't know. I would like to say it's almost always very good, but like it's really, really good right now. There's so much transparency where top level players are not hiding their shots, how they think about the game. It's a really easy way to get into the game. So fantastic stuff. Okay, so check this out. So originally, you might be able to tell because I think there's some artifacts, but the ad read in the Neon Static was meant to be about an improved protein source, right? Like the sort of card where they're grinding up larvae to make food. And I read the original read and I was like, this is pretty funny. And then I realized it took me a while and I was like, ah, man, I have to be difficult about this. But then I messaged Eric. I'm like, hey, man, I feel like I actually don't want the punchline to be eating bugs is gross and weird, because I do think eating bugs is like probably a good thing that people should be doing, as much as I won't be the first to sign up to do that. And they were like they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And they changed it. And so it's more about the fact that food is gross. We don't know what the food is. It's probably made out of whatever's the cheapest. You're going to eat it because, you know, it financially makes sense. And that's what the joke ended up to. And cubes are just kind of funny. But this card's actually one of my favorite cards in Netrunner, because this card saw no play. It's a 4/3, right? Ridiculous numbers. But when improved protein source is scored or stolen, the runner gains 4 credits. And just the idea on this card is that we found out a better way to produce food that is more affordable, that saves the runner money, is something that corporations just didn't want to pursue. And I just love the theme on this, right? Like we found a better way to produce food that's maybe more sustainable, that makes more sense for everyone, and we're just going to ignore it. Because fundamentally making the runner save money is like not something we're interested in. And I think that's really, really funny in terms of the theming on this card, because this card saw no play whatsoever. Even though a 4/3, this might actually see play right now. Probably not. Maybe in the TFS events. Maybe not awful in Isowak. Yeah, exactly. You can. There's another 4/3 in standard right now, Cost and Influence, that doesn't have text, functional text on it for Isowak, but just really, really, really funny card. And I just love how it all works together with the theme. Yeah, I don't eat meat, so apparently I wouldn't eat bugs, but like, yeah, we probably should be eating bugs. I think it makes more sense. But shout outs to the Neon Stag team that were like very, very willing to change the whole script, that like rewrite parts of it. It was really funny. Tandem is pretty cool app that can connect you with someone to help you with your Spanish if you help with their English. Oh, that's really cool. I'm just doing Duolingo and like grinding that. It's great. I mean, knowing about the difference in region, country rather than language. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I published a deck with that card. Were you doing something cool with it, Diogene? If Isowak doesn't want to spare influence for vulnerability audit. Bugs are a huge phobia of mine. I would rather go veggie, but they're wildly more sustainable as a food source. Yeah, that's the idea. And I think you're actually seeing recently like companies, I think you can find a lot of like animal foods that have like insect protein in them. And even just like they sell at stores, like insect protein powders, just like in the normal grocery stores. You don't have to go to like a more specific grocery store. Oh yeah, which is like abstractly good. Really good. JNet server crashed? Diogene, can you publish a list of cards you've never made a deck with and make a deck with all of them? All right, let's play some stuff. I'm going to play some Architects of Tomorrow, as much as I do not like to play, what's it called, Jinja at all. It's a very good inclusion, but D had a really good write-up about playing a very specific deck. What is the actual text that they wrote? Okay, the tournament's going to be extremely competitive, arguably the most competitive non-worlds event in NSG history. I agree. Too many divorced corps, and corps are weakly favored in the meta. Therefore, in order to have a chance of making top cut, you need a very need to be building generalist runners, which I think is true. Because again, you look at the top cut, you have to deal with tags, you have to deal with Ag Infusion Glacier, you have to deal with like there was no sports medal fast events that just totally died off, which is pretty funny, but that's very true. That can deal with extremely wild. The best chance of beating a generalist runner is to make an extremely specialized corp. So this sort of deck is absurdly powerful. All its influence on 2 spin doctors, border control, and a virus. The idea is with the old Architects of Tomorrow, this is the old art from back in the day. When they pass a Biroid, first time a turn, you can res another Biroid for 4 credits less. So it's really hard to get your run-based value when once a turn, they're getting 4 credits for free. And they're resing some of the best ice in the game right now. I think Braun is so good right now. For 2 credits, that is amazing, and it's hard to keep them down. This also plays around really aggressively around Hermes because all your ice is really rezzed, and nobody can deal with this ice suite. Like Ravana is an absolute nightmare for everything besides Boomerang. It's just really, really hard to deal with. The deck is not running Loki, which I think is kind of wild. I think Loki is definitely worth playing. You have some good subtypes on it. Maybe the slots are really difficult, but Loki is always worth a consideration. But yeah, this is just like hyper Glacier. And we tried this out in the last meta, and the only thing that's really, really weak to is the list that are playing like Turbine and Buzzsaw. That's the only thing that beats this list. And that is not as common, as much as you are still seeing Turbine and Buzzsaw in like some Arasana lists and some Lat lists. But if any deck, like a Hoshiko deck, it is still really hard to deal with this ice with like, you know, with your Carmens and your Unities. It does tax them out. We have Jinja City Grid to go a bit faster, just to get all their stuff on a remote server, because the things with, you know, it's the downside a lot of times when it comes to Biroids is that you need a lot of them on a single server because they can always click through one of them. Can they click through 2 of them? No, but they can probably break one functionally with breakers and click through the second one. So stacking them is really important. Border control also, having a non-Biroid in the deck, let alone one as powerful as this, is really, really powerful. I didn't try anything. The deck was entirely not iterated. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of iteration you can be done here. Now, HB otherwise has not a lot of money, so having things to put on the remote server, sometimes you see daily quests, but our influence is well spent otherwise. So we have Regolith Mining License to click for credits. It seems like you need to get one of these to stick pretty early. You have Nico campaigns. Agenda Suite is like, you know, we don't get huge value off Vitruvius. We only have 3 2s in the deck, so Biotic Labor Recursion doesn't matter that much as we have Seamless Launch. So we have Off-World Office. We also have CFC Excavation Contract. I think this card sucks. I don't like this card at all. Gain 2 credits for each res Biroid. In the late game, this can be an off-world office. Wow. But I feel like there's so many other HB42s that do similar things of like resing stuff for free, looking at the top 5, stuff like that, that there's a chance that this is not the optimal slot for the deck as much as like this is not an agenda you want to score out early. Because in the early game, this is a 4-2 that gives you 4 credits, right? Like off-world office is way better than this. We're on Ikoa, which of course we are. I think this is obviously very good. We're also not on Stegodon nonsense, which I think we definitely could be. But yeah, seems like hyper-focused Glacier that it's going to be hard to deal with. We're going to be icing up everything. It's going to be not too slow because I think Jinja is pretty fast. Also mildly surprised not to see Wage Workers. I think there's so many other additional things you could jam into remote servers, like things like Wage Workers for sure, even like Trieste, the model Biroids, that also makes sense. I just feel like we're going to go only build 1 remote server, so it's kind of hard. You have to protect your Wage Workers, but there's some pretty good incentives to res these things for free. Wage Workers technically is a Biroid as well, but the 2 server problem might be an issue for Architects of Tomorrow for sure. But yeah, very cool. Excited to see it, as much as it's not fun to play against, I don't think, but let's go get some big old Biroids. The ID was said to be weak. I love that D proved that wrong. This ID classically has been very, very weak. This is the best it's performed in. Again, it is technically one of the best Glacier IDs because the ability is, it's an absurd ability for sure, but there's some huge downsides attached to it. I'm surprised this wasn't rotated. This feels like a Flashpoint site. Oh, because it did rotate, but it is in system update. Yeah, okay. It is not the strongest HB identity by a mile. I think PD and Ace are much better than this, but like this is a good meta call, so take that as you will. Tears of D's Kingdom. D's, the decklist names have been pretty good. Deck was 3-0 against Krim. It's very good against Krim. Yes, it's very good against Krim. It's good against Hermes, and it's very good against run-based economy. And that entirely corners all criminals, barring ones that don't run, and then like really go hard with like, you know, Boomerang, Maker's Eye, and try and win from there. Krim feels very bad into AOT. It's very, very hard to get value. I played Mercury against it. The best thing is like, yeah, you can get through Eli with Banner. Yay. Corp deck. So jealous of D got CFC Excavation Contract into top cut. There's no way that was the optimal slot for the list. We'll see if D disagrees, but yeah, it's really funny that it's there. There you go. I feel like AOT always been felt like a bit of an unreliable econ ID, but with Hermes, AOT feels like it's doing a real trick. Yeah, it's one of the few ways, and I do think in the next part of the set, we're going to see a lot more ways that HB can control their reses and dereses, so like Hermes will probably feel even weaker maybe in the future. But yeah, it's one of the very few ways that you can res your stuff consistently. As much as I don't think like HB is a horrible matchup into Hermes. It has as a bad a matchup as everyone, I guess. I just need cash. I've trouble seeing ADT being better. How often have you scored it out and it's been like 4 credits? Does that feel good enough? Hey, Seabag, would the style in sports with Vovo be better? There's a chance. It's just like you don't want to run this ice suite because this ice suite is very specific, right? Like you don't see any Ravana as bust as the numbers are because I don't know how consistently you get it in your opening hand, but you don't consistently get a barrier. Maybe it's a good enough slot for a 2-cost code gate, but in those sort of decks, right? Like Gatekeeper's really good, Magnet is really good. So like that's the big thing is like these things get even better because you have more of them. And so that's kind of pushes you out of sports to some extent. But a 4 credit discount is way better than Vovo. It's pretty much always 4 to 6 credits. Okay, so it's worse than Off-World Office, which like that's a really funny spot to be, but like Off-World Office is a good card. Hey Sputnik, playing Crim, that deck must be so miserable. It's bad. You have to worry about like Sneak Door. Those sort of builds are a bit more annoying. What rare beast is this? A daytime stream? David, how's it going? We're trying to do this more consistently. Like maybe Tuesday afternoons work because viewership seems to be quite all right. And again, we have the time to be able to do this. Shout outs to the patrons. This is thank you. If you want to get involved, patreon.com/Metropole Grid. If you don't play 2 Ravanas, how do you beat Raindrops, Cut Stone, Face Check, everything deck? I totally forgot about that interaction. I haven't seen it happen yet as much as it might happen at some point. Which like, yeah, it goes infinite. They just copy each other and then they have to draw their whole deck. And then you probably lose the game. So this Raindrops, Cut Stone, draw the entire stack if it hits a Ravana? It does, yeah. It draws the entire stack. They gain 3 credits and draw their whole deck and you win on the spot. I think I learned about the combo from Neon Static and it makes me so happy to think about it. It's one of those combos that like, I've not seen it as much as you see Ansel ganked and all the other ones, a bit more commonly, but it's like a really goofy one. You need 2 res Ravanas to copy each other. Or, oh, it doesn't work with Loki, right? Because one of them ends the run. It's an easy way to win. Yeah, it's not bad. Hey, that's Osclade. All right, Zaya. Don't know if it's tagged me, but that's a pretty good matchup for us, I think. Thanks, you too. Yeah, it's Laura. All right, we have a pretty good centrals. Brawn, border control. Ideally, you always want to have like 2 barriers. I'm going to put the Brawn on R&D because we're least likely to want to res at turn 1. We can keep this. Zaya, we need to keep her out of centrals for sure. Okay, double border control. We want one for the remote server for sure. I think we're just going to do this on HQ, this on R&D. We'll click for credit. Next turn, we can just push out an NGO front. Ideally, we put it behind at least a piece of ice, so she maybe fake checks into border control, or she like spends some sort of pressure. But we'll see how careful she is on her aggression. We only have 1 Mavirus, so clearly with Amakua, maybe we'll see admin, more likely to see Amakua. So the Mavirus is very, very good. We might see some pressure on centrals. I don't want to crack this for 5. Falsified. Asset. Gained 5. Okay, cool. One of the very few exposed cards left in the game. Boomerang. On HQ. If there's a diversion here, we don't mind. Oh, it's a jailbreak. So she's going to see most of her hand. I don't think we mind too much. If we res the border control and pop it, like she can kind of come back here and we have no ice on HQ. So we're weak to the top deck. But this is where the border control at least gets interesting. If we res this too, I think we can res it. It uses the boomerang. If we pop this, she also loses a boomerang. Boomerang is really good in this deck because it's one of the few ways that you can deal with like Ravana easily as a criminal, especially after you hit like Shibboleth threshold. Heaven forbid if they're on Amina, if she's on Amina. I don't think we pop this here. Actually, we probably do. It's a card draw. It's a boomerang. Yeah, I'll do it. She can't diversion us here, but we really need to top deck a piece of ice. Buy it. Nice. I think it works with Loki as well. If they face check a Loki, they can't break and you have Ravana. No, because I think, oh, maybe it does because they just loop back and forth. Yeah, you might be right because you don't actually hit the end of the run. So this is only be 1 card, draw 2. We're going to have an install here. Probably 4 credits of trash stuff. Maybe CFC. Ooh, good rip. All right. New remote server. We just need to get a piece of ice there. We want to do install ice. That's good enough. And then we'll just advance this once. That's not right. HQ, advance this once. So we get to have our cake and eat it too. We only have 2 spin doctors. We have to be a bit more precious with this one because eventually we will flood up. And that's the way we lose. Is like you get down your breaker suite like this. And then we have to like purge out. So we need an ice on archives, but eventually we do tax us out. We're just gonna have to spend a turn purging at some point. Ice on archives would be sick. All right. Don't really want to put that down. I think there's a subroutine that says resolve 2 subroutines on either briroids. And then it just infinites. Draw once. Yeah, this is pretty ugly. I think we'll just hold on here. With this, she can get through just about every biroid in the game besides Brawn. We don't play like the weird ones like Kamali, the ones that people don't have the text on, Noreen. Sprint could be a replacement. I think this deck has Sprint. It might. It's not exactly a replacement, but yeah, it works pretty well. Yeah, we have 2 Sprint. That's our Spin Doctor as well. So Hermes is down. So now she probably won't be very aggressive. I think we can res the Jinja. It helps, but Hermes deals with it pretty well. And anytime that we don't reveal a card with Jinja, she's pretty aware that we have an agenda. Or, you know, an operation, I guess. Let's draw once. Oops. Oops. We could consider cracking this and then putting in Nico in the remote server. I think that's actually probably fine. If they hit a Loki, they draw their entire deck, but then let us subfire and put their entire hand on the bottom of their deck. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. It undoes the whole combo. Okay, all the dirty laundries are out. She can run server 1. We just want to get our ice here rezzed. So we're going to lose the Nico and probably the Jinja as well. So this might have been a bit rich. Unfortunately, it's not a Biroid here. Like if this was an Eli and she gets through, we res another Biroid. So we drew 3 of our 3 non-Biroids in the deck. So we're going to lose everything on the server. So we probably did the Jinja too soon on HQ. Danos, how's it going? Is it a new Thursday? Nah, there'll still be Thursdays for sure. But yeah, we're trying to more consistently do this now. They draw at the end of the run though? Oh yeah, because it's after the subroutine's resolved. You're totally right. I don't want to put a Brawn on R&D, but like I would. We didn't res this. I don't think we can afford to do it. Like this is where like, yeah, AOT can be pretty bad. It's just like we're going to have to survive. We're going to have to survive. Ooh. Okay. We're going to lose a Spin Doctor soon. She has a big reason to run here. Okay, now it's a Brawn. So we have a Magnet. So she's getting through on HQ. Yeah, we're getting pulled apart. We're getting absolutely pulled apart here. We just don't have money. We're down to 0. What do we do? Click for credits? It's written on our cheapest buy rate, I think is 3 credits. Seamless. At least that's good. Jinja probably can't go down. She only has 1 credit. But she gained 2. That upgrade actually is a liability. It gives her money if we can't use it. There's some incentive that you want to like force a Spin Doctor because yeah, there's points in archives. Didn't want to draw that. Oh god, this is so bad. Is this your draft deck? No, this is D's deck. This came in 6th at Continentals. This is so bad. We didn't want to draw that. So like, but like, what do we do here? We click for credits, we get diversioned. We're out of the game. Didn't play Laura though? Yeah, we're totally out of the game. This is why Architects of Tomorrow is like, for me, I don't like it. Because if you're behind, you don't have proactive game plans. Right? Like in Asa Group, we have proactive game plans. Here we have nothing. We literally have nothing. We just need to get an Eli rest. So we're going to get diversion. So we're just going to try and play on low credits. We're just going to try and play on low credits. Under being punished for disrespecting CFC. Yeah, we want to score this out to get 0 credits. What a card. What a card. And now, like, all these installs are going to be undone if the Hermes fires. Admittedly, though, we know where 8 points are, so it's unlikely it fires on R&D. Shibboleth, pretty good. No, Magnet's expensive. This is so bad. This is so bad. I don't want to throw anything out. right? Like we just have to hope that we survive. I'm okay, Andre. It's okay. I would feel disheartened if 66% of my best cards were in the runner score area. I think that's all the CMCs we have. Those are 100% of our best cards. Yeah, we don't have to score them anymore. We should be happy, maybe. Yeah, 100% exactly. Look at the economic powerhouse that our ability is. Laura's playing it well, but like, yeah, we got nothing. We got nothing. Server 1 credit, I guess. She runs it, it's fine. I can't believe we're still having a virus and icing archives. We have to ice up everything. I wanted to keep this so that we can purge while she face checks. I don't want to just throw it in archives. I'd rather have it on the table. Still can't res everything. Again, we just need a cheap buy rate so we can res a Braun for 2 credits, but that would be at least like a 5 credit play. We have nothing here. Oh yeah, Amakua. Jinja's giving her money. Mystic, neat. All right, Braun, Jinja. Yeah, this is bad. Like we need a top deck hedge fund immediately. I'm surprised she didn't run this. Oh, now she is, because she needs to check this to be a what's it called, the Rashida. That's the only way we come back to the game. You see, this is better than just throwing into archives. Okay. I think we have to do this. She's going to trash it. At least we'll spin Doctor it back. I don't love this play because if we res it, we spend 2 and we gain 6. It's pretty bad. She's going to run it anyway, so this gives us some amount of money. Now she has to run it. It costs her 5 at least. She has 15 though, because that's also a big thing too with architects. If you're not forcing them to do anything, right? Like this is what happens. You get a diversion of funds. This Braun is good though. Also very important with this sort of stuff is that this sort of stuff stops her from like anything that ends a run is actually kind of bad in some ways with Architects of Tomorrow, because if it was an on sell, she's forced to go through it, so we're forced to get our her ability. At least we're gonna get the Regolith to stick. Actually, this is a good turning point. But yeah, if that's an on sell, right? Like I don't know if it's exactly better for us, but the big thing with an on sell here is if she has to go through it so that we get our AOT, and so we could have resed I guess the Eli. But this is not an agenda. She can't steal Aqua anyways. There's very few points she can interact with. Okay, that's stuck. Yeah, Aqua, nice. So we're just gonna get the money. We can get an install here if we really want to. Yeah, love to see it back in standard. This card had such a huge reawakening now that there's no more food. So we can either discard the Aqua. I think we'd rather just have the money. All right, we'll discard the Aqua. I don't want to keep it in hand. Making runners feel foolish. It's so good to have agendas like that. They're access traps. All right, so now we're in an okay spot. If she diversions us, we can at least res the Braun on R&D, and I don't know how this deck is going to deal with it. Good old days of NABD contract. Everyone's lost a game accessing on 3 credits. I guess Bologna is there, but like Bologna feels... People have stronger opinions on Bologna. Ah, dear. All right, we're playing Netrunner. We're doing it. We're believing. We are believing. Boomerang? Uh-oh. Gotta res something. We might lose the border control here, and unfortunately our spin doctor is taxed out. Choose a Biroid to res. Whatever. She has an inside job here. We're blown out. Okay. R&D is still open on 4 credits. You have to be a bit scared of like draft or last click, a bladed barrier technically. I think the bladed barrier is also something that probably should be in architects. I don't know if you have to go only Biroids. Again, we have border control. So here we can do double seamless, which means that we're not too weak, but if she bounces one of these cards, I don't think we care that much. Yeah, you can bounce one of these. It's fine. We're not going to discard. All right, scraping through. Return the bronze, so innermost is on sell. Feels okay. Now we don't have a buy right to res, though. That's a bad spot. So we actually might be incentivized not to res the on sell. Because if we do, it's either we spend 6 here or we spend 4 next turn. I'm going to spend 4 next turn. She gets one run here. This is a bit risky. I think we have to take risks that we're far behind. And we also know 5 points are out of R&D, so whatever. As much as I gave her a credit in these, it would have given her that anyways. Maybe it'd be okay to res there. She doesn't seem to be on Inside Job. I think she's on Boomerang. So I think we're okay putting the tier on the outermost on server 1. Double leech, yeah. So true. Let's sprint for some hedge funds. That's sort of a hedge fund. I think we need the Jinja. She's $18 again. If we don't jam every turn, she can do this. Jinja's sprint is the combo. Oh shit, yeah, you're totally right. That is a really good combo. It's technically a draw 3. So we need this to stick. We can kind of cruise on low credits as long as we like get in the right position. So I think brown and R&D is important. So this is 6, 7, 8. So I think we just click for credit so we can res both of these. If we go down to 0 with all our ice res, it's fine. But yeah, now this is where like having another virus would be sick because we're going to have to manually purge. At least once this is res, we can manually purge pretty safely. How often did you res tier? Yeah, I'm interested in that as well. I think she will bounce off of this. This is the downside. So the other way we can carve this is we can res the on-sell and then use the on-sell to res the Braun. Because if she bounces off of this, we spend 6, we do not get our AOT. 2 out of the 7 games. Okay. Right, like so much of us is making sure our ability is working for us. There, that's a better, I think. If she bounced off the Braun, we'd be actually, fuck. She has to return the Jinja to hand. Okay. Also, archetype deployment test and maybe better than CFC. Yeah, maybe this is where our CFC seems a bit better, right? Carmen. Okay, so she has all breakers. We also don't have defensive upgrades. Like that's a big thing. Our only defensive plans are border controls. So like Managarm, obviously, there's a bunch of obvious inclusions that you could argue for sure. Yeah, I think we just have to push into the remote server. There is one Managarm? I don't think so. There is one Managarm. Okay, no, stand corrected. But yeah, that's another card, like obviously works well with Biroids and Ikua. But maybe we can just make our ice good enough. This is a board state where like I think she's incentivized to run because we don't have any Biroids that we're actually like resing. I think we can just install 2 of these. Because we have to attract her attention here. I think Osculus had good single axes on R&D. But yeah, we have an uphill fight here. Again, 1 single axis costs this. ADT is probably better. It helps you snowball too, which is really nice. And like you need a single Braun is hard to score out behind. 2 ice, yeah, okay. Triple Braun though, like that's a nightmare. Like Kurapira, how do you deal with this? Katurga, oh, Finality. Oh, so cool. Unfortunately, like Osculus, she really needs to be pressuring the Spin Doctor because again, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then there's 16. There's not a lot of agendas in R&D. There's 2 agendas in R&D, right? Like there's 5 points out of the game. How does she break this? She clicks through it? If she clicks through this, she can't even deal with Ikua. Yeah, she can't deal with Ikua. Now we lose our ability. We probably shouldn't have put the Jinja there because we can't res this on click 1. And so now she has to like Amakura through this. We could easily lose here. She lost the jailbreak. This also gives her money, which is good. This is like what you exactly want to see with Hermes. And unfortunately, at least we have 2 here. We could have resed it though if we had 1 more credit. So we probably don't put down the Jinja. Because if she bounces the right card, we're in a bad spot. If she wins, we're in a bad spot. Actually, that's a bigger thing. If she bounces, we lose. Rashida, unknown, unknown, a second Rashida. Again, there's 5 points out of the game. I think you need a pressure spin doctor here. For sure. I think we just hold on. Her money's still good. I think we just do credit, Rego, because she can't contest this. I think we do Rego, throw out a Jinja. We have the Jinja where we need it. It's possible. It's possible we come out of this. How much money have we made? Yeah, there you go. And that's a shuffle. That's super important. So if we were like very cunning, we could leave an Ikua in the bin. I don't think she runs it this turn. Maybe she does. She probably doesn't want to because we have a virus in there, but we have another spin doctor to like fix it. But yeah, now R&D is unknown. It's just like this server is a nightmare. But like if you're running Maker's Eye, if you're running Finality, you can deal with this a bit better. Mabar's doing great work here. Yeah, you'd rather have more though, but that's the issue, right? Like 12 influence. I should have rezzed the Ginger there. We're just gonna pray that R&D is good to us and that we can break lock with sprint somehow. Because if she clicks through these, she can't even steal Iqua. So R&D is a bit safer. She has to actually get virus counters. We're at a point where we could consider purging. Purging forces her to like click through an Eli. Bravado R&D. She might be on twinning. I don't know if you play Mystic. Oh, Archives. Okay, cool. So at least we did shuffle the agendas back. We could have lost here. But yeah, this is... Oh, that's just a wrong run. Yeah. Yeah. No worries. Probably going R&D here. Maybe HQ. Okay, 1 in 5, depending on how she deals with this. I think she has to click through parts of this, so the Iqua is actually relatively safe. Okay, so 100% safe besides the fact that she can trash stuff. Tier? Okay, seems good. Mind you, the subroutines on this are really powerful, but like you can let some of them fire, it's fine. And I'm not going to res this because I think the server is enough. It's more so that Rashida, shit. Yeah, at least if she trashes that, she doesn't get Amakua. But we probably purge this turn. Rashida's done. 19 credits. Purge. Go. Okay. She only has 10 more cards. At some point, Mr. Miami will fall apart, but she's churning through her deck. Again, Zai only plays 40 here, so she has a smaller deck. But like Inside Job is the one thing we lose to, because Inside Job, if that's not a Managarm, we don't win. Her MU is full too, so like something has to go down. Amaku's going down. Oh, Kurapira. So what does it cost to break a Brawn? Oh, you have to break all of it. So like Eli's sort of a liability here. I will res this. Eli and server 1. Nice. So we don't have 2 seamlesses, so the Iqua is not particularly great. So I think we will sprint. Oh, that's okay. Ravana. We should have kept one of those, let's be honest. Because that's how we win. I think we should have kept one. That was a mistake. We shouldn't have put him in R&D. Yeah, this is really good. Because she knows now this is a Ravana that's going to be core damage or trash program, even trash card. Sorry, yeah, this is end the run into on-sell. And we don't have to pick the subroutines until they resolve. So this server is really, really... If we lose on R&D. But she has to deal with this stuff. Like, I think we can lose easily to Finality here. So I think it's more likely we'll see a Finality than we'll see Jam here. We definitely should have kept 1 Iqua so we can score this and then Jam next turn and win. So shuffling 2 back is probably going to cost us the game. We were on the back foot, but like, yeah, you do come back a bit with Architects. Another option here was like, yeah, this is what we lose to. And it's hard to beat this, right? We need a defensive upgrade on RD. I don't expect to put a border control. 8 credits. Choose a Byroid to res. Okay. So we have to get lucky here. It's very unlikely. Yeah, we definitely should have kept an Iqua in hand. Maybe even 2. Do we have it? Okay, that's a problem too. Because, well, at least we have a Spin Doctor to shuffle. But now we know R&D is safe. So, okay. Yeah, double Finality, right? Interesting. Double Finality. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So in the deck, there's just like 2 Iquas and 1 Luminal. Core damage doesn't matter. You did not draw any ice. Oh, wow, that's a really good top deck. So this, unfortunately, the Eli gets bounced. It's whatever. We don't really want to double Seamless. Keeping Seamless in hand is actually really good, but I think we have to. We actually could consider slow rolling this. I think it would be totally fine to slow roll this. Not that the bounce is so bad, but more so like scoring on an Iqua, it's easier with double Seamless. Yeah, I'm not scoring immediately. Yeah, I think we were just mentioning that. We might not want to score that immediately. It's like obviously very, very safe. And then we can keep double Iqua. But like R&D is safe, HQ is safe. There's not a huge incentive to score out there quickly. I'd get the Spindo out. But then if they pressure the Spindo, we shuffle and then she can go back into R&D. So I don't really want to do that. I want to install Spindo. Okay, install Spindo, res. No, we wait a turn. We install Spindo. We res Spindo. We get another ice on R&D. And then before our turn starts, we shuffle it. Wolf 2 isn't playing out in this game. No, Osclit's going really hard on Wolf 2. This deck is like huge on Wolf 2. She'd go bankrupt? In this remote server, yeah. This diversion is like not that good. Like we don't need money to score out from this point, and like she's going to spend a lot in getting in here. Getting the Kurapira through bronze though is really important. She has to break all the subroutines with the Kurapira. Yeah, in some ways, is it cheaper to like go through the Eli a couple times? This is really expensive. No buy rate on the table. This one also costs like 3 credits. And you have 2 seamless to score Ikoa, yeah. Yeah, to 2 seamless for Ikoa, that's the reason I wanted to keep those. So we lose 5, she gains 5, 6 to 6. That's more than enough money for us. The leech counters here are actually some of the more valuable things with Kurapira. Okay, she knows what we're drawing. Okay, so I think here we can do hedge fund, spin doctoring their remote server, Eli on R&D, call it a day. She has to run this. This plays around inside job to some extent. But we have to watch out that we don't res the Eli to a way that she breaks the Eli with Kurapira and then gets through the Brawn for free. So actually not resing this is right. She gets the agenda as a spin doctor. Okay, so she doesn't have to run it. She's holding on to expose. Makes sense. We saw 1. We assume 2. So now she has to watch out because we're going to draw with Jinja. We're going to get some amount of shuffle before mandatory draw, and we're going to get another ice on the server pretty easily. The only thing we're weak to is like another diversion potentially. And in terms of the doofs, I think we've seen 2. Only 2, right? Doof. Okay, so we're going to res this on her turn. Doesn't really matter. We'll put the Ravana on server 1. Then we'll shuffle this. And so we want to put back into the deck what we think is really important here. So, wait, all 3 doof in the bin? That's a huge thing. Did I miss it? 1, 2, all 3. Thank you. Yeah, I did miss it. She discarded 1. Okay, 2 targets for spin doctor back. So we want to get another seamless is like reasonable. Not necessary, but reasonable. I think sprint is super reasonable. Hedge fund is like not necessary. We'll just do that and we'll draw Ikoa. On sell, I don't think we need to get on sell here. Sprint seamless, I think that's what I did. I did sprint seamless, yes, nice. Another ice here doesn't matter. It costs us a credit. Yeah, okay. So draw. No. Draw. Ooh. Gotta score that out. That sucks. That's really bad. Didn't want to score this one out. Doesn't really do anything. I'm pretty sure she's on legwork and another jailbreak if she's on Zaya, so I don't want to hold cards in HQ. But yeah, this what's it called? Eli, we can't afford to res. Pinhole? Oh, she's gonna go see what it is, and she's gonna charge her Kurapira. All right, she's going through the Eli. So we can res cheaply. I'd rather cheaply res the on sell. It drops us to 5 credits. It's fine. We could have maybe kept this and put in the Nico. It's a Vitruvius. The archetype is gross. Yo, Winnegon, how's it going? I don't think we shouted out your 9th spot at Cascadia 2 weekends ago. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I don't like Jinja. I just don't like Jinja. I don't like the Netrunner it promotes. Okay, so here we actually can res the Eli because it is annoying enough, and she already has Kurapira. Now here, she probably, with 6 credits, is actually a difficult run. Like, she needs to access with 2 credits and a click left. That can be hard. So we'll see what she does here. She could consider bouncing off of this because this is just annoying enough. Yeah, that sucks. Because now, at least it's resed. Oh, man. Oh, she went in, she would have won. So we can do like seamless advance, push into the remote server. That's not good. That's really bad. Can we just get an Ikoa, please? Thinking. It's okay to think on this turn because this is a difficult turn. If we could do seamless advance, install the Luminal. If we had another spin doctor, I would actually like install the spin doctor and then just trash this thing. But I forgot we had 1 Vitruvius in the deck, so there's 1 more agenda we think. There's 2 and only 2 agendas in R&D. I think we have to score this out. So she'll bounce this card. She has to. And then we just put this in our remote server. It's safer there than HQ. But if we lose this, we lose the Iqawa. So it depends where the 2 Iqawas on our R&D, because we're not going to score this out for 2 turns. Every time someone describes a deck to me and Jinja comes up, I disconnect from the conversation. Honestly, yeah. And like, there's nothing wrong with liking Jinja. It's just like, I don't like this sort of decks. Like, here, quickly 6 ice on the remote server. But like, yeah, if it's in a lot of cases a good call for a lot of metas. Nobody can deal with the server. Of course they can't. Bubbling sucks. It's nice to have a chill Sunday to watch the cut games. Heck yeah. So Asuka's gonna just get ready. Yeah, she wants to access with cards and credits to get through it. So she'll bypass the Brawn. She'll break Eli. This is still kind of expensive, and it's all comes down to where the last 2 Iqawas are, because she's gonna respect the 2 credits. Choose a buy right to res. I'm good. The on-sale res cost us a turn now. Yeah. Technically, we spent more money than we needed to, but there's a chance that this on-sale res was important to keep the remote safe. So it's hard to say. We could have gone for the cheaper cost, the free res Ravana, and then you're right, we wouldn't have had a turn loss there. Maybe I do think the 3 cost actually is more taxing than with Carmen. I think you're right. I think the Ravana is much more taxing. That's really interesting. So she can't click through this, so she pays 5. So she exactly has a click and 2 credits. Okay, so there's 2 and 9 here. Oh, okay. She played it perfectly there. Yeah, only Iqawa and R&D, and she's playing it exactly down. So now she doesn't have money. So she knows we have a hedge fund. We just click for 4. And there's no more diversion, so we can't lose money. So clicking for 4 is fine. So it's now, can she get into R&D? I don't think she can. I think this is a lock. Yep, that's it. Iqawa off the top. Seamless off the top. Advanced score at 4 agendas. Good game. We came back. We definitely came back there. GG. Yeah, just Iqawa's in R&D. Your breaker math was spotless. Yeah, she did it perfectly, the breaker math there. Runner spent way more money than we did. We spent a lot of, like, you have to go and see how much money we got from architects. I'll check the log. Hey, thanks, you too. Yeah, lawyers are really great at the game. Very friendly too. Okay, let's check architects. How much money did we save? Okay, let's go to the top. I imagine you can have really bad openings and then like you recover because again, the agendas are defensive. It's hard. Okay, so it says Eli. Okay, so 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. I think we saved 20 credits with our ability. We saved 20 credits, right? Like that's the Architects of Tomorrow tax. 20 credits of free ice. And we didn't pay a lot of the install costs because of Jinja. We did pay for these, but 20 credits and the ability to play around Hermes, right? Like that's the power here. What a comeback. Yeah, Robin, eh? Feeling my meta went deep on the Jinja Surveyor combo back in the day. Yeah, when Surveyor was in full swing, that was like the best thing. Like that was the combination you saw the most. All right, we'll play it again. But yeah, Hyper Glacier. Sure, why not? We saw some of the downsides of having 12 influence for sure. I would love another Mavirus. I think Mavirus is so good. D is my hero for this deck. I do not like architects. Hey, Steven. Double turbine lat time? Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of decks that like, and I don't think you're going to see in the meta that just cut through this. Oh, Sable's a really good matchup, I think. No ice though. That's a bit hard. We have a lot of ice in the deck. I think we can mulligan this. We have 17 ice, so like this is a weird hand. We definitely want an ice on HQ, but we kind of want a mulligan just for 2 buy rides. Hey, Steven. Thanks, you too. Who is D? D is a competitive Netrunner player. Part of Snare Bears. Plays from East Coast of the States. We're gonna mulligan. The devs of Days of Sticking MC Austerity with Jinja Set Survey Hell. Yeah, now with what's Pinhole, it's not that bad. I'm gonna mulligan this. This is like probably keepable. Like if one of these we just need to top deck 1 piece of ice. That's fine. All right. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so we want to get where we think they're going to run because we want to res all this stuff. This is the best opening I think we can ask for it. Again, the problem with these ice is they do end the run, so the runner sometimes just end the run and denies us our value. Like you saw that one turn where we didn't res the Brawn to get a cheap res with the on-sell. I think that's really, really important. Archives is the mark. Okay, cool. Most importantly, D is a person who has a very scary looking snake deck versus me, and we're the only 3 picks in. I haven't played any snake games. We will play our snake games, I think, on stream, not this week, but the next week. Because this week Pat should be here. Yeah, it's a good HB open. Okay, we're gonna open with a spin. We have to be a bit precious with this, but we need to get ice on archives. It's only a 1 in 3 that we get punished here. Well, we need ice. We'll drop once more. I don't think they can afford to trash this, Putting them both in the same server, I think it's fine. I think we'll let him trash the Spin Doctor here, but we can always just res the Jinja to get a clickless install. I was about to bug you about that. Yeah, I know. I haven't played any games yet. I actually have a huge incentive to play my first game against Charlotte, because Charlotte has Swordsman and I want to cut the killers from my list. So that's the one matchup I'm trying to like play first. But again, I was out this weekend. That's a lot of money. Magnum Opus. No ice. Draw for ice. Border control. Server 1. This is ugly too, though. Like, actually, we should have done a different server here because now we can't put anything in their remote server that pushes us forward. I think we did make a fundamentally really big mistake here with the Spin Doctor placement. We should have just put the Jinja somewhere else. Yeah, that sucks. That's actually a really, really bad play. Why Jinja on top of Spin? It feels like it gets stuck. Yeah, then I was totally saying that immediately there. I thought this would protect both of them, but yeah, now functionally it's useless. So I think we actually have to overinstall our Spin Doctor, which is fine. Like, that's going to be okay. Not the way I'd want it, but it's going to be okay. So I think we just do stick this. And we'll just click for a credit. I think I'd rather dump the Regolith so we can do every turn, take 6, ice up something. That's probably fine. Hi, I'm looking at some Shaper lists from last events. Fenris is there to grab a Steve, or Sable generally go for 2-axis deep dive. It's more often than not Fenris. I think, sorry, for Steve, it's much rarer that you see the what's it called? The mark from Sable. It's almost always Steve. Just because there's not a lot of HQ pressure cards in Shaper, so that a server is not often iced up to a point that makes sense. If we res this, we go down to 3, which means we can't res the border control. I don't think we can afford to res the Brawn here. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Yeah. Rashido crying? Oh yeah, we have a Rashido. That was definitely better. Totally forgot she was in there. Yeah, she is crying. Yeah, we can't pay 6 for this, and then they bounce. With Bravado, they have an incentive to go through, but then we lose, I guess losing the Regolith is kind of bad. I was thinking about Sable's worthwhile now that Shaper has more reliable clicking abilities, and probably really rarely would they ever want with Steve. I think if you're playing Arasana, I do think Sable is actually kind of interesting, depending on what the board state looks like. Because getting a clickless run, but let alone a Picha-Shan clickless run, like, yeah, that gets absurd. I honestly think that there's a chance that that's an interesting combination in Shaper. That's why bad results almost always went for Sable, greedy approach. Yeah, you want to look at the board state, right? Like the fact that you can run HQ and get some of your like good, what's it called, events back. Didn't they see this card? Oh, I guess there's just so much value attached to this, whatever. Yeah, there's some chances it's right. It's just like more often than not, it's not. Mutual favor for an Ngolo. Whoa, super cool. Carry on. Okay. Yo, Scrub, all these non-Thursday night streams. Yeah, they're really fun. I'm glad we were able to do this. I think we want the border control kind of on the remote server. I think we're not going to do it though. So we'll shuffle back Seamless and a Jinja. We'll put this on archives. Res this for a credit feels really bad. I think I'm right. Might as well click for a credit here. Our opening was really, really bad. Obviously, they've kind of gone out of, like, we're going to get diversioned here. That's the biggest issue. Maybe a second ice on our HQ is way better than archives ice. Because diversion is the one threat. With 2 Ngolo, they can get through any 1 ice as much as they'd have to crack their bankroll. Yeah, like this is fine. Like we duck most of this anyways. The problem is they'll flush out Super 1. I've been trying to figure out how to double deep dive. Getting deep dive twice for only 1 set run seems gross. You can definitely do it with Arasana. It's not that bad. And I think Sable is probably important for that. Hannah Wheels. Hannah's nice too. And she's not a bad card in general. But yeah, I think you can do it with Arasana, Picha-Shan. You definitely need Picha-Shan, especially if you like use SMC or Simulchip on their turn. So you get like a 2 Picha-Shan deck. Oh, they clicked. I think the click here is like pretty rough because they can't threaten the remote server. So we'll res this. We'll res the Regolith, right? Like they should go for the Axis here. I thought they'd actually break that, as expensive as it is, because they have way more money than I think they do. Yeah, we ducked it pretty well. Again, allowing us to like res their stuff when they have no clicks left, that gives us such a flexibility. Unfortunately, though, the rest of the hand is pretty bad to support this, because like they have a lot of money in Ngolo. So I think we just do this. We might get doofed once again. We can maybe get him a virus down on R&D. Again, it doesn't seem like it's a virus deck. That's actually probably then just as good as discarding into archives. What if you could buy 1 click with 1 credit? Now we're talking Arsana. Hardest part of double deep dive is getting both in hand. That one's hard. Also, like the fact that Ikwa is like very, very playable in HB, double deep dive is also not as nice as you want it to be. Deep diving NBN is fine as long as you play Bologna, but like deep dive is actually like kind of tricky against HB decks because the Ikwas are pretty safe. And those are the ones that are generally in R&D because nobody wants to score at an Ikwa early. So like having some amount of click in is really important. You know, Arsana can get enough clicks to deep dive, pulling back with buffer drive, draw on second deep dive. Yeah, but then you're playing buffer drive. And that can't be good. There's a fun interaction, I guess, with like buffer drive install to draw off of what's it called? Off of clickless draw. Okay, well. If they trash this, we're not entirely gutted. We're like pretty gutted though. Nico felt like better discard than Mavirus in case Turtle shows up later with 2 Rashidas. Will Nico get played? Well, if they have an Amakua, like having the Mavirus in archives is probably one of the best spots for it regardless. So I don't feel too bad about it. This diversion's like pretty meh. Like dropping us from 15 to 10 and giving us a free Byroid res, like that can't be it, right? Right, like, yeah, diverging with no clicks left, right? Like you can't contest their remote server. That's the only upside to this. Unfortunately, we don't have any Byroids. That's kind of a tell there. Like it's better because they get these, but like, yeah, not too much better. They know we have no Byroids on the table. Okay, Ngolo, Ravana into border control. They can deal with this. Like this is where the problem is we haven't forced them to spend credits, right? And that's bad. So we have to force them to spend credits. We've drawn very little ice, I think. So we could always like install the Nico. Our hand, like it's if they run a mark on archives, they probably do legwork at some point. Maybe we should fix our hand a bit. Yeah, let's start by doing that. A third ice here opens it up. Yeah, that opens it up. We'll get this on HQ. And I think we'll just put another Rashid in there. We can discard a card here. I don't think we want the Luminal. We're set up to score the off-world, which would be good. Nico felt like the better, excuse me. I have buffer in my Snake Essa. Played a core damage with 0 in stack. Immediately drew the card I pinged. There's no window to do that. There's no window to do that. You can't like ping the damage and interrupt the Essa draw. Right? Hermes, that's good. Obviously quite good. 2 clicks left. R&D is the mark. Don't want Luminal? I'd rather score out an off-world than Luminal for sure. With a Seamless? Yeah, I'd rather score this. I have a bad deck I'd love to try out on stream, but not against his Ultra Glacier silliness. Kurapura, pretty good. Dirty Laundry. Last click into Brawn. I guess we're painting it. You do get a click back, so it's not exactly last click. We have a huge incentive to res both of these upgrades. Oh, excuse me, that's on me. But this is pretty expensive. The thing is, like, they have 15 extra credits here, so like we need to force them to use them. In case Jaina gave me a game loss, Jaina says legal. Well, there's no like paid ability window during the resolution of an effect, right? This cost 8 credits. We also get a... I think we want to get the Brawn. So we're just going to res this stuff because they have a Hermes on the table and we don't want any of it to be bounced. Again, another thing too, we have face downs in archives and going for axes on R&D while there's a spin doctor on the table. You see this pretty commonly. We saw in the last matchup as well. You want to avoid that at all costs because trying to win on R&D when there's potentially 5 points out of the game, there could have been 5 points out of the game here. It's like not a good thing, let alone we can now shuffle and draw a different unknown card. Like there's some huge downsides there. Oh, it looks like there's a pinhole, but what server are you going to pinhole here? Oh, okay. Isn't buffer drive an interrupt, so to bottom the damage in the middle? Oh, I thought you were using the buffer drive to use its ability to get something on the top of your deck. You're right, it just bottoms it so you have no deck. So that's, sorry, that's a misunderstanding. That is totally legal. So we're losing the Rashida, that's fine. They could have actually threatened the Spin Doctor. I didn't respect that. That would have been such a wild play, but they didn't have a credit to do it. They could have cracked these though before. Okay. Brawn. I'm putting it on HQ. So we're going to go, they have only this for money. So we're going to server 1. I think we're going to do hedge fund credit. I just want a bit more money here. Again, we have 2 diversions out, so their pressure is not that strong. Yeah, sorry, it does work if you have no deck. You can bottom it. I thought you were going to do that from the bin to the top. Okay, so now they have to crack these. This slows down their engine. Obviously, they have 20 credits, so like, oops. Andre, is there any rules issues you're hoping not to not encounter can nets? Yeah, we're gonna have a discussion before the first day about timing when it comes to Arasana. I think Arasana is the only nightmare at can nets. Here, if they run and we get a Res or Ice, we're really happy. Played this deck 3 times today and got 0 ice in 3 hands and mulligans with 17 ice. My Jinjo is sad. We've had some rough starts, but they've been equalizing pretty well. Okay, so they're going to open up HQ. Advance. Seamless. Yeah, 17 ice. I would continue playing the deck. I feel like you got unlucky. You definitely got unlucky there. This ice is probably to go. Maybe the Archives ice. I think it's more likely the HQ ice. Again, they have to crack these. This means that they can get value off these off Archives. That also turns a Spin Doctor. So this is an interesting choice. Okay, cool. Now returning the ice to HQ means the HQ multi-axis is just worse. Like that's a huge downside for Hermes, is that like you do just filter poison HQ. So they like legwork here, right? Like it could have been guaranteed as much as ice is a problem. But this is nice that they go the Curapira here. Resing the boarding control here is a bit ugly. They get through it. I think we have to res it anyways, but they technically get through it. We just want to res it because it's resed. But they get through it and then they get through Brawn, which is bad. So we need to start stacking Bronze. All right, so we have to use this. We're going to bring back the Spin and the Luminal. I don't think there's a lot of other choices there. What is hard about Arasana timing while playing offline? People don't understand the timing structure. They don't understand that you have to ask for priority for the runner. I think people also don't fully understand that if the corp chooses not to res, that window closes. So just understanding and asking your opponent, right? Like a lot of people are just going to snap res, and there are going to be Arasana players that are either thinking or don't realize they have priority. That's it. Does Gatekeeper force a shuffle and 0 reveals? I don't think so, because it's optional. All right, hot singles in your area. Choose a buy right to res. Don't mind if I do. So they used a Curapira on a single axis. I don't know if you want to do that as much as there's a big density in Essentials. I feel like now we have to score the Ico out, which kind of sucks. But I don't want to score out 4 points. We're getting Deep Dove. Deep Dove is like pretty hard to deal with Icoa here. So like, ooh. Bankroll gain 12. Yeah, we're getting Deep Dive this turn. They can deal with Icoa. Oh no, they access this Icoa. Oh, that's really bad. That's really bad. At least now they can't steal another Icoa from R&D. Were you both reading deleted chat or making the joke? I'm not sure. All right, so the deep dive here. I wonder if they will do it now. Only barriers on Centrals is rough. As much as Angola does deal with Ravana relatively well. This is an interesting inclusion in a deep dive deck because it's like not particularly good at running all 3 Centrals. So here they're deciding whether to deep dive because they only can steal 1 agenda, so it looks like they're just drawing. Yeah. Tier. Put tier on HQ, I guess. Okay, well, at least we don't have the Iqua to consider jamming. They know it's a tier. So we can draw once. Ravana on server 1 is fine. I think we're just going to put the border control on R&D. We want border control on the remote a bit. We'll put this on R&D, and then we'll just put this in server 1. We can res it on tempo, and even if we delete it immediately, it's fine. Andre was reading his targeted ads on another monitor. I know a really good website, if you're looking for... They pay well, so... Singles in your area. Oppo is online, yeah. Ablative is online too, right? There's some respect to that. Not that we have huge targets in here. But like, I love Ablative. I wish this deck was on Ablative. It's just you gotta play all the buy rides. All right, Docklands Pass, it's okay. This is not a great install here because we have an agenda. It's immediately going to the remote server. So like, unfortunately, it's going in the remote server now. But yeah, it just forces our hand, right? Like on 14 credits and 3 eyes on the server, maybe they can deal with it. The fact that it's an Ico, it's even better. I understand the original joke. Yeah, no. Could also be referencing to going to HQ for single access, hence hot singles. That's what it is. I pulled up this list on NetRunDB. How's it going, Doodlelight? And it is saying it's not legal for tournament play, but I don't see an exclamation mark next to cards they usually do. It's because D just goofed it a wee bit, and they picked the version of Architects of Tomorrow. This alt art is from the original set that is rotated. This deck is technically entirely legal, but there's a chance that you just need to pick the Architects of Tomorrow that's not from Flashpoint Cycle, that's from System Update. If you change that, I'm pretty sure it'll be correct. The Ravanas are correct. I think that's the only thing that D might have goofed it. Oh, actually, maybe this Eli too is from Future Proof and not the System Update one. There's a chance it's illegal because the wrong versions of the cards were picked. So the longer we hold this, the weaker we are. I think we have to do it, and the Hermes is pretty bad. We'll see what Cerberus Hermes. This is where the HQ Hermes is really bad for us. At least there'll be 4 cards they see too. It was a joke. It's thanks because of using an older version of the ID which rotated. You could easily replace it. Yeah. All the cards are legal. It's just there's a chance on sometimes on NetRunDB you choose the older version, which is the text is the same. It's just ugly. When I copy into my deck list, it actually has a button to replace all rotated versions with the new versions. Oh, I didn't even know that. That's really good. Okay. Yeah, this could snowball out of hand. Notice how they're not running, and that's like the best thing they could do, because if we run, like we get our stuff rezzed. And unfortunately, we did get stomped in the early game because of this. This Archives run is it's worth it because you get a credit back as clicklessly and it charges the Kurapira. Now I want to know what Thanos wrote in chat. I don't think Thanos wrote anything. I think there's a chance that you're expecting there to be a bot. Okay, this is the deep dive turn, right? At least we have a Brawn here, which that actually they bypass. So the Brawn might keep them down. I think they can go through the Brawn, but there's a chance we lose this turn because they're likely to what's it called? To snipe this 50-50. If we lose this, we lose the game. Dawkins pass, yeah. 50-50 hedge fund, nice. One more, CFC, okay, we lost the game because they deep dive here. Actually, there's a chance they can't deep dive. They have to bypass this. No, they have 14 credits. Yeah, we lose here. Unless the deep dive whiffs, because we have all the Iquas out. So yeah, we probably shouldn't have scored this. We probably should have iced up R&D. I forgot that we had to respect deep dive very heavily. But yeah, no, there's no way we win here. Yeah, no, our ice placement wasn't up. They got a lot of free credits. If we could get our ice up a bit faster so they don't get this like incredible engine, I think we're in an okay spot. But yeah, we do get deep dived. We could have cracked the border control as well. Yeah, not great. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's a 50-50 on HQ. We just didn't need to draw an agenda that turn, and that would be okay. I was talking about how the Dawkins pass wasn't good, and unfortunately there was really, really good. We do 2 agendas back to back in the one window that we couldn't do anything with them. Thanks to the game. Only agenda there, which is like, that's okay. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 points within, what is like 21 cards? I think these are set aside. Hey, cheers. Yeah, I think that's the one way that's easiest for us to lose, as much as like it is hard, right? Like it's a lot of money to get through all this stuff. This is one of the weird matchups where like Kurapira is actually quite good because we have like low strength stuff and high strength stuff. But like, yeah, this card is like, it's playable, but it doesn't seem amazing. You don't actually see the bypass mattering as much as the triple Brawn deck. All right, cool. Definitely a neat deck. The run-based criminal stuff, if you can set it up early and then it starts snowballing, like unfortunately we didn't draw our Biroids. I think we have a chance there. But maybe we have to be a bit more aggressive. All right, what else are we doing today? What time is it? Oh, we got lots of time. Is there anything anybody wants to see specifically? Otherwise, I'm just gonna pull some net decks and try some stuff. How important is it to pack magnets as Arasana tech? Magnets, for what it's worth, I think are much better, not as Arasana tech, as Anarch tech. Arasana doesn't mind magnet that much because like you can just pull that's the big thing, right? Is that your Trojans being on top of the magnet is like not that impactful because you just pull it up with an Urban Art Vernissage the following turn. It actually doesn't matter that much. There's actually, HB has way worse cards into Arasana, right? Like Hagen is a better card into Arasana if you have it in HB because they can't face check into this very easily. It trashes any of their other Trojans, let alone Conduit and all their other support pieces. And you cannot get through this easily with a single copy of Slap Bundle because it trashes itself, which sucks. So that's better. I think Tattoo Bolo is also pretty good. Even cards like Brawn that we just saw, like this is good because it returns to hand, so it eats everything. You end up hushing this one if you can. But even Brawn is annoying because you just can't get through it early. But I do think Magnet's really good in the meta, but it's mostly because Anarchs are in Botulus. I think the Arasana matchup with Vernissage, like Magnets are not that big of a problem, as much as you just can't slap Vandal through it. As long as you have some decent click game techniques, deep dive pretty good against AOT. Just sit back, build up, and then run and win. Yeah, because we're not very fast, and the less they're running, the more setup is. So like steal 3 points, 2 ports early, and then you can win off the deep dive. That's a sort of reason where like our ice placement, if we had like on R&D a border control, we'd be in a good spot. Having defensive upgrades like a Managarm is actually really annoying. That would be really good. But again, D doesn't say that list is optimized, so I think there's a lot of ways to make it even better against that robust game plan. More Rubicon. I played the Rubicon deck list off stream, and it was like really, really bad. Like you blow out some folks, but like the majority of like forward going ASA groups, you just don't have enough time to do all this stuff. Yeah, we're gonna do a tank deck with Patrick. Hippo makes AOT super sad. It does, but like a lot of the Anarch lists are only on like 2 hippos, which like, yeah, it's fine. It's okay. You don't have recursion, but hippo is obviously very, very good. You just care about your ice placement. Yeah, a lot of the lists are down to 2 hippos, so like, why not? How to deal with ag Keeling? You play Pinhole. It's really hard. Twice More with Keeling is such a good name. I think these decks are like kind of a bit unchecked right now. I think the Formicary Managarm Skunkworks combinations are really difficult, but like the fact is like nobody's playing Pinhole. If you're really weak to Keeling, like as hard as it is into Ag Infusion, play Hippos, but like, yeah. Play Pinhole. Nobody's playing Pinhole anymore. Like people just cut Pinholes. I don't know. Like early Rashidas are firing a bit more. Keeling is a bit easier to deal with. Some of the, even the criminal lists are not consistently running 2 Pinholes at a minimum, right? It's pretty wild. It's just slots. Yeah, I just opened that, excuse me. Mr. Boop is incredible weird work. I don't know what that is. Oh, is that the sort of like Boop tank lists? Yeah, I haven't seen this in action enough. Like I didn't see any of the QTM on stream, so I don't know how differently this one plays to some of the other stuff. Ice is really good. Like people don't deal with the Nancy very early. Getting your breakers down and having to face check is really slow. So I think Ag Infusion is probably in a better spot than amount of play it sees. That being said, I do think a lot of QTM was playing it. And then this list is like, it's not trying to score out often, I don't think. I think it's more so, while it can probably score out, it's just like, do you want to kill with Keeling? So can I put links in YouTube or chat? Will they get deleted? Veronica, you let me know because I honestly don't know it, but you have full permission to find out. Also, Red Dead Red Coat showing Iswak successfully. Hold on. Is there an Iswak here? Undefeated Cascadia. Yeah, it's a punitive list. Cool. This sort of punitive slash neurospike lists I think are kind of interesting. This sort of like bacterial programming fork, not that this version is playing anything else, like it's not playing your digital life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is the best version of it, the most competitive Anarch version of even the punitive Counter-Strike lists. I think we saw these in like Restoring Humanity. I think Personal Evolution makes a lot of sense. So I'm not sold on this. I think this deck has like no money, but maybe that's enough. I posted my PD list. I do not see it, Veronica. What you could maybe do, I want to play that list though today. Like maybe just post the numbers, right? Like, hold on. So if I open this, if you just post this garbage, maybe, and then I'll attach it to deck list. Try that if you can. Like, don't do the full thing. Yeah, I don't think anyone sees that, unfortunately. Quick question about Clot window. Opponent used pivot to find an agenda and use Audacity. Is there a window to silent chip SMC Clot? Yes, totally. Vasilis. I posted a whole video you can find on the YouTube channel talking about the timing structure. There's a whole section about Clot. But the idea is that before and after every single click is spent on anyone's turn, there is a paid ability window. So the idea is if a player spends pivot, so they spend 2 clicks for pivot, they install an agenda on the table. Before they can spend their next click to Audacity it, they have to ask you, is there anything you want to do in the paid ability window? Which means, yeah, that's the window they can produce Clot. And then the Clot will be on the table before they spend their Audacity. So you'd have to understand in Netrunner, there's no interrupts. It's the fact that between every single click, somebody can always do something. So the corporation always has to ask, technically between every single click on their turn, whether there's something you want to do. It doesn't matter 98% of the time. It only does with Clot. So yeah, nobody can, there's no combo that you cannot interact with Clot. Some of them are a bit harder where like you have to, like they install and then you have to Clot right away before you can let them Audacity. But yeah, there's a video on the channel if you find out. It's called timing something. Yeah, we go through all of it. There's a section. It's even marked on the time bar. The deck has no money, he says, about a deck with 3 Regoliths and 2 NGOs. Yeah, but like Regolith is not the sort of, like Regolith is not standard constructed play economy. Like Regolith is the sort of card that I think is attached to a lot of decks to like make them sort of float, but like that's not where your deck wants to be with economy. There's not a lot of top tier competitive decks that are like depending on Regolith because it's way too slow. It is way too slow against like good stuff Hoshiko. I think there's a chance like that Iswak deck can do something because people don't know what it's up to and then, ooh, you died to punitive. But it's the sort of thing where I feel like the win rate against like open deck list, it's going to be a problem. Extremely good and correct to ignore wonky relic combos when answering that question. Yeah. We don't have to talk about that. You can't clock the eternal 0-click combos with the Amani Sanai unless you call it before it even installs the agenda. Yeah, there are some weird situations, but like functionally, no. Pivot to freedom information on 4 tags is unclottable. Yes. if they can score immediately in the win condition after, like if they can immediately score in paid ability window speed after playing the pivot, they technically have priority into you. So like, again, we talked about this in the window, in the video. But if they clawed out a freedom information, which is a 0-2 if you have 4 tags, then before they spend their next click, they have priority, they can score it out. Again, that's one of the weird cases where if you want to do that, they technically have to ask you if you want to produce clot before they even play the pivot. 99.9% of the time, that won't matter. About to intervene, but then you said integral to the deck's economy and I stood down. Yeah, there is that one regolith in your op list, and it's good, but like there should be. I would be very surprised if there's a standard competitive tier 1 deck that regolith is integral to its economy, because like you cannot spend your whole turn doing that. Maybe the AOT deck is like the closest to it, as much as like I think it's a good meta call more than a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, that's the sort of deck where like it's the best economy you have for slot. Aurella's dead in the water with everyone on Hermes. Oh, mine. Yeah, that's really true. Aurelia is in a really bad spot with Hermes everywhere. Okay, Veronica, I can't see your deck list. I don't know if you try to post it again. I disagree with the Taken Regolith. It's exactly the kind of econ you use in Mega Glacier like that in Iswak. I think you do, but I feel like the amount of time that it gives your opponent is not in a good spot. I think it's also like one of the sort of cards that is reasonable enough in like the sort of the horizontal NBN decks, because it's something that's difficult to trash, and like spending a couple clicks on it, let alone heaven forbid a wage workers, it's interesting, but it's not like, I don't know, the sort of load bearing Regolith is always a bit suspicious. Like when you can play an HB deck that, you know, plays a bit more tempo positive. I haven't been shadow banned. Can't see my messages. No, I can't, but you haven't been shadow banned. I promise you. Did you publish it, or is it just like a list private like link? Roll a d12 between clicks. If you roll a specific number, say action to make shapers hate their lives. I always ask for cards at hand, even in decks that don't matter, because I think it's funny. Just to scare them a bit. But like, I want to know how many cards they have in their hands. Okay, Veronica, I see your LAD deck. I don't see your PD deck. I don't know if it's published on your name. Wait, is it actually just published on all ABR? Because then we can find it, no problem. It is. Is this it? Is it where we want to be? Yeah, YouTube seems to be just eating all the links. Always be running. Okay, this is it, right? All right, this is Veronica's PD deck. Perfect, we got it. Okay, cool. So Veronica wanted to play PD over Asa. I'm more into the Asa camp than PD because I think it's a bit more interesting, and you have a bunch of better play. You have more powerful play patterns, I think, and it works a lot better with some of the new cards. This deck is running a couple of the new cards: a Gatekeeper, and 1 MIC, 1 Magnet, Ouncel Drafter, 2 Brand. I love 2 Brand, Border Control, Ablative. We played against this deck on stream last week on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. Single Biotic makes a lot of sense. We're on 2 Vitruvius, Luminal, right? Because we're on 18, not 20. That's interesting. 3 Rashida, 3 Spin Doctors. We're on Tranks, and that is largely it. We have to go fast. This is the sort of deck where like the economy, I reckon, can actually struggle a bit if you're not going, because if you're not tempoing out the off-world offices early, and we saw this earlier today, like the economy of the deck is actually relatively fragile because, you know, barring Regolith, which you could put in the deck, I guess, Hedge Fund is kind of it, right? Like we don't have good econ plays unless we like are running forward with a Tranquility Home Grid. This is like low-key one of the best econ cards in the entire deck. Economy can struggle if you don't, but if you do, you go fast. Yeah. And that's why, like, I think some of the, like, the sort of criminal decks, right? Like, we played it today, and even, like, Sable are in a good spot because you cannot afford to ice up everything because you just don't have the money to res that stuff if you're not tempoing in a remote server. So I think this is pretty interesting. We have Ablatives, which is a good card. I was surprised that CTZ wasn't on Ablatives. That card is so good. I like it as much as we don't have, like, Hoggins. You played against it just now, but you played against an old version of this deck last week. Oh, okay. Okay, there's a right up there right there. Yeah, right. Precision design because it was a deck I was comfortable playing for several rounds. Yes. Gwyn relatively expediently. Yeah, very cool. Let's try it out. What is it called? Is it... No, this is Sokka's. Where did I have it? Oh, no, I had it somewhere. Oh, boy. Hold on. Always panicking PD. Nice. Okay. Also been interested to see some of the Automata Initiative startup boat play at some point to reevaluate how it feels in the new card pool. I unfortunately don't think you're going to see a lot of startup on this channel in the next little bit. I think, again, like, not that, like, I haven't played startup in a long time. Let's be honest, right? Panicking. But the thing is, like, right now, again, I think the jump into standard is so approachable that it's the easiest time to be. And like, I want to spend a lot of time showing that it's like, it's the closest, the easiest it's been. There's such a big overlap, specifically we played Ashes, right? Like, look at this deck. Look at this deck. if you look at it and say like, okay, if I have Netrunner, all the null single game stuff, how many cards do I not know in this list so I can play a top tier competitive deck in what's it called, in standard? Buy set. Yeah, 2 cards. 3 cards, excuse me. You need to know Aqua Project, Rashida, which is just a given. Rashida is in every corp deck in standard, and Gatekeeper. Everything else, like, this is the big difference. Everything else is a null single games card or from, you know, system update. This is kind of the big thing where, like, for me, startup, like, I obviously, like, startup's a great way to get into the game, but like, we're so close to the two being like the same thing that I feel like it's a really good spot. And I don't want to mess with boat. I don't want to play against Drago. And shout out to the folks or the standard band team that are putting together like a startup band team thing too, which is really cool. Shouts to Wolf 2. I just played on JNet. Way to roleplay the name. Is there a Wolf 2 out there? Get out. Is there already a Wolf 2? Court. I think the jump is very approachable if you're okay with either playing on JNet a bunch first, knowing which cards need proxying, or with blindly picking a deck from the list. Yes. So I think that's a big thing. And so we went over this in the Neon Static podcast. I know Sengren's putting together a video for this. And if that doesn't happen soon enough, no, wait, that sounds like it's pressure. At some point down the line, I think it's something that we'll also do. But just like before Worlds, to be like, hey, you want to get into standard? These are the 3 HB cards you need to know about. These are the 2 Jinteki cards. Like, it's literally that simple. It's countable, the extra cards that like the new card pool adds. Thanks, you too. Ooh, Arsonic, super cool. We don't have Hagen. In our small Netrunner community where almost no one has any old cards, it's hard to get people to try standard. Yeah, from in Montreal, for what it's worth, like startup sees almost no play, and a lot of it's because we have more old heads. And I do think there's a fair few startup players in Montreal. I'm excited to see if they come out on the weekend. Opening hand, Rashida, board control, hedge funds, fine. That's good enough. Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you want to get into standard, do not proxy the entire set. Like, that's where it needs to be. I think somebody needs to tell you to be like, proxy these. Like, I think that's what we'll do. We'll just put together a deck list that has all the cards that I think are worth proxying in standard that will open up the entirety of standard to you. And it's not going to be like the extra, what is it, like 500 cards it looks like? It's like literally less than, it's about 40 cards. It's like smaller than the new set that came out. I did disconnect it as soon as the game started. Test. Can you make it back in? The list y'all went through on Neon Static was so great. And it's like, it's functionally that small. It's like so small. Can you make it back in, Veronica? Or do you want me to rehost? I'm mad that I sold my collection of old cards back when FFG lost the license. Ironically, I kept a Jackson Howard. Now I'm shuffling back into the game. Yeah, just remember again, proxies are legal, obviously, having physical cards, and there's the Katara project, or Red Sands project. There's a lot of places online that'll have full art versions of the thing you can print. I can't see your messages, but I can't do anything. Can you reconnect? Like, hard refresh? Oh, I see you. Okay, we're good. Nice. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we're just gonna go for the push. We have an agenda in HQ. Maybe we get punished here, but landing this is so important. Okay, best of luck. Have fun. There's more scary non-startup cards in Cube than there are in Standard. We get new players in Cube all the time. For real. A lot of the startup cards again, right? Like, I think Standard is in a lot of ways softer than Startup. Like, there is some really mean stuff in Startup, right? Like, that was always the big fears. Like, I don't want to play in Standard because I have to play against Harding and News, and boom. And it's like, okay, well, play against Endurance and Drago, right? Like, Standard is actually in a lot of ways a lower power level format. It's just there's more cards. Oh, thanks. Unless you're talking to Veronica. Oh, thanks. Replacing Polana. Sorry. Name of the PD deck is referenced in an old Rotom comment. Yeah. Panic Corp deck. Yes. Yeah. Panic PD has been around for a while. Dirty Laundry. Get the environmental testing. She did not install something quickly. Oh, cheers. Prognostic Q-Loop. I wonder if this is Jeff's version or like a more Q-Loop heavy version. So she saw the top of the deck. Environmental testing is going to be 9 credits down the line. And Prognostic Q-Loop, you can fire every single turn. We have a Seamless in hand. I wish we had a second ice here. We are not ASA group, so like we don't get the click and forward installs, which like I so value here. Like I'd love to do a double install here. I'm a much bigger fan of ASA than PD, but like a double install here is so good. Especially because like Managarm is really good right now, and the deck's on 2, right? A lot of upgrades and not a lot of clicks to install them. So I think we can push for another Rashida here. We can do Trank Rashida. I wish we had an ice for HQ, so we could draw once. We have 6 hand ties. Okay, that's like, okay. That means that we actually can put this on server 1. They'll drop us to 11 credits. That's enough to score the off. I think that's fine too. We can try this. Armless mid-season's oppo. It feels like it used to be a three-pronged startup is more forgiving, don't need old cards, and see all the shaky players, sharky players in standard, but now kind of isn't true with Oppo and startup and HHN as standard and Boat and Drago and startup. Yeah, it's like a weird mix, how it's kind of like wrapped around on itself. I've been busy with life, and soon as a new addition to the family. Congrats, soon. Awesome. I have a full FFG set aside from SG Mopus that I haven't gotten to the table in almost 2 years. I don't see any world in which I'm selling it. I'd love to teach my kids the world of A&R. That's a really cool thing. I have a lot of folks have a lot of their old rotated cards around and they keep it around. It's a board game, right? Like it doesn't matter. It's not legal in standard and startup. You can play it wherever you want. Slap Vandal coming down. Nice. She has an incentive here to crack the SMC. So she's going to get 9 credits. Just hush. Nice. Cool. That's a good startup. Like that's a fast testing. That's good. I do disagree with the contention that FFG sets were full of busts and because of profit motive. Not that it wasn't a driver for them, but the distribution model didn't actually fill their packs with duds. I think people have simply had a longer to write off FFG cards. They didn't quite get there. I think, Sanjay, it's a mix. Like I'm not negative enough to say like it's all it's all profit. It's just I think the turnaround on cards, like the cycles, like understanding how quickly and how aggressively they have to put out stuff when it comes to FFG. Oh, that's a conduit. I didn't see that. Oh, we could lose the game really quickly. We have another Mavirus in the deck. Oh, that's really bad, actually. I probably shouldn't have scored that out. Too late. I think it's more so the... right, like the quantity, the amount of time to put out more quality content means that, like, you know... I don't know. I think NSG puts out less stuff, so they want more of their stuff to be more widely enjoyable. Like for real, like look at some of the old cycles. They're really bad, right? Like cards that are unplayable at all levels of play because, you know, the Red Sun cycle was a mess. Flashpoint was a mess, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think they were incentivized heavily to fill with duds. I think it just kind of worked out sometimes. FFG was designing cards to appeal to all audience, therefore not all cards were considered to be competitive. Lucas and Damon started the day during Plugged and Tour back in the day. I think NSG designs cards for all audiences as well. I think, though, they have a better overlap between all audiences. Okay, Econ on the table. She knows we have a drafter. We have a huge incentive to get them a virus down. On R&D is just good enough. Rashid is probably where we want. So we can do server 1. So we need to get this on R&D. I think we definitely need to get a free purge this turn. We can always res it for 3. She sees 2 new cards here. So is 2 new cards worth saving 3 credits on this board state? Probably worth paying. You never... XR&D, they can't use Pichachon? Yeah, it's fine though. Because like, if she actually installs the Econ the drafter, this is where I have to ask for action. Like we can trash the drafter. There were some cards that I don't even know if they would consider even for kitchen table. Yeah, there was cards that were like not even kitchen table worthy. Okay, cool. This is the rules interaction we'll be talking about at Worlds. Or sorry, at Canets. All right, so now she has to host, unless she wants to slap this. She's going to slap this. The subroutines are still pretty good. Okay, so you may add a card from archives. Okay, I will take... I think we're actually going to need the hedge fund. We can res purge. Let's see what she pulls out here. Simulchip, okay. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Right, like she could have hosted it, but it cost her like 6 credits. Sorry? Yeah, I will. Okay. Every time slap battle comes up, I just flashback, how can she slap? Yeah. All right. So we still have to ice this up better, for sure. The times I played versus Aristana during Continentals, I just have to run her to tell me before they run if they want an action before res, so we don't need to ask every time. That worked out mostly fine. It only happens when you have to res ice, so it doesn't happen that much. And after she uses her ability, it doesn't happen again. I got to do that on the King when he was on 5 counters. Fantastic player, felt amazing to do it. Oh, the Purge? Nice. She's flying forward. Another ice on R&D will be enough, but we won't have to do too much else. Okay, so Gatekeeper is pretty good. If we trash this, it turns on Simulchip on her turn. She doesn't have a lily pad just yet, so her MU's getting there. We need to make R&D taxing enough, and Gatekeeper and Ablative are like both not good really options for that. Vitruvius of the counter is pretty good. It means we can get the virus back if we need to. So I think we'll start there. I think we have to put Vovo in here because we're going to spend a lot of money. This is an expensive server. And then obviously we need a piece of ice and R&D. I think Ablative we won't res. I think border control we will consider resing. I don't think we really need the Gatekeeper to fire right now. Ablative threat about to be relevant? Yeah. By the time it's relevant, we'll worry about it. How the designers envisioned proper Netrunner play wound up being vastly different than what actually happened. Well, I think there's some issues, right? Like with the Mumbed cycle, that assets become the predominant thing. Yeah, that's an issue, right? It's hard to see that coming. Like, I don't hold that against the designers, but yeah, no, obviously the game is a bit different than they thought it'd be. Okay. So here we can do seamless, advance, push the off. I don't think we have a huge incentive to do it because I think we want to push the Iqua. So I think we're just going to advance for, hold on. Do we want any of these cards? Not really. We have to watch out that we don't overextend, because if we overextend, then she can like conduit absolutely to town. I think there's a chance that we're going to get conduit buried this turn. So I think if that's the case, we're going to, yeah, I'm thinking. Like, it's nice that we have 5 points in hand, but I think if that's the case, we need to get another piece of ice R&D. So I think we're just going to score this as is. We're going to get this back to hand. We're going to get a piece of ice on R&D. Ablative is fine because it gets the virus. So that goes on R&D. And then we'll just make sure we res and move the Vovo. Okay. But Vitruvius kind of gives NA Akawa. Yeah, but it, like, this is where, like, you know, she pops off, gains 18 credits, and then like Peaches shawns us to death. Can't steal the Iqua here. You got nice. Hedge fund. Okay, good hit. Yeah, you always want to access with 2 cards if you can afford it. That's still a good run anyways. Slap. Okay. Let's see if she runs it down. Again, Ablative for free. You don't want to run that last click. And then we have border control to really stop it. Oh, never mind. She hushed it. Oh, Lily Pad after, unfortunately. But it wouldn't have fired this turn anyways. Okay. So we have to really respect the heck out of this board today, thinking. And again, PD has not been that relevant. I think Asa is so much more fun. So we want to maybe force her into the remote server a bit. This server is probably the one we have to res on. We always trash some of this stuff. I don't think we have a huge incentive to do it. She probably installs a Gauss or a Cleaver to get through both of these ice. Slap Vandal deals with Ablative relatively well, and she's gonna return to hand. Again, this is where like she absolutely digs us to death, and so like we need Ablative, and she can hush the Ablative, mind you, but she has to do a pre before we res it. So that's when you ask for the window. So what else do we do here? We can do Trank in the remote server, Hedge Fund. We can do install advanced Iqua, but we don't have the money to sustain that. So let's start by just getting some more cards in hand. We don't have your digital life, so we don't have a huge incentive to res mid-turn. So we'll do server 1, and we'll do good old Hedgy. We can now never advance with the double seamless. Vovo on this server is like totally fine. Looking back, I'm trying to find a card where I can say I cannot see any deck where I want this, even as a theme deck or something. I can't find one. Oh, there's lots. Not all the cards are good, but I could see they could make some sort of deck where they could exist. There are a lot of cards that are unplayable. Like, just the numbers on them don't make any sense. Like, there was one cycle where they printed like 3 or 4 cards that all say make a run, your breakers get +2 strength, and some of them were just straight worse than others. Like, I don't know. There's some like really, really rough stuff. Defense Construct is like always really fun. Okay. So we wanted to push something in the remote server that we like deal with her. That mat is really good. So this is an overclock on the remote server, so 5 credits, not before res. So if we res here and on sell, that is obviously very expensive for us. She hushed really good. But if she wants to put an econ in it, she has to do 2, 4, 5, 6. I think we can barely afford to make this be an issue. I just don't want to go too poor, but that's like, this is where the Arasana matchup is really tricky. Understanding. I think we don't res anything because she has all this like overclock credits. They're very conservative upgrades they can advance. Very conservative is one way to put it. Action. Jinteki has so much unplayable ice, Metamorph? Yes. And that's, I think, a big thing is like Jinteki rotation barely hurts them. Because Jinteki has so many bad, very, very bad ice. But a lot of them also like were kind of If Mati was around, they make more sense, but even without Mati, they don't make sense. Even with Mati, they don't make sense. All right, 9 more credits. I can't say I tried super hard, and I mostly disregard numbers because of them. Yeah, there's so many weird Jindeki cards, like, you know, Sandstorm is okay. Metamorph is weird, doesn't make sense. Bloom doesn't make any sense. Miraju makes some sense. Rotation barely hurts Jinteki, Cries, and Chiashi. The ban list hurt Jinteki more than anything could hurt Jinteki, but of course it did. Okay, now we're in a really awkward spot where we have to figure out how to score an Ikawa, and she has her entire value engine. Oh, Ike, a DNA tracker. Yeah, there was so many bad rotations. Jinteki swaps things. Yeah, replanting is like kind of playable. How do we win here? We have to force her credits down. We haven't got Q-Bond once. Bloom is marginally playable in Atea? I don't think so. Because then the subroutines have to fire. Knowing where to do the Vovo, like we need a Managarm or we're in a really bad spot. We'll draw once for Managarm. Okay. Again, ASIC group. Install these for one click is so good. So I think we'll do Hedge Fund into Gatekeeper. You generally slap bundle this. You can hush it and then you can get through with like a Buzzsaw or whatever. But like she's going to get one Gachapon on this turn, one Gachapon on next turn. We're in a pretty bad spot. And next turn, I think we have to leave Vovo here. This actually, the server is much cheaper, right? The problem is like we have no incentive to move it over if she's don't put something there. Hedgegate Jam is okay for a window, but like if we can't res this ice, and then if we res this ice, she like wins off of Conduit. So we have to be a bit careful. We can't just straight Hedgegate Jam. What's hushed on their mode? Border control. She's hushed every single border control somehow. Like she absolutely nailed it. All right, this is where she's gonna go in on R&D. At this point, we also could have considered trashing some stuff, but at least, yeah, trashing this ice is actually worth it. But the Pichashon won't last there. yeah. This is what happens where you just lose on R&D if you don't go fast enough. And again, I think just if we had ASIC click compression, we'd actually be okay. PD is way too slow into this matchup because you just don't get economy forward. You don't have the fully op to like do nonsense. You don't have wage workers. Resablative, it's free. Choose a card to install in another server. We would fire in theory ASIC group here, but we can't. So I think we're just gonna get him a virus in server 1. Call it a day. It has to be another server, so we can't even put it here. How much value did she get off the cube? It's a bit hard to follow in JNet, but probably a lot. How is she breaking this? Oh, slap. Gains a credit. I'm trying to install Seamless Launch thinking it's Nico. That is, yeah, there's a problem with some of the HB cards. They look way too similar. Border control here is worth resing just because she has to find a breaker for this. I also wish on JNet like the card flipped or something or highlighted because it's hard to tell if she used Arasana, but I think the answer is like pay attention to the game. But it's like really hard to tell if she's used Arasana so far. I wish JNet made it obvious. Maybe reading the chat log is a pretty low bar, but hey. So much skateboards that are actually good. It's not fair. It shouldn't be legal to do cool looking things and have it be strong too. It's really good. It's hard to play, but like this gets beat by going fast. We didn't. Moon Revo, how's it going? Kind of wish they didn't put Nico and Seamless are both in HB. Would have made it easier to tell them apart. Yeah, it's worth Managar and Jailbreak is the same art, but like the color palette is so different on the two of them that like you never get that confused. All right, we get 3 credits. Nice. This is, mind you, not a conduit run. I don't know if she knows that. Oh, no, it is. It's up here. Now she has to host on this. This is the part where like we do one install and we trash 5 things and like we still lose to conduit, but it'll feel really good. I was confused at the art of balance coverage and Oppo as well. Accidentally ended my turn first click. Oh yeah, they're the same artist. They're kind of similar too. I feel like the art on balance coverage and Oppo, like I like what it is, but it's the same sort of issue with Seamless Launch and like Nico Campaign. They don't have strong outlines, so it's kind of like they look the same. Like the silhouettes on like cards like Off-World Office, it's really easy to tell what it is because nothing has a silhouette like this. Same with like Ikoa. I think there's something to be said about the legibility of cards when they're really small, and those cards are also pretty rough. We won't purge here, as you can see too. Wage workers similar to Nico? Yeah, that falls in the same camp. Nico wage workers, they're all very, very, very similar. What's in the root server 1? It's a Mavirus that we just installed off the Ablative, so she knows she can't go hard into the conduit. Running HQ, she has a click and 2 credits. So Seamless Launch, okay. I agree with that. Needs cards with more distinct silhouettes. As someone who plays, oh, she's deep diving this turn. That's sick. As someone who plays a lot of Gordian Blade, yeah, and someone who like has to look at streams and like see what cards are from very small images, I very do not love how similar some of these cards are. The silhouette problem is an issue. Oh, just urban art, no deep dive. I'd really love to see a video that explains the basic strategy concepts like valuing credits versus clicks, click impression, how to value a card, rushing versus glacial strategy, etc. Alexei, how's it going? Alexi, excuse me. We have like a basic, we don't have enough really good stuff like that on the channel. We have a really basic, what's it called? Oh, we lost Vovo, which obviously that's unfortunate. We have a really basic primer in terms of like some, we did replay reviews. The easiest way to do that is to do a replay review. And I think if someone has replays they want to submit, it's something we'll look at. When does Rashida rotate? In a long time. But I do think the NSG cards are going to rotate sooner than later. But I think Rashida's great. The Crimson Cybernetics are far too similar. I think the art on like Zenith is very, very striking. I don't find that one to be a struggle, but I could see it. Okay, so she only has 7 credits. We can install one mic to trash every single thing on the server, and I'm going to do it because it's fun. Especially good night. Sweet. We can leave this one because the math is really bad. We cannot afford to res this. Again, we just don't have economy in this deck. So this is 6, 3, 4. We have a virus we have to pay for. We can't put a bit on R&D. So I think we could do like Mana Garment to Seamless and then, sorry, to Offworld, and like, hopefully that's good enough. Do you still take replay submissions? I would. They haven't been open for a while. Like I haven't asked for them. It's the sort of thing that I definitely would be interested in. So yeah, let's say we do. Won't Maker's Eye, but we'll trash 2 R&D ice. Did you see how many things are on it? There's no way we couldn't. Jam the Ikwa? You have double seamless? Oh man, hold on. Yeah, Jam the Ikwa is so much better. I'm assuming she's going to steal this and then we jam the Ikwa, right? Like I'm assuming that she has to run into this. Like scoring the off-world office doesn't help us that much. We'll still have double seamless next turn, but yeah, jamming the Ikwa is probably way safer because it's hard for her to deal with this. In terms of like hushes, we've seen 2. So like the border controls are pretty safe here with the simul chips done. Unfortunately though, we just have to res this stuff, but this is like a really hard ice to deal with. Why off-world over Ikwa? I was assuming she was going to run it, and now she probably does, and I want to lose that one and win off the Ikwa. So we'll see if we call the play right here. But there's a chance she doesn't want to run this because it'll purge her out for free. So mixed bag. We'll see. Wolf, well, that was definitely a big old Wolf 2 play, trashing all the ice. This is also, I think, harder to track in person, let alone online, about like who has what in hand. Like this came from hand, right? The slap. Excuse me. But yeah, I think if we jam the Ikwa, we probably win here. So yeah, that's on us. That's fine. Prognostic revealed dirty laundry. Rough. Fire Unbroken? Hold the phone. You can't do that. That's an illegal maneuver. Choose a card to add to HQ. My friend Hedge Fund. Choose a card to install in archives. I think Vovo by a mile because we we purge here for very cheaply. Res Vovo. Resma Virus, purge virus counters, C1 card. Now use Drafter to install ice and trash their 2 Trojans. Oh my god, that would be sick too, but I think we needed the purge. But yeah, we could have installed here and trashed that. But like, we can just do that next turn, ideally. It'd be great to see a review of Continental tourney replays with top players, one or both. Well, in theory, if you watch the commentary, I hope when I do Netrunner, the commentary is approachable. Yeah, we could have run one off of Ikawa. But the server now, you get through MIC. It's still kind of expensive with Buzzsaw. She doesn't have the Cubon value train. The Drafter is annoying. So I think we just do score the off here. And we don't have a piece of ice. Score. Yep. And then we just jam this and hope we don't lose off of R&D. No, you're good. Are some of the idea that forces you to click trackers IRL? Yeah. No, it's really important you do. And this Peach Shaw needs its own click tracker, funny enough. Seamless Jambikawa, yeah, exactly. And now we have the money to res most of this. We know the border control likely won't be hushed. Gauss is really good, but you still have to deal with the Gatekeeper, which this deck slap vandals through it relatively well. But again, the amount of clicks, like there's a chance that just Managarm and Vovo deal with it. Prognostic. Okay, it's the eco from hand. Sokka uploaded all their EMEA commentary. Yeah, Sokka has all that stuff. Also, Bahram Wu did as well. Okay, so thinking. So she has 1 click left. So if we res the Managram, she has to pay 5 and then 7 for the Ikua. So we have to make her spend some amount of money here. With the border control, it's entirely safe. We don't have to do anything, right? Now, if we don't res, she can't Peach a Champ. So all we have to do is basically don't res, fire the border control. Because she can't Peach a Champ unless she does it preemptively. Love watching Sokka since he talks about possible lines as he plays, needs to catch up on Bahram Wu. Yeah, I didn't watch all of Sokka's. I watched some the last part. Have you seen how some players think that 59 Ag Infusion with Corp should be on? I saw some 54 Ag Infusion decks back in the day, but not a huge incentive to go to a bigger deck, especially if your win condition is like Keeling. Sorry. I mean, action? Actino. I see Q loop into Gachapon for all the instant speed action installs during a run. Yeah, there's a lot of options here. No actions. I'm not going to res. Continued approach. She has technically a paid ability window when she passes the ice action. We're not going to res. 59 lets you have a numerically lower agenda density. Yeah, but it's like the lower agenda density, we ran the numbers, it's not worth obviously the extra cards. Okay. Okay, no, so this means because we have priority if she does, well, she has priority, but she's not doing anything. So we just res border control and immediately end the run before we're giving her back priority. So now she only has 1 click left and there's an Ikua on the table. So the only way that she can deal with this is like involves some amount of Peach a Champ. You play 9-5-3s? Yeah, you do. But having the 9-5-3s versus like, what is it? 6-5-3s and a 3-2. It's not a huge difference. Still nothing? She could win with an imp. Okay. So we will just res this as a joke, but she cannot steal the Ikua and that'll do it. She here could have produced an imp. I don't think she's on the imp, but that's the only way that she can deal with the Ikua here. So it's just about having the clicks. Seamless. Seamless. Money was tight. Advanced score. We got a bit lucky on centrals. Wow. 9 agenda points. Good game. Thanks, you too. Really cool to see our Asana. That's why I like the list to play. Yeah, things were looking rough. Things were looking financially rough. The drafter fire was massive. Peach a Champ would steal the Ikua, yeah, but she has to install it before we res so that we can at least res the ice and deal with it. And if that's the case, we can res the on-sell, and there's a chance that she doesn't have enough money to deal with everything. But understanding that she has priority, and if she says no and only installs a Peach a Champ when we res, then we just don't res and the window closes. So there's no way for her to Peach a Champ without us being able to interact with it. Do you know that because of the restrictions on numbers of agendas per faction, Giant Ampere is only 94 cards? Yeah. That's the thing. The Giant Ampere deck is way smaller than Giant Nova deck because you're very limited by agendas. Yeah, I really wanted the click compression to get the upgrades down, but just didn't have the time while also still keeping R&D safe. Is this the kind of board state where Beatrice would be good? Technically, yes. This is the kind of board state that Beatrice would be good. But unfortunately, Beatrice just doesn't work with Conduit. So like it's generally not worth pursuing. That this sort of deck is actually way better at like once you get down a Turbine or something, you get down some Q-bonds, like you actually can run R&D for pennies. The problem is like this sort of list is on Ika, which is like is very good for the sort of like environmental testing lists, but the sort of Arsanas I enjoy more actually are just like playing what's it called, Echelon, so that you don't have to like worry about drafters that much, and then you just tunnel in. But yeah, this is like a very common play pattern against Shapers. It's called the Shaper U, in which you protect the remote server and you protect R&D, and there's not a lot of HQ pressure cards. So Beatrice, in theory, again, that's the second card in the history of Netrunner, the Shaper card that says the word HQ on it. So yeah, abstractly, but like spending 3 clicks to see 2 off the top of R&D is not how Veronica wins here. So yeah, if she put down a Beatrice, she loses the game functionally. Beatrice and Wake, yeah, it's a bit better too. But yeah, if she does put a Beatrice and spends 3 clicks to see 2 on the top of R&D, yeah, we win. We win. There's no way. Oh, sorry. I'll say hi to Veronica in chat. Hey, Veronica in chat. Sorry, I didn't notice you said something nice and I closed the window. Excuse me. Agenda density being calculated using hypergeometric distribution, as far as I know. You opened the wrong can of worms, abbreviator. Welcome to the person who spent hundreds of hours calculating all the agenda densities. Veronica, good game. We have a video on the channel, so I can tell you the density. Okay, all the agenda math. Open this video. Watch the advertisement. Thanks for the revenue. Go to more. We go to the agenda density math chart, and I can tell you what the density on a 59 is, and it's not much better. Mind you, if you haven't seen this, I basically ran massive simulations with about 80, I think it was like 600,000. So if we go to standard 59, if you want to know if you put 9 3-pointers into a deck, your agenda density is about, or sorry, 8 3-pointers, it's about 19 random accesses for the runner to win off central servers. Again, the video explains what that means, but 19, if you want to compare that to a standard 49, playing as few agendas as they can functionally in the format, the difference is 18 versus 19. Not worth it. Not worth the difference. 18 versus 19 is not worth having 10 extra cards in your deck, of which 8 are only functional because they're not agendas. So do not recommend. The math does not support it. But yeah, I calculated all the numbers. They're all there. What's your day job? Classically, freelance video person, but mostly Netrunner recently. Just Netrunner stuff. There's a Patreon shoutouts. And so I figure the whole 17 axes wins came from. Yeah, it comes from this. It's a hypergeometric. So like, that's actually a really interesting thing is like looking at that deck that we just played. So it's usually on what is the math? I guess for PD, it's slightly different. But if you want to look at like the Skunk Void deck here, this is a very common ASA agenda suite. 2 Ikwas and then 7 2-pointers, 2 3-pointers. So if you want to look at the amount of axes, and again, check out the video because there's a lot of assumptions about this math. This is not exactly science. It's, you know, more of a feeling than science. So we want to look at this. That's 17 axes. So 17 axes, barring that we have a defensive agenda, that's not that bad at all. Like that's actually pretty good. These numbers are a bit more inflated because the Global Food Initiative used to be something in standard. So all the numbers that involve Global Food Initiatives, which like low key are the best numbers for like obvious reasons. Global Food Initiative was one of the most powerful agendas ever printed. All the numbers have got a bit more generous for runners. So understanding that like that 17 is nearly the best you can do in the entirety of the format, that's actually really good. The other one, really good one, but functionally it works out pretty poorly as a, what's it called, as a corporation, is this one where you play no 3-pointers and you play 10 2-pointers, you get 18. Not the biggest difference. 18 and 17 is a bigger difference than it sounds on paper, but the problem with this deck is like it's hard for the corporation to win because they have to score 4 agendas unless they have any sort of tricks. But yeah, no, there's not a lot of good reasons to be playing this because the difference between 19 to 18 or 19 to 17, 10 extra cards in your deck is awful. It is really, really bad. You don't want to do that. The All2 suite is actually quite good. It's just like certain decks deal with it better than others. And yeah, hope you can do this full time. Alexi, I appreciate it. Ken job. That's great to hear, your day job. Yeah, that actually is going to be like, that's a kind of a transition that I'm trying at least for the next little bit is that like this, my partner's been really, really flexible with it. That's why we're streaming more in midday times. We're probably going to be streaming twice a week consistently so we can spend even more time on this. So like, again, if you like this sort of stuff, we have a Patreon if you want to support on, we have a couple different tiers and we also teach Netrunner lessons on the side as well, which if you're interested in that, hit me up. W35 compromise? Dylan, what do you mean by that? A lot less mad dash in the meta at the moment. Yeah, that's another thing that came up in the chart. It's called the mad dash ability. So how many axes is it the runner's consistently landing a mad dash? And so if we look at the version that we just played, like the startup 49, so the 270, the mad dash ability goes from 17 to 17. No, that's not the mad dash ability. Sorry, that's in startup. That doesn't make any sense. So that's the 270, which is this 2070 technically. It goes from 17 to 14. The mad dash ability into that deck is actually really good. The mad dash is worth a lot of extra accesses. It's not a card you see that much anymore. But if you look at a lot of these 59 card decks, or like the ones that are only playing 3-pointer, the mad dash ability goes down to 12. So like if you want to play the most defensive deck and running only 3-pointers and playing 59 cards, understanding if the runner can consistently land mad dash, that they only need 12 accesses, it's terrible. It's really quite bad. But mad dash was like the most common card across runner decks, or like it was very, very consistent competitively in the last World season. It has calmed down a lot now. So it's not as bad as it looks, but just keep that in mind. Mad dash is a very powerful card. Sounds like you need to plug Patreon more. I think I do. I probably don't do it enough. We almost never do it on streams. It's not only plug Patreon, but like do individual shout outs and stuff like that to the folks that support. Like when somebody signs up on Patreon, could we give them a shout out, stuff like that? We probably should have a bit more structure for that. Mad dash has an influence cost? Nope, it's neutral. It has like a downside that if you don't steal an agenda, you take a meat damage, which like It's not really a downside as much as sometimes you see runners lose to this, but if they lose to this, they're going to lose probably no matter what because they have to do like very aggressive mad dashes. But yeah, this card's very powerful. It just doesn't work in every single agenda suite. 3 mandatory upgrades, 1 ABT, 3 Vitruvius, 3 NPD was such a revelatory agenda suite. That was like CI time, right? You teach lessons? First time I hear this? Yeah, so we teach lessons. On Patreon, we have so many slots for something we call degree mill slots. So they're generally like 2-hour sessions. They are about $50 Canadian for the session. And based off of like, I try to understand a bit about like what you want to get out of Netrunner, where you're looking, where you want to go. And then we sit down on a call online and when we do a session. Sometimes there's a written curriculum, there's can be homework if you'd like to. But we do those. Sometimes it's once a month for all the Patreon folks. Other people do it on an ad hoc basis. So they'll be like, hey, Andre, do you have time in this month? Because I want to prepare for this event. I want to know what the meta looks like, whatever it is. I want to get back into standard, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that exists. You can hit me up if you want to do that in a metropolegrid@gmail.com is my my email address. Currently they're full on Patreon, but we do open up more slots if there's more interest for that. They've been great. I have a lesson later today as well. Freedom Mad Dash? I think sometimes you see it. Mad Dash doesn't work on Fuji. You can still die to it. You could die to it, but if you steal the points, you win the game. Right? Because it's not an additional cost. Valdemar HB is the big thing that swept the German meta in 2015. It's one of the top, I think that's the top rated HB deck on the entirety of the what's it called, the website. But yeah, via degree meal, it is sold out, but I do additional slots. Like we open up more slots. It's only sold out as like a way to manage my time. But if I'm putting more time into Netrunner content, we can open up more slots, no problem. So if you're interested in that, if any part of that sounds interesting, metropolegrid@gmail.com, you can send me an email and we can talk about it. All right, let's play some more Netrunner. Let's just grab something. Let's try like the good Asa decks. I think Joe's saying that you have to take the Fuji damage before you get the Mad Dash point. Oh yeah, that's totally true because it's after the agenda is stolen. That is true. So the idea is that this is what makes Fuji relevant. So when his score is stolen due to net damage, the idea with Fuji is if you're on 4 points and you steal the Fuji, you win before this text fires because you add the agenda to your score area. You check if you're at 7, you win the game. This text doesn't fire. But the idea with Mad Dash, it happens after the agenda is added to your score area. So Fuji has to happen first, right? Because it's when the run ends. Okay, so yeah, you have to actually survive the damage. Yeah, that's a really big point. Probably doesn't matter. This doesn't see a lot of play. It's not Obokata. It's also harder though for what it's worth. Like sometimes you would leave an Obokata in archives and then just Mad Dash into it. So the fact that you can't stop yourself from scoring this makes it harder for Mad Dash because they won't stick in hand, let alone you can't refuse to steal it unless there's a Daniela. Okay, let's just play some good stuff. Asa, it's always really fun. Again, check out Sake, does a really good job walking through this, but this is like very good fundamentals Netrunner. Understanding where the runner needs to pressure, understanding that you want to plan your turn either around wage workers or your Asa group install. Like this is one of the sort of decks that like is very, very good. I don't think it's particularly difficult to play compared to some other decks that have existed in the history of Netrunner. Each individual card is really, really good, but so much of it, and like you saw this in the finals if you watched on Sakastai, is understanding like in 2 turns I want to do this, in 3 turns I want to do this. I need to play around 1 or 2 runner cards, and it's like a very, very good fundamentals Netrunner deck, and I'm so excited that this is doing as well as it is. For some reason, Mad Dash is not as prevalent as it was a few months ago. Yeah, a big part, Diogenes, is we're not seeing too many of the decks that are like only 5/3s. So like the horrible back in the day, we had those Drago decks before he was banned. We're also seeing less Global Food Initiative, which Mad Dash has a bigger impact on that list as opposed to like the basic Iqua list. So it is calming down a bit. On that note too, like Stargate just isn't as prevalent as it was classically. We're seeing some other multi-axes as well. So there's a bunch of different factors. It's probably still worth a slot, but it's nowhere near as it used to be for those reasons, largely. No GFI anymore. You're less incentivized to play MD. Yeah, you're much less incentivized. Skunk Void. HB. It's not HB. What is it? Asa Group. Cool. Obichata, what's the name of that one? Obokata Protocol. Oh yeah, Obokata Protocol. Excuse me if I'm talking too fast. That was an agenda that was just recently banned. That is an additional cost to score it. You need to take 4 net damage. It was one of the most powerful cards of all time, and unfortunately it's incredibly unhealthy for the game. It got banned out a couple of weeks ago, but this one as an additional cost, you can always refuse additional costs to steal agendas. So you can access this on top of R&D, say no thanks, and then just Mad Dash back if you can afford to run back, and the corp can't shuffle. So yeah. That's a 4-point steal as long as you have enough cards in hand. Yeah, sixth agenda of Glacier is a real thing. We're not seeing, I think we saw some Echo Chamber decks. I think some of the Asmaris were on like 2-pointers in Echo Chamber, which like, yeah, that's cool. Bolognas are in there as well. Or maybe there were some Asmari decks that were on like 3-pointer only. Hold on real quick. I do think maybe this is not the right one, but wow, cool. Look at the art. How do you get that? That's so cool. How do you get that? I do think there were some NBN decks that did that. That like was surprising to see. I think they're the Asmari ones. So if we go Europe, a card is my favorite card in Netrunner aside from Rumormill. Obokata, massively powerful. You don't tend to put Mad Dash in your deck if you never have ways in your deck to guarantee the hit. Yes, exactly. Okay, so this is coming back. This is Rotom's deck, right? So 3 Bologna, 3 Send a Message, classic Asmari Glacier. Border control, magnet for, you know, the meta. Single pop-up window is cool. 1 Surveyor, 3 Hydra is hard to deal with. This deck seems good. And then again, the slow sort of regolith decks that can afford it. And then you score 2 of these and then you do Echo Chamber. The wild thing about this deck, again, 44 cards, there's no Ompa research, there's no punitive, there's no additional win condition. It's just honest Glacier and there's no upgrades. But your opponent doesn't know that until the top cut. And at that point, it's like what deck gets through Hydra relatively well? It's like the Noom decks. It's hard to rely on Amakua. This is the same sort of thing where you just hunker down and then eventually the sort of it tips over in your favor, barring like a Mad Dash might sneak it out. Yeah, so those decks do exist. They're just nowhere near as popular as they used to be. If I played against an Asmari, I would not guess it's that side. I would guess it's closer to Pigeon Fighter stuff. It's very strong. Fun watching. Runners faceplant Hydra. Nobody gets through Hydra well. Nobody does. Noom is, I think, your best case. And even then, 6 credits. It's rough. Watch us for 3 turns and then hippo it? Yeah, but then there's 3 Maganets. Hey! Oh, last time we checked in with Shu, she was not doing well. I think she's doing a bit better. No econ, I guess you gotta rely on Asmari ID procs. Hey, good to hear. It's got daily quests. Oh, this one actually have daily quests? I might have missed it. Did you see the DM I sent you in Discord? No. I'll check that out. Yeah, it probably does have. I have too many things open. Excuse me. I gotta close tabs. I just know I don't like closing tabs, because then I forget to plug things that I said I'd plug. Interesting. Legal format. Okay, we're good. I kind of wish Spin Doctor was a neutral card. NBN has been getting away with being able to slot a stable card in all corp decks without playing Influence. Jackson Harrod problem. You're getting that a bit with Mavirus now as well. I think it's interesting. It's an Influence, but it is a real tax across most of their decks. That's for sure. All right, a 419. I don't know what Shu is going to be on. 46 cards. Okay, best of luck. Hagen on Centrals is pretty good. You have to ice up HQ against Diversion of Funds on turn 1, as much as against most other IDs, we would just put Rashid into Hagen, which is a pretty good play, even into Botulus. I think we can keep this hand. I don't know, again, Criminal has some issues. What is the multi-axis? Is this just the CTZ2 Wolves? We'll try and find out. All right, double Rashida. So not going to be a proactive game plan here. You probably just like draw once, hedge fund, put this on HQ, protect it. Okay. We're not going to get an Ace install here. We could in theory Ace install the Mavirus and the Hagen together, but I think we'd rather have the Mavirus onto a server and a new remote server. It does help with the double install. And we can show there's a Mavirus. I think that's fine. And then we save a credit on the install. Yeah, let's say we do that. It's a Mavirus. Enjoy that. Is PD playing Spin Doctor? Yeah, just about every deck is playing Spin Doctor. PD is definitely playing Spin Doctor as well. Spin Doctor, in fact, works even better with a lot of the HB cards because you have things like Drafter, Ablative Barrier, even in an ASIC group, you have Tattoo Bola, so they can install them clicklessly, even from archives. Like, that's really, really good. All right, Hermes Blowout, turn 1. Let's see if we see it. These are the best Pokemon cards I've ever seen. Ooh, that's a good Pokemon. Amakua coming down, really good interaction. You can get that down before you access, but she doesn't have a lot of economy here. You need a tab group for your plugs? I probably do, yeah. I think we can leave R&D open. There's some risk, again, like you steal an agenda, she bounces this and then like goes to town. But I think maybe we can start with a Spin Doctor. We want to pay for we don't really need to pay for the credit here, considering the Amakua is going to just kind of explode anyways. Oh, undo click. We have to do the ASIC group timing. For the ASIC group timing, we'd want to use a double install on this first. So I don't think there's actually a big reason to do Spin Doctor first because we want to ASIC group. It's not once per turn, it's first time a turn. We could always res this to play around derez, or sorry, expose. I don't think that's a huge incentive to do that. I think we're just going to do credit. So if this gets bounced, we do not diversion to the ground. Your per gang sign, Wolf 2 demands it. Wolf 2 is way more proactive than gang sign. All right. She went for it. We'll res it now. So she falsified, named acid. So she got her money and her expose. That is the play why you would sometimes snap res this. And maybe we should have. Are we playing Sokka's list? Yeah, Magic Baldwin. How's it going? We are exactly playing just Sokka's list to try it out. I'm a huge fan of these sort of lists. Okay, this is where we can start popping off. We can do a double install. Rashida behind the gatekeeper. We can put the magnet in front of the spin. So that should be the order that we do it in. Pay 1 to prevent. Yeah, we can afford to do it. Server 1. And then we'll do fully op. So we'll draw 2 first. Okay. Only a bit scary. And I think we're just gonna get more money. We haven't rezzed anything. We're gonna need a fair bit of money. We have some money in our hand. This is not a great hand to work with. We have a spin doctor though, so we actually can discard the Iqua. I think that's fine. We'll draw once more, gain 2, and we'll just discard some cards. We have no incentive to score this out early. It's in fact a huge issue, and I don't think we need a biotic in our hand, as much as that's like a nice way to close the game against criminals who can't interact with it. With the ace install, which card is exposed? The first one. And important to know, because you're the active player, there's 2 things that trigger on the first install per turn. So you choose the order. So sorry, yours has to go first, but it's the first one. I'm going to res this so it doesn't get bounced. I guess she can just bounce the ice though. Yeah, shit. Probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that was actually a mistake. I was like, she can't bounce that. She just bounces the ice. Miss bones, good. We're going to get pulled apart a bit here. There's a big incentive to ice up R&D. But here she has to be a bit scared. Throwing out the mutual favor, right? Like if she face checks into a drafter on R&D, it's really bad. Ablative is something that you kind of want to keep for later. So we'll do ablative on R&D. We probably don't res, but I think she respects it. So we'll do new remote server. That in front of it. Pay. In front of R&D. Hedge. Go. Not a great pop-off. Yeah, we need a wage workers early. I'm not reading that, Dylan. Let's be reasonable. Okay, there's an Iqua in here. Obviously, we don't want that to happen. So we'll res. We have to shuffle back the Iqua. Probably fully operational. It's always nice to keep 1 in the bin in case we hit a Vitruvius counter. We're pretty far away from that. I'd rather have it in the deck. But I value having Rashida's in there because of, you know, what's it called? The ability. Okay, now she can face check into Carmen. But for the ability to pull it back with like ablative or drafter. Damn, okay. So now we need to push out. We have a magnet and a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper seems to be in the stronger spot. We can double install. 6. It is, oh wait, forgot the subtype. Whatever subtype for 6. That one. Okay, so we're going to push out the agenda. And we'll get the Managram on top of it. We don't have a seamless. Oh wait, I thought these are seamlesses. They're Nikos. Thank you. Shuffle to deck, leave, and heap for recursion design is so hard in HB. I really like how skill testing it is. Yeah, I really like it. So then we can get an ice on there for sure. I think we need another ice on Centros because if we score out, we bounce. So we'll probably put another ice on HQ. So I think we're gonna put the gatekeeper out there. And then I think we're gonna get a third install here. So R&D is relatively safe. I think we just don't want to lose to HQ. The Brawn up would be reasonable. We can always poison archives. When she's running archives, we can pop this to put it in there. I think the magnet's okay. Then if we have either of these, we're pretty happy. But yeah, face check into a Hagen here is huge. The Kurapira is a big respect into that. We did advance this once, but I forgot we didn't have a... We'll top deck a seamless, right? Okay, that's fine. So this is a magnet. We can get a Nico behind a Brawn. Not great. Not great. Double advance here is really scary because then a bounce off of R&D. The Bladev is like obviously pretty bad. It makes the Brawn also worse. But we can do advance here. We can get the wage workers on the table. I hope. If we get the wage workers on the table, we can also just like triple advance or quad advance the off-roll next turn. Ideally, we'd love to triple advance it and then have a click left. So if that's the case, I think we just put this behind there. We can't unice something because then Amakua goes wild. So I think we'll do this in server 2. We can put the Managarm on top of it and not res if we want to. We also put it on central servers. Yeah, this is tricky. Some weird hybrid mirror morph turn. Not great. Yeah. The criminal pressure is like really different than Hoshiko. I think Hoshiko were a bit better to leave centrals open. Hermes is nice into this sort of like card on table. We haven't seen boomerangs or inside jobs. You assume generally one of them. Okay, so I'm not gonna res the ablative here because I think it's much better later. I will res the wage workers because I don't want it to be bounced. But then she just bounces the ice. Yeah, we learned this the hard way. Okay, huge. That's really, really important that we survive there. Let's see if we get like en passanted. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna get our window here. So we can respond to Hermes, which is really good. We get our wage workers. So start a turn. We res this. Then we can do advance, 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 score, gain credits, Hermes fires, and then we can still do an Asa install. So we'll see what she bounces. Okay. So Hagen on Outermost of HQ is like a disastrous face check. Now, if we do that, we can install another upgrade on HQ. I don't think we have a huge thing to put the Managarm on HQ. We haven't seen a single diversion yet, but she... this thing's pretty expensive. It's not that expensive. The magnet's the bigger thing here. I don't want to put another ice. We'll pay a credit. Maybe we don't pay a credit because we have a virus anyways, but whatever. Okay, from here, we definitely want to score one more tempo positive 4-2. I don't think we want to score this out as our next point unless we really don't have a play. Wake and plan. Okay, huge pressure on centrals. Losing the second Carmen. So the magnet's pretty good. I think we purge here. I think, shit, she doesn't have enough money. So wait, this will be 6, 5, 4, 3 strength. Yeah, she doesn't have enough money. So this is going to trash the Amakua. We've been playing against a lot of Crim, yeah. Fire encounters end the run, and we can only trash the Amakua. That's a huge, huge hit. That's why, again, Mavirus is so important, and Amkulas are a bit harder. You're seeing a lot more classic breakers. Now Archives is also poisoned. Oh, we're running into a magnet. I think we can afford to protect this. Again, we have Recover with the fully operational. But she doesn't have a decoder yet, and Shibboleth is still pretty good. It breaks this for 1 credit. Okay. So, don't love the fact that we have a Braun here. We'd rather have something else, but we might want to just get the Nico on their remote server because I don't think we have the economy to jam this in there. So if that's the case, we can put Nico in. We probably just do... It's hard to get wage workers here. We can click for 4 credits. It's not great. We don't care about expose anymore. We can show it's a Nico campaign. That's no problem. If she exposes it, it's totally fine. So I think we actually just do install credit fully op. Ooh. We have 2 more fully ops in R&D. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think we can afford the brand. Obviously, we can't. Pay 1 credit. No, it's fine. And then we'll just do credit fully op, and we'll just get money here. We just need the money. Yeah, I did. New server for the extra prog. The new server, though, the problem is if it's a Braun, and if we can't res the Braun, I guess with Amakua off the table, it's not that bad. But yeah, new server would have been the easier play, right? It's just like this doesn't eat the server for too long. Ablative barrier is not worth resing too much, unfortunately. Like, this is where we probably should have the Braun. Wow, we got lucky on Hermes, though. Another class act cycling that through. Okay, Nico's resed. Spin Doctor off the top. She didn't trash that. Okay, this is how you build a new server, right? Unfortunately, it's like, yeah, I guess we do put the Braun in front of the new server. Oh, we're going to do it. New remote server, install, pay 1. No, it's a Spin Doctor. We're resing it. Okay, so this is where with 12 credits, we could consider pushing to the remote server. Wait, is this server double gatekeeper? What have I done? Oh, that's still really good, though. So it's either we wait for the Nico campaign or we push in. This is, again, the fundamentals of understanding what the board is going to look like in 2 to 3 turns. Whether we want to push this in without... Oh, we didn't draw a single seamless? The deck has no seamless. I'm trying to draw into a card that doesn't exist. So wage workers is their seamless. That tracks. So we could still install this into server 3 and click for credit, and it's probably fine. Like, this puts us closer to the end of the game, because if we quad advance this, yeah, maybe R&D is open. That's true. Falsified, guessing upgrade. It's a Managarm. Okay, she knows there's a Managarm here. Oh, we could have done 3 installs. Yeah, it's not really good, though. It's not a huge 3 install. Okay, so we'll draw as many as we can. We'll shuffle back the Luminal. We have no interest. That's good enough. The Echo we want to keep in hand. Yeah, we could have got a triple install on Wage Workers. I wasn't tracking that. We didn't have a really good install though. Even just putting an ice in archives is like not that important because we have a virus there. Dance is seamless and you fooler. They do look similar. Oh man, the magnets have been so good. Just the code gates here have been really good. This is really unfortunate. Just getting stopped by all the code gates. She threw out a mutual favor. I thought she would have had her Shibboleth by now, but now her Shibboleth is going to be pretty bad. This is where I wish we had a bit of click compression, because I don't want to discard this many cards. So like we can always, I think we ice up R&D once, we advance this once, and we slow roll it a bit. It's a bit risky for sure. We'll keep this on R&D. It's a Managram. We could get blown out here. Hey, evening, Jonathan. Been over a year at least since I caught you last. Loving the stash. Thank you. That's very kind. I don't know if you've been playing Netrunner for a while or you just haven't been. Ooh, that's a big one. Yeah, game's in a really cool spot. Hopefully you're enjoying it. So this will put her on 5 credits. She can't contest the remote server. But that is scary. I wasn't expecting this. Again, this card is really good. Shibboleth is kind of pushed out of the meta, but like this deals with everything relatively well. As much as 7 is obviously an absurd amount of money. Playing this W deck like it's a Mirror Morph. Wait, did I mess it up again? I did install, credit advance. Yeah, I'm a Mirror Morph fan. She's trashing this. I like this a lot because we lose. Okay, that makes more sense. Because we lose a credit. She trashes the Wage Workers for free. And we can no longer safely score out the off-world office. That's fine. All right. So at least we're going to score this out. She can bounce something. It's not too big of a deal. And then our win condition is Managram Anoetic, and we don't care about our hand. So we're still going to do this. It puts us on game point. There's no bounce that like costs us the game here. Especially because we have all this ice resed. But like now she can run this to always make us lose credits. She puts the Ablative back. That was the good hit. Not excited to res the Magnet. It costs her 2, and then we have this. Drafter numbers are really good into Carmen. Holy shit. We don't really need another Mavirus. The Hagen is like getting still pretty good actually. I think the Nico we don't need. It's nice to have something to jam though. Okay, holding on. 1 Aqua in hand. This is what? 1, 2, 3. This is 5. So it's 5 to run HQ. We lose 1. So we could see a diversion here. Not unreasonable. But yeah, this costs us 4 credits. Costs her 2. The deck is on 1 bow, but yeah, I think this diversion's fine. I think it's a good enough diversion. If we top deck in what's it called? Fully operational, though, like it's gonna feel bad. It's like kind of hard to pressure Asa Group's economy because there's just so many ways that we catch back up. This subroutine doesn't matter. Okay, I'll fire it. The fact that she didn't break all the subroutine actually robs her of the Kurapira. Like this requires you to break everything. It's really interesting. It means that we can't res Braun, but like we're not resing Braun. So we lose 1. She's through. Speaking of working on it for a wage, my day in the office has been frustrating as all hell. I can't wait to pub runner tonight. Oh, sorry to hear that. Tuesday nights is pub runner? Okay, so here we can res the Magnet. We go down to 0. She breaks it for 2 and we don't lose a credit. The Managarm Skunkworks will go down. I think it's actually a better tax to res the Managarm than the Magnet. Because here she has to pay 5. Yeah, she doesn't. As much as the uniqueness clause might catch up to us. Oof, oof, oof. Oh no. All right, we need to recover. Throwing out the Nico campaign maybe was a mistake. That's probably what we need to recover with. So how do you recover from here? 2 diversions are out. I feel in a corner. We just need to top deck a fully operational and we're in a good spot. We could consider spin doctoring there to get the fully operational and the Rashida back in the deck before we drew. That would probably been good. Radiant, how's it going? Congrats on Cascadia. Okay. So I think we can install, like, we just don't have enough money to threaten to score anything out. Kind of done with that. Ah, cheers. You did fine. You did fine. Thinking. So yeah, being on 1 credit's pretty bad. If we click for credits, we probably get the last diversion. She still has like 22 cards, but again, she's been bottoming a lot of them. So it's not as bad as it looks. She didn't throw out a diversion, right? No, just 2. Turtle's not in a good spot, as much as that'd be great. I think we draw once. We can fix our hand with Spin Doctor a bit. Wage Workers is good. As much as it cost us all our money, at least we can res it to duck the, what's it called? The EMEA tax a bit. So I think we can get this on the table behind the Magnet. It's a Wage Workers. Congrats. And I don't think this is going to be worth it. This is really worth it. This absolutely pops off if it reses. Oh, wait, that was the worst. That was the worst play possible. Shit. I just want to click for credit here. If we go down to 1, we lose it. If we have 2, we can at least res the Wage Workers. So yeah. Let's get rid of that. Hey, Lazy, surprise me and shout out to Andre. The haircut looks good. Thank you. We went to a wedding last weekend. Needed a haircut. It's been a while. Feel like my hair grows a bit faster than I want them to. So we're going to res this. Wait. This maybe doesn't make sense. If we res this, we spend all our money. Otherwise, we lose 1 credit. Yeah, we're not going to res this. Start calling my fridge magnets Magnet in my head. It actually caught on. I'm so happy. That is the cat culture around here. I've probably said this on stream, but when Nanako wants her attention, she goes to the fridge. Yeah, this shuts down her fully op. I like this play. And she starts pulling the magnets down. And her cat way of saying it is Magnet. Fully op. I think we want another Wage Workers on the table. Rashida in the bin is like reasonable. Biotic is not that useful here. I think we'll do a Wage Workers, but this turns off fully op. This is a really good line to play. Nanako lore is strong. Been away with work a lot, not been keeping updated with the game. Just logged in and checked all my decks and they're all rotated. Yeah, there's a big rotation just recently. Oh, this is such a powerful card. Yeah, the recent rotation has been really, really important. But it's a really exciting time to get back into the game. Okay, she is suffocating us now. So we want Tattoo Bola into Anoetic Void is like a really fun line. We just need some more credits though. This Magnet's probably not worth installing. I think we can put the Ablative there. And then just click 2. No, click 2. I don't think we can afford to. Like, it's really important to play around this. I'm going to assume that, like, Shu is seasoned enough to not run last click into this thing. So the information is definitely important. The idea is if you run through this, like, you also have to run through Rashida. But I think the Managarm here is just going to keep her out. Hope the wedding was good. Hope the great weather and sun. It was nice. It was really, really nice. It was like a smaller thing. So it started at like 7. So sun wasn't necessary, but it was very pleasant. All right, Leech, good. Forward-based momentum. We're not putting anything in the remote servers. That would be what was going to force her to check the table. I think we can put the Wage Workers on the table. Click for some credits. We can duck a diversion relatively okay. And eventually we'll come back. Again, we just need to fully up so bad. Because it would be a huge economy card. I'm going to pay there. Maybe that's wrong. But like, she can't actually trash this too easily. She only has 3 on Miss Bones. It costs 2 to get through this. Running archives here. This doesn't get a leech counter. This is just a check. There's 2 Mavirus in there. That might have been a mistake, but I think it's worth checking if you think that's a Spin Doctor. Okay. So now we have the Wage Workers. We have another Iqua. Get the Bolo Bucks? Yeah, ideally we want the Bolo Bucks. This is where like we don't have Seamless, so we genuinely have to do install advanced events, the Iqua project, which is so hard against Hermes, right? Like I don't love this. And she definitely has like, she's going to run R&D for 2 cards. You might run HQ first. But like this is really, really difficult. That I don't know. I didn't realize this deck wasn't on Seamless. Such a crutch the way that we use Seamless in our play pattern. But she's only on 2 credits. She'll be on 4 next turn. Again, double Gatekeeper is amazing. I think we have to get her to run through Tattoo Bola. So I think Bola on the outermost of R&D is like pretty okay. This card is like not great. This is 4. This server costs 6 to run into Managarm. Like that's pretty good still. But like we can't afford to install advanced events. I think we have to like credit install Luminal and Tattoo Bola. And like we have to. You didn't see that. Like we have to go for the long play. Oh my God, we have no money. We have no money? What did I do? You're on wage workers, you don't need seamless? Kind of still do. She's gonna trash this. Oh, this is such a bad play, because if she runs this, we're on 1 credit. That was really, really bad. No wage workers first? Yeah, I missed the window. I thought it was rezzed. But yeah, oh God, we just threw so hard. We just threw so hard. Here we should res this Managarm. Oh, it's so bad. But then it trashes this. Oh God, we messed it up. Yeah, the wage workers res was bad. It was better to do credit install. It's Jover. It's not, we're okay. Been loving wage workers install of 14 full events the following turn. It's really good. It's a bit worse against Hermes, but like, yeah, it's really, really good. Okay, this is where at least the point in the game where the bladeds are really good, but like, we have 2 fully ops. We have 3 fully ops and 13 cards. 1 fully op like pulls us back into the game so hard. Admittedly, we don't have that many things to put in servers, but if you know what I mean. Okay. She's on money too. We're so back. Like, this is where we fully op and then like don't score at the wage workers. It's also worth knowing our biotic labor is still in the bin. We need to shuffle that back with the last spin doctor. Oh, another miss bones. We're absolutely ruined. Absolutely ruined. We've been on 1 credit for like 3 turns. Help. This is so painful. Trying to figure out how to push it forward. Using my copium in the world to pretend I hate playing against Hermes. It's not too bad. Scoring a 5-3 naturally is really hard. But that's all wage workers out, right? No, there's still... No, that's all out. Oh, this is not good. Help. And eventually she's going to run HQ. At least, like, she doesn't have that much money to do it. Draw fully op. What the fuck? What's going on? Now I said the PD deck has an economy issue. This was a Shibboleth here would be so much worth than the Mina. Like the Mina is worth its 7 credits here. Like it saved its money as slow as we're going now versus this. But like, yeah, seamless. Yeah, this is not good. This is really unfortunate. This is a really hard thing to fix. We have 1 more spin doctor, which is super important. Yeah, we're losing a credit a turn. Like we need to destroy this server. Admittedly, it's costing her 2, which is like not bad, but it's costing us 1. Like we've not got purchase. We have slid backwards every single turn, and then we committed to this nonsense in the server. Like we probably just click for 2, and at this point we're getting a diversion eventually. This sucks. We need her to run through an ablative to have a tempo swing. We need her to run through an ablative. Yeah. I simply draw fully up. I feel like I played my snake draft game against Izzy the other day and drew down to like 20 cards left in RD. Never saw a single fully up. He's got to play Gaslight, got to play Pivot. Okay, and this is not good because she knows that she doesn't have to do anything this turn because, well, she might know we're not on Seamless, but like now that she has a turn to just gain money, it's huge. As much as we did not lose 1 to Magnet. Nuka. Ah. Not a lot of... Oh, God, it hurts. It hurts so bad. It hurts. Clicking to 3 is like the worst thing possible to diversion, so we like have to not do that. This is so bad. How do you deal with this? As soon as we advance this once, I think she just like sends a legwork. I hate this. We can't click the 3. We have literally no play here. What is the ace of text? It says the first time a turn you install a card, you can install another card in or protect that server. The second card can't be an agenda though. So you basically get just like 2 clicks on for 1 install on the same server. Really good. Really, really quite good. I'm drawing. Okay, it's there, but like, how good is this now? It's not even that good because we don't have anything to put in the servers. Like maybe we should just put an Anoetic behind a Magnet because it was worth something. Can you install an agenda in server 2? No, because she'll check it and we lose a credit. The server's dead to us. And if we feed her an agenda, she bounces. Like, it's so bad. Can I promote to Run Together? Is live on DTC? Yeah, Dan. I'll link that after the game. Run Together is now online on Drive Through Cards. The fact that this is so slow also shows like we have huge issues fundamentally here. In terms of the economy in the deck, we have one more hedge fund, but there's 8 cards in RD. Like we're gonna deck out. I would, yeah, we're gonna deck out. If she trashes the spin doctor, we lose the game. We just click. We just click. Click and flood. Hand is mostly agendas. She won't check. She'll check. She'll definitely check. Anything in that server she has to check. With Miss Bones, it costs her 2 credits, we lose 1. It's like so in her advantage to check that. Right? Like us losing a credit is so important. This is good. Oh, we don't have any ice in hand? Oh, you absolute monkey. Yeah, we lose. All right, Gatekeeper. So we can res the Managram, trashing this Managram, not good. We can res the Anoetic, putting us on 1 credit, so what does it matter? I think we just let her have this, and she clears the whole server, which is obviously terrible for us. I think we concede. Yeah, this is actually Jover. Because there's no way to come back from this, because she's going to wipe this whole server at no cost, and then the server costs her like 3 credits to run. Yeah, this is really, really, really bad. How do you get out of this? And then we're fully up, it doesn't do anything. I think we do concede here. This is where you need a regolith. If we res this, she breaks it for 4 and we're on 0. That's not very good, is it? I think the only thing that taxes her out is the Managram because it is 2 clicks. I cry every time. The flood hurts bad when it's real 5-3 and not global food. This one's actually like, I'm okay with this because this is a defensive agenda in HQ. It's actually hard for her to interact with it. It's not as bad as it looks. We don't have to protect R&D because there's no agendas in there. Pray for time in the round. Yeah, how much time is left in the round? It started at 3:54. And we're getting there. But we'll be on 4 and 4. Hopefully I'm the higher seed. Oh, she bounced. We're 1 credit short of the blade of nice. Now this run's not very good. There's not a lot of agendas in there. Like I think you pay 5 there. Because like what are we protecting if we resed? Oh, we lost the last spin doctor. Okay, I do think we conceded. Hey, money. Hold on. We can actually do it. If we do this, we gain 4. Our hand is only agendas. But the cool thing is, as soon as you steal an agenda, Hermes means it's not only agendas. And now we're not super weak to diversion. We're only very weak to diversion. Funny enough, Anoetic Void is also blank when your hand. This is your hand, and all the spin doctors are out. She trashed the spin doctor in R&D. So now she has a diversion. Oh, Panweave. Get out. This card never sees play. It's really annoying with Amina as well. We're so back. Yeah. We're going to score this Luminal and then click for 3 credits. Genuinely, if we got the Biotic back, we have a chance. But like the game is in HQ. This is what she needed. Funny enough, well, she can win here. Actually, the 2 Ick was entirely safe, but if she sees they're there, it's a problem. Panweave hitting Doof is exactly what I never played. Oh, she lost a Doof off the Panweave? Oh, that's so bad. That is so bad. This run's actually really expensive. Would have been worth to jam an agenda for 3 extra credits? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Ikawa, can't steal. Vitruvius, can steal, can bounce. Bounce is the one agenda we have on the table. Ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Yeah, the Dupe got lost there. But like, how much does it cost to run? She wants to break all of this because she loses the leech. Yeah, it's actually, this is an issue. I would say this is an issue. Again, we don't have Seamless, so like... Is the Gatekeeper a problem for us? Yeah. She knows that Ikko wasn't there, so like we lose this turn. She just runs HQ. I'm in before playing operations. No, we can't put an agenda on the table. We can't put an agenda behind a magnet or a brawn. Getting 2 credits by getting an agenda out of her hand will lose us the game, especially because also there's like Hermes. So if she checks, like we're so far behind. Falsified, it's a Luminal, but she just wins here off the Ikko. Jam the Ikko and pray? Yeah, but how do you ever score out the Ikko? Like she steals any other agenda and bounces it. So if we had 1 Ikko, maybe. But yeah, no, we can't win this. Ikko, good game. Yeah, we probably could have conceded a while ago. There was a bit of excitement there, but that was rough. I had My stream curse is over. Oh yeah, it's been a minute. But turn 20, 31 minutes. Yeah, time would have been called in a while. But yeah, we got nothing going. Yeah, I couldn't. I guess we can resolve, but like to see how bad things are. Like the only way that we come back here is if an ablative barrier fires off. But like this server is awful. If we kept an ice in hand, I think we mess up with the tattoo bola. There's a chance that that's the economy we need because we can install a drafter there and that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, Mina was rough. I think I lost like 6 to 7 credits on it. Yeah, Mina's really, really bad. You don't see a lot of this card. It's like very expensive, but I think when Shibboleth is good in the early game, like this is very good in the late game. The code gates you're expecting to see, Magnet is everywhere. That's a really good trade for you. What other code gates are you expecting to see? This deals with what's it called? Very well, I think. Oh my god, this deals with this deals with Valenchow so well. The pan Toulouse dupe. Classic. What are the code gates you're expecting to see? Like this deals with Vampranasa. It obviously deals with Enigma. What are the code gates that are meta defining right now? Toll booth is like fine. It's expensive. It's fine. Yeah. I don't think the Panweave is. It's probably not worth it. Yeah, I don't think this came down. It cost a card 2 credits and it gained 1 credit. Like this card doesn't honestly do that much. This is like so quintessentially 46th to 49th card. Because like everyone ices up HQ. It's never easy to make a run on HQ, but to get a card, like it's a powerful effect. It's just like, it's really expensive. All right, let's do another one though. Again, the criminal aggression like does slow this down. Thanks for the game, eh? Hey, cheers. Hold on, she's typing. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, for sure. How are we doing on time? It's 4:20. We can do one more. Hey, ciao. All right. We played a lot of HB today, I think. I think HB is in a good spot. It's a good spot. Ow. Yeah, you also see how good Miss Bones is. Like both of those Miss Bones emptied. That was 20 free credits to trash cards. Like that's obviously so important. I think you're pronouncing Balanchao correctly. C in Portuguese is the English S. Balanchao? Like that? I'm pretty sure the pronunciation guide said it differently, but like pronunciation guide could be slightly wrong too. Thanks for pointing that out. Ooh, Quetzal. No idea what Quetzal's doing. I'm assuming that we'll see what's it called? Hey, thanks, you too. Maybe Palangi to change things into barriers. It deals with Quetzal's ability that deals with Tattoo Bola well, it deals with Ablative well, but those are not taxing ice. So like Brawn is the annoying thing. Incorrectly, yeah. Let's see some Freedom. Yeah, we haven't. Oh yeah, today. I don't know if we're gonna have time to do Freedom, but the Freedom lists are really cool. They're just very hard to pilot. And they're a bit meant. This hand sucks. Okay. So how to deal with this hand? We can put an on-sell behind this. This is more so like I just hope they don't run it because I do not love an early on-sell. I think it's actually pretty rough. Now we have an open HQ. Ablative on HQ or gain 4 credits. Gain 4 credits. Clinging for credit there is fine too, but now we can at least res the on-sell. This is potentially really, really rough. If we res the on-sell, they have to click through 2 of them. I think we'll take the trade. The first one obviously doesn't matter. The bottom 2 definitely matter. Especially with ASA group, you get a double install here. But yeah, we'll take this sync here. Maybe you don't go through the second one if you think this is like a, what's it called? Yeah, that's fine. If they think it's what's it called, the Tranquility, but Rashida has to go down there. They only have 1 click left, so at least we survive. Okay, good. I think we'll take that. So now we have an incentive to jam into that server every turn because now it's really expensive to check with the daily casts. So we can always just do, I think we can draw once, no problem. Hagen is probably this is cheaper, but we don't have a seamless. Oh man, not having seamless is so hard. So we actually can use fully op. We could just do, Anoetic Void into Luminal and use that to clear our hand. It's probably better than another piece of ice. We can do double install there. So we can do double install credit. I think that's fine. And we just do a credit. And if they run this, like we animatic void them, it costs them their whole turn. So we might see some HQ pressure here. Again, I don't know exactly what sort of engines you're playing in Quetzal to get any sort of forward momentum, but it's going to be like, you know, probably maybe like Poison Vial makes a lot of sense. Oh, Hermes, right. That's fine. And Banhar, okay, also fine too. So we could, if we wanted to, res the Anoetic, otherwise it gets returned to hand. If we res it, we show that they're on Anoetic, and I think we'd rather them plant through this and like have it be a bit ugly. So we're just going to score this out. Because we get a double install anyways. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so they have to return that to hand. We have 3 clicks. We have no money. That's obviously like the rate limiting factor here. We have had no forward tempo, no Nico, no Rashida. So it's just the fact that the on-sell is pretty good. Now, if we jam into the remote server, it is still pretty difficult on the basis that, you know, Banhar deals with this relatively well. So we can drop once here. Thanks, I hate it. So we're going to throw out 2 agendas. So we can do credit and just hold. It sucks. We don't get our ability. These are the ones that we want to score. I think the Ecuador project is like, it's a defensive agenda. Keeping it in hand is like reasonable. They don't have a lot of money. I think we'll try it. If they steal it, I think we're happier with that. Now, if they steal the 4-2, then we don't have any forward tempo play. Man, I'm so surprised there's no seamless in this list. So good. Price? Cutstone, Hermes, Buzzsaw. So it's going to be either Buzzsaw or Echelon. Echelon's not very good early. This now deals with all the magnets for 1 credit. Gatekeepers are still a huge problem, but their money now just went into this. They also trashed their Echelon now, so they don't have a really good killer. Not that it's great to draft early. Okay. All right, fully up. We need to get something going here. So I think, unfortunately, 2 barriers here. Hey, the Quetzal text being relevant. So we have to get going off of this somehow, because this is our only card draw burst. So we can draw once, get a nice double install. Tattoo Bola is a pretty reasonable double install. However, there's nothing we really want to put in the server. So I think we can do Tattoo Bola with like Off-World Office. Yeah, we can just do this. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Wrong card. Sorry. In theory, you have to do the agenda first, so it gives you some good information when you want to like do some expose or some pinhole threading. And then here, I think we're just gonna get 4 credits. It's only 3 credits, but it's good enough. We got to draw more. Unfortunately, if we do have to fire our ability, like stacking 2 berries works, but if we ever do have to fire Anoetic, we'll see how it goes, because we can't afford to do it too often. Not that we can even score out the agenda, but it looks like they're going to slow down. All right. Just a finality. Again, there's 4 points out of the deck, right? Like, I think you always want to contest Spin Doctor before you do any of this. They lost a twinning. They can't steal Iqua. There's 1 more in the R&D. So yeah, this is not that scary of an access. It's okay. You can fix it. Okay. They lost a twinning. So I don't know what they wanted to do to change the order. Okay. All right. Virus Purge, nice. Not hugely important, but it's nice. They'll probably trash that. Okay, and they took a core damage, saw nothing off the top 4. They didn't have even money to trash like Rashidas or whatever. As much as like the Hermes there could have been annoying. Yeah, there's the Rashida. So Rashida on remote server is pretty reasonable too. We don't have to ice up R&D this turn. We can consider advancing this once. But then we have a card and problem hand issue. Okay, so we want to get these 2 down for sure. So we can install these 2. That means we can probably draw once. Okay, well, there you go, 2 Rashidas. And then we can either advance this or click for credit. I'd rather click for credit. I don't think we want to do anything with this until Wage Workers fires, because it looks like it could be just about anything. But once the Rashida's off, we can definitely like do a double install advance. Maybe get a Wage Workers. But we're not too worried about R&D because they saw 4 cards. They know the next 2 are safe. Question, where does the Banhar server go? If it's a Tattoo Bola, mind you, this works as an ace group, so we actually can get multiple ice on the table. Not that we have like a Managarm we can trick down, but it's going to be on server 3. So, funny enough, wait, there's a non-synergy? Oh no, it's not break an end run subroutine, it's break a barrier subroutine. Okay. So here, if we res the Tattoo Bola, I still think we do it because it gives us money. But if they want to go through the subroutine, they're not going to get raindrops. Oh no, technically they will for net damage. Okay, so we're going to take a net damage. So they lost a Hippo, we're happy about that. Swap it. Yeah. Oh, I should have put the hog in there. Sorry. Wrong. Oh, thanks. This messes up because they actually lose a different card to damage. This makes you res tattoo, bolo bounce tattoo, install re-tattoo. You can't do the same one, but double tattoo is very good. How's it going, by the way? Hello, Audrey. Very cool. Okay, thanks. You just got to remember that range ups will get a counter. Gain 4, yeah. So we'll get the Hagen. Okay. No fire. They have 1 credit. Cool. Just remember to draw a card. Yeah, they should draw a card because 117 fired. Nice. All right. Their economy is not there exactly. Okay. There is a hippo. I have a huge incentive to click through the on-sell. If that's the case, we'll just put something in front of it. Okay, that's exactly what we needed to score this thing out. So we'll put the tattoo on server 1. We'll put the wage workers on the table, and I think we'll just click for credit. What is actually, yeah, maybe we want an ablative there. It's hard to tell. I think the top card of R&D is now still known. I think we've only drawn 3 cards. It was Rashida, wage workers. Banhar is on server 3. Again, it's 4 credits if they want to go in there. It's a Hagen too. It will be 2 net damage subroutines, but those are good subroutines. They actually contest with fermenters, so you generally like Quetzal through at least one of them. Reinstall with Asa? Oh, you could, yeah. You could swap it nice and get the one outside. All right, finally, we're doing something tempo positive. R&D is now unknown. We're going to score out. Okay. So now we jam this next turn and we can win as soon as that. We could have rezzed the Anoetic. If they had the money, they actually want to trash the wage workers, but they just don't have the money. But next turn we do install, advance, and then that's it. Get another wage workers on the table, maybe. We're only weak to Hermes. And again, there's 4 points in our archive, so R&D is actually like relatively tight, comparatively. Fermenter for 6. The money they need. Yeah, it might have been right to res. So there's 2 cards we don't want them to hit. That was one of them. That sucks. That actually sucks a lot. That's fine. The Blade of a Barrier is online though, so we can always use it to get the Anoetic somewhere else. Okay, that's money. So here we have a huge incentive to do install advance. Getting through the Tattoo Bullet, no problem. Getting through the on-sell, slightly more difficult. And if they click fully through this, they can't actually deal with the Ikua. So I think that's actually a pretty safe line. We also have the Ablative on R&D. So if they go R&D, we can always install the Anoetic back on the table. I think I'm going to go for the line because I think it's hard for them to deal with everything here. So we'll do server 1, no upgrade to go with it. We could also just put the Ablative on there and then just hope R&D holds. I think that's also kind of reasonable. Huh. Is that reasonable? I think that is reasonable. Because they gave us a huge window here by playing that last click, right? Like they only have 1 breaker. So I think we do that. And then we just put this in a new remote server because if they trash this one, we'll have something. We'll advance this once. So they still have to figure out how to get through all of this. That's hard. All right, like double barrier stack, let alone all the subroutines on this are relevant, very relevant, some of them, especially the defensive upgrade one. So Banhar is here. Too big a gamble this early? No, not at all. Right? Like, again, they didn't run Spin Doctor, so there's not a lot of points. Like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like, there's not a lot of agendas in R&D. There's only 9 points. And they can't even steal the Ikua there, so, like, this is pretty safe. This is what they want to do. And technically, like, this allows them to see more cards. But again, they, like, the Ikua window is pretty minimal here. So now they're just praying that Hermes works. Ooh! It does. Ow, that hurts. That hurts a lot. It's not that like the Bladed Barrier and R&D would have done anything. Okay. So we just want to repair this board state. So we can do Spin Doctor to start, draw 2, ice up R&D, and just push again. Just give me a drafter. Yeah, that's fine. So we can do install advance and just hope again R&D holds. I don't think we need to be that aggressive. 7 credits, we can still res this. So we'll just put this on R&D. We'll put this in server 1. Triple install. We could advance. Yeah, right. Wage workers. Never mind. I'm the best. Totally forgot that was on the table. Okay, so this is what we needed to do. This is the safer line. But again, they had to do run a shuffle run. Steelskin to draw 3. Banhar is on R&D, so they can always get through the drafter. The Steelskin got trashed out the price. The price sees a Fermenter and an Earthrise Hotel. So not great installs here. Fermenter for free is fine, but like game's over soon. So this drafter, if we res it, really doesn't change much. It does 2 net damage. That doesn't matter. So we just have to hope again they don't do a sick rep here. And they can steal the Aqua. Okay, Purge. Nice. They're going back for another one. They can't steal Aqua anymore. Again, this drafter won't fire, and that's game. They'd have to trash the wage workers. GG. But we have a second one, so they trash 2 wage workers. Trashing wage workers is the line. If that's the line, you're also like playing around seamless, right? Like you have to expect us not to have seamless. But that'll do it. Good game. Thanks for the game. Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Like with a lot of these sort of lists, you know. It's like, how is Quetzal's ability compared to Hashiko? And that's my biggest problem. Is like there's so many of the generalist like anarchalists, and Hoshiko like 95% of the time is the right thing, unless you have a really, really different build. Because this is basically looks exactly like a Hashiko list, but then you have Quetzal's ability. We didn't see any of the cute Quetzal synergy. Yeah, it sort of changes the fact that like they can get through an ablative barrier, but like getting through this is not the biggest issue. Right? Like having Hoshiko there, they'd gone through a lot of their deck, honestly. But like, yeah, you get so much more card draw. And just like value. Just value. All right, I think that's all. Yeah, 442. I really wish Lou was better. I think Lou is probably a bit better than it looks. I think the Lou decks like can probably play in a similar way that Freedom can. And I think in Knobcurie Imp, like I don't think you need Freedom for that deck to be pretty reasonable. And Lou got a lot of support in the last set. It's just like Lou is also very comparable to Hoshiko. So like in a bigger card pool, there's maybe not a big reason to play one over the other. But I think Lou is probably just like a slightly off flavor Freedom and off flavor Hoshiko, which is not very compelling, unfortunately. But a really good way to learn the game, for sure. Yeah, the avatars are really good. I think the Zaya avatar and the Tau avatar, you're going to see some play. Lou is a bit harder. Yeah, Audrey Lou looks like a ton of fun. The question, like, is Audrey Lou better as Audrey Freedom or better as Audrey Hashiko? There's a chance that Lou is not even like the second in line there, which is unfortunate. I think Quetzal is quite nice because Poison Ball Quetzal breaks Brawn very cheaply. It does. Like, that's the only one way they can do it. We didn't see any Poison Ball in the deck, but like, if that's the case, you know, I think we even saw in Bridgman's list, like Ice Carver coming back, right? Like Cleaver plus Leech is probably just a bit better across most board states. And you don't have to spend influence on that card. But yeah, Brawn is hard for people to deal with. That being said, you're still not seeing the top decks play more than, as much as Architects Tomorrow, not play that many Brawns. Who cares if it's better than Hoshiko? I'm tired of always jamming Hoshiko and Anarch. Yes. We're talking about competitive Netrunner for sure. But yeah. If you want to play for fun, like it's very slightly different. I think that's it. Thanks so much for hanging out on stream. We'll be back on Thursday with Pat. We have, again, Can Nats this weekend. Going to be a bunch of links in the description. If I forget to plug anything, let me know about them. But that's it. QTM was on 3x Brawn. Wait, in Egg Infusion? Hold on. Because, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think Brawn's in a really good spot, and people are not playing it. Oh my god, I didn't realize that. I saw the one that was on Managarm, but I agree. I think Brawn is one of the most taxing ice right now. No deck deals with it well. So yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Andre. Of course, Bink Blanca, how's it going? Yeah, that's really cool. I respect that a lot. I think that's really, really, really cool. This card is hard to deal with. Again, trading that for your Hoshiko, I don't know if it'd be the first thing I do, but that's really nice. Pleasure to watch. Hey, Abbreviator. Good luck with the content out there. And that's all. Shout out to everyone hanging out in chat, everyone who's watching live, everyone watching the VOD. Hopefully you're doing well. And we'll be back on Thursday.